Goodness me, would you look at the time? It's wow o'clock. Let me just load up the old creator dashboard so I can see what's going on here. Hashtag professional streamer. How's everyone doing today? Are we all having a lovely day? Oh boy, here we go again. How rude to interrupt your VOD. I timed it that way, actually. I specifically timed it to make sure you did not get to finish that video. I didn't think you deserved it, to be honest. I didn't think it was right. There we go. That's me for the day. You spent an hour and a half in a meeting arguing about generative AI. Not the greatest morning. Woofinator, were you arguing in favor of generative AI or against generative AI? Because I'm not going to judge either way. Personally, I'm against. Woofinator, so were you... Because this is what I've decided to do. Just use AI to generate your own argument against it. That's what you could have done. You could have just sat down and been like, okay, so you say to someone else, okay, you're in favor of generative AI. And they go, yes. And you go, okay, well, I'm going to use generative AI to now create an argument that explains why you're wrong. And you have to agree with that because I've used the very system that you are in favor of to show you why you are wrong about agreeing with that system. And if they don't agree with that system, you have to say to them, well, I guess you don't really actually agree with it that much then, do you? That's big brain stuff, guys. You've got to fight fire with fire, which works in pretty much every situation except, believe it or not, firefighting. That actually makes things worse. And that is why I am no longer a firefighter. They frown upon it. What's the plan for today? The plan for today is very simple. I'm going to level this warrior up to level 16 and or 17 so I can actually hit things in the Deadmines. And then we are going to return to the Deadmines. That's what's going to be happening. That's my entire plan. Good morning, Lexi. Welcome. What are you guys up to? I mean, obviously, you can fight fire with fire using a controlled burn in a forest fire. Oh my god. You know what's weird is, you make one joke online. You make like a little side joke and someone comes in with, actually, you do that in this specific moment within this specific thing. Can't even make jokes anymore, guys. God. It's firefighting political correctness gone mad. That's what it is. No, you can't even make a joke unless it's absolutely 100% correct. Josh, did you shave? You look 5 years younger. No, I just spent yesterday eating an entire pizza, and now I feel better. That's the journey I've gone on today. You are indeed early, Russ. Good morning and welcome to you. How are you doing today? Hey man, hope the insanity comes later today. Yeah, I'm working on a lab, recommended systems using learning. It's a struggle. That sounds like a real job. Cannot relate. Absolutely 100% cannot relate. I'm sure it's a very important real job. Wouldn't know how to do it. How was my collab? Actually, very fun. Worked with a guy I have a lot of respect for. I enjoy his videos. Looking forward to them coming out. I'm living up the WoW player lifestyle. I really am. I really, truly am. Just a whole pizza. I accidentally a whole pizza. That's what happened. Rolling out of bed and getting breakfast. Truly living life. Today is going to be slowly leveling the warrior. I'm enjoying all the classes in WoW. I'm enjoying a variety of classes. I forgot that I had health and should probably stop to occasionally eat some bread between, pulls of crazy damage. I'll sit down for a bit. Yeah, no, in general, I'd say I'm doing pretty good. Pretty happy with things. Everything's kind of going well. Good vibes are out here. We need a Josh and Tom Scott collab. Not sure why, but I think that would explode the world. I'll tell you a random fact. I am one of the moderators on the Tom Scott subreddit. It's a subreddit that doesn't need to exist, and nobody wants it to exist. But basically, Tom himself... I ended up having some kind of chat with Tom, and you can check this. It's a really weird thing. I ended up talking to Tom via connections of connections, and Tom mentioned that he needed to lock down the subreddit r/Tom Scott, because people kept trying to constantly take the subreddit and then use it for nefarious purposes. But he also has absolutely no interest in moderating or running a subreddit. And he said that he needed like two moderators to work on it. And I said, well, I've got Reddit installed on my phone and my PC. If you want to just put me on there, I'll just keep it. I'll just sit there and I will do nothing. And he went, yeah, okay, cool. I don't know how to do it. Like, I'm there. I'm literally just a placeholder Reddit mod for Tom Scott's subreddit. And I have no idea what I'm meant to do. My job is to do nothing. Let's go and check, see if it's still there. Let's go and see if that still exists. I think it does. Hang on, r/Tom Scott. Right. Should be there. I think it's there. Could just be r/Tom Scott YouTube. That might be the one. But it's a very strange thing that just kind of sits there. It's private. Good. Good, that's kind of what it should be. But you have to have the moderators to make sure that nobody else does anything with it. So yeah, random connection. You're a Reddit mod, that explains a lot. Unfortunately, I am. Unfortunately. That occasionally happens. I think as a Reddit mod, all you need to do is stop showering. I think if I combine that with the World of Warcraft playing, I'm min-maxing my neckbeard lifestyle. That's what I'm doing. You get me Discord moderating, and we're pretty good with everything. But the plan today is to level up the warrior for a bit. Raspy Josh is X. Where's my fedora? Don't. Okay, listen. It's not a fedora. It's a trilby. All right. Actually, it's not a fedora. Right. It is a trilby. There is a difference. And if you would allow me to explain, I will push my glasses up onto my nose. They will do the anime thing where they flash white. And then I will explain why I am not simply some plebeian, but am in fact an enlightened trilby wearer. You're min-maxing, I'm max-minning. We are not the same. Exactly. I'm trying to get things as low as they can possibly go, and my god, I am succeeding. Lynn just said, I'm glad I'm not paying for this. That might be the best description of this content I have ever heard. I'm glad I'm not paying for this. Perfect. That's what we want more of. What did I enjoy filming more, Game of Thrones or Man of Steel? I think I enjoyed the final season of Top Gear that I was on, much more than that. What happened to the voice? It's early. I haven't woken up yet. This is what happens. As soon as I wake up, this is what happens. Give it like 2 or 3 hours, and then we'll be like, oh, hello, perfect, yes, we're back to high-pitch, normal Josh. But this is just what I sound like in the morning. This is actually 7th puberty. I spoke to a doctor. I'm a medical miracle. They said, Josh, I didn't know a voice could go so low. And I'm like, this is just what happens in the morning. Josh got that woke up dad. Josh, it's the afternoon. John, I operate on YouTuber time, okay? I wake up at the crack of noon, roll out of bed, grab myself some bread and butter as a breakfast, down some gamer sups, and play World of Warcraft for 8 hours a day. And you know what? I ain't complaining. If you'd have told me that life was going to end up like this when I was like 14 or 15, I'd have said to you, don't promise me things that you can't deliver. Don't make promises you don't threaten me with a good time. And then it happened. What were the other 6 like? Other 6 what? Other 6 hours of me being asleep? You just woke up and immediately started, wow. I've been awake for about half an hour. Okay, we've got about a half hour up. And now I've got some more stuff to obviously, start and do. Oh, I can actually finally hit the things over here now. The secret's out. Josh goes to deal in shady business. Dark Josh comes out. It's true. Sorry, guys. I've got a confession, but as soon as I stopped the streaming, I actually I go and play gacha games on my phone in bed all night. I know that I like to push back against dark patterns, and I know I like to attempt to be the voice of reason within the gaming community, but that is my true dark secret. I actually really enjoy just gamba for some waifu. That's the occasional amount of degeneracy that I get up to. It's just the right amount. It's not too much. I also sit playing FIFA all night, and then I occasionally like to decide which Call of Duty is the best. The answer, of course, is all of them. They're all just as good as each other. Every product is as good as every other product. I just sit there all night opening FIFA packs on Ultimate Team. That's truly what I'm actually into. Good morning, Josh. My wife said you look like Angel Castiel from Supernatural. An angel of the Lord. Love that. Misha Collins. I'll take... Oh, that's a very big compliment. I'll take Misha Collins. I've taken part in Gish West, the greatest international scavenger hunt the world has ever seen. I've occasionally partaken in the Tumblers. So, yeah, that is a very big compliment. Thank you very much. Josh, can anyone throw a wall and say, oh yeah, when I just jump in with some Kool-Aid? This is just what my voice sounds like. Yeah, let's be fair, we'd all take Misha Collins. Pretty sure he has a book about that. I'm not even kidding, he wrote a book about threesomes. You can Google this. That's not me making this up. This is deep, deep Misha Collins lore. Also, I just got to like 1% health. I should probably sit down for a minute. Oh, that reminds me, Josh, I like your shoelaces. Thanks, Inju, I stole them from the president. First a Reddit mod and now a Tumblr enjoy. What are the dark secrets will we discover? I quite liked Funny Junk. During the internet era, it was Funny Junk, 9gag, the Newgrounds, 2 Flash games, cool math games. I played Runes of Magic for a while. That was true. Mods ban him. Mods can't ban me. I am mods. You cannot destroy what is in control. Funny Junk was great. Thank you, Just Ross. I'm glad we finally met someone else that appreciated Funny Junk. I've already told you the most nerdy thing about me was that I know one of the entire songs from the Lord of the Rings musical in Elvish, which I learned by phonetically listening to the song for so long. I also know most of the words to the Death Note musical, which is absolutely cracking. If you ever get a chance to see the Death Note musical, phenomenal good musical. Like that in WoW, players, all clothes look skin tight and painted on. It would offer no more armor than the actual armor I was wearing. Thank you very much, Brian. That is very kind of you. Really glad you enjoy the stuff that I do. There's a Death Note musical. There is. It's written by the same guy that wrote the Jekyll and Hyde musical, and it is phenomenally good. If you get a chance to listen to the Death Note musical, do. It's on YouTube. Just go and watch it. It's on YouTube. Jink, I know this has been asked many times, but I would love if I would do a retrospective on Dragon Fable. Oh, absolutely. Big fan of Artix Entertainment and all their games. Congratulations to them on the incredible Kickstarter. But yeah, without a doubt, Nick, that will be there eventually. Can't say when, but I mean, it's on the list. The list is basically every game until I die. That's how I've worked that out. But Dragon Fable to me was the peak of Flash games. Like, there were some good Flash games. Sunny was a great Flash game. And then, obviously, we had stick figure fights. That was good. Sunny was a great Flash game. Age of War was good as well. Yeah. Line Rider, of course, was classic. Oh, Samurai, Road of the Dead. Was Road of the Dead that one where it was a 2D side-scrolling where you had a car and you had to upgrade it every time and you had to just smash through hordes and hordes and hordes of zombies? Was that what it was? I think that was the Road of the Dead one. And some people are saying Miniclip. Friend of mine works at Miniclip. Friend of mine who I used to play RuneScape with back in the day, who was one of my kind of longest running friends, actually. I went to his wedding. I think he still works at Miniclip. The head offices for Miniclip are in Derby, which is close to a city that I live in. I live in a place called Birmingham, for those of you who don't know. Oh yeah, 2 people in 1 car. Carmageddon was good. All these classic games. Yes, Apollo, I agree. Bork. It's very early, but you know what? You can say that if you want to, Apollo. I will defend your right to say that. There was a World of Warcraft Flash game where you play as a Murloc. God, Flash was great. Obviously, it had incredible security weaknesses. Toss the Turtle was good, but no, I think that Dragon Fable was all Flash games were leading up to Dragon Fable. That was an incredible game. You played RuneScape since 2008. Good choice. Never tried WoW. Is this classic or retail? So there are many, many versions of World of Warcraft. You've got World of Warcraft Retail, which has just had Midnight released for it. You have got World of Warcraft Classic Vanilla, which is a classic version that never goes past level 60, never gets new stuff added to it. You've got World of Warcraft Classic Progression, which is the Mists of Pandaria expansion currently. It's basically a classic version that slowly has things added to it, which has got Mists of Pandaria. I think after Mists of Pandaria is either Legion or Warlords of Draenor. Can't remember which one that was. Then you've got the one that I'm playing, which is World of Warcraft Classic Anniversary, which is currently up to the Burning Crusade expansion. They've just had that. Whether we will get Wrath of the Lich King afterwards, we don't know. Then you've got the Season of Discovery, which I think is still ongoing, which is basically a slightly different version of the game with new updated stuff and slightly updated mechanics. Then you've also got the hardcore versions of some of those, which are when your character dies, it gets removed from the hardcore server and put back onto a regular server. He said, Josh in Wrath of the Lich King confirmed. I would love to be involved in anything like that. That would be super cool. But basically, I am playing on the classic Burning Crusade Anniversary server. And I'm enjoying it. Didn't they announce Season of Discovery would shut down? I don't know. I don't try and keep up with stuff. I really do not try and keep up with stuff at all. It is so bloody difficult. The War Knife of Power, +4 attack power as a knife. I'm getting some decent green drops by just grinding these guys. And I'm already like a third of the way to the next level, which is lovely. Got a few more of them to kill. 10 more, in fact, to kill. They need to start respawning quicker, because I am just cleaning these things up. By the end of Wrath of the Lich King, Josh will fall and hate WoW with all his heart, but won't be able to let it go. So kind of like Arthas. I very much am. I have said to you guys, I can't confirm whether it does or doesn't, I don't know. If Wrath of the Lich King releases for the Classic Anniversary server that I am currently on, and chat has not behaved, I will be making a Death Knight, and I will be crashing out. It will be a full-on, several-month-long crash-out arc, where I just recreate my favourite Arthas fantasies and kill all the people I want to go and kill. That's going to happen. I am ready for that. I hope you are all ready for that too. I'm going to be the edgy cringe knight. Alright? It's not a phase, Mum. It's not a phase. Come on, chat. We want to see Paladin gameplay. If I make a Paladin and be a good guy, and then when we get to the end, just delete the Paladin and create a Death Knight instead to fully follow Arthas's whole vibe. Will your Death Knight kill your Warlock? Potentially. That could be like a nice little internal story, couldn't it? Or maybe I can call myself like XXX_420_ bleeding heart emoji _ dark strife Arthas _MCR _ bullet for my Valentine _ nobody understands my pain brackets phase clan end brackets. That's one letter too long. Well, we're not taking anything out. It's perfect. I got to a point in my childhood, which has continued into my adulthood, where I don't know what the FaZe clan is, and at this point, I think I'm just too afraid to ask. Because it seems to have been this meme that everyone just put in their gamer tag, and then apparently it was a bunch of professional gamers, but they didn't really have any good... They didn't lock down the name very well, did they? So everyone could just put open square bracket FaZe close square bracket. And they didn't really curate who did and didn't do that. So everyone wanted to say they were in it. Apparently what you need to do is walk into I've seen that where they walk into a GameStop in America and they throw their hands up in the air and they're like, "Phase up! The Phase clan's here!" And no one knows who they are. Absolutely no one. I mean, to be fair, I would do the same thing. I would walk in to a GameStop and I would be like, "Oh yes, see, do you know who I think I am?" I have been recognized in places before, random places for random things. Sometimes it's Twitch streaming, sometimes it's YouTube, sometimes it's the clips, the short clips from JoshStrifeSays, which is lovely. So could somebody explain to me what the Phase clan is? Because to me, the word clan implies some connection to like ancient Japanese societies, where we're going to start, dueling with samurai swords at dawn. No, you will not. Paulo. 'Twas the door. Good guard, dog. Exactly, yeah, Phase. It isn't dark humor. It's not worth the time to explain. You don't need to know what's going on. I appreciate that, actually. That's very kind of you. Josh, just don't waste your time. Straight up, don't bother wasting it. Are there higher level harvest watchers? You know what, there are some higher level harvest watchers over here. I can go and kill these things instead. Let's go do that. It's an ancient Japanese clan that got really into gaming. That's what it was. It used to be a COD quickscoping and trick-shotting clan, expanded to esports, and now is imploded and is full of scammers. There gets to a point where I started to think that esports was a mistake. Not the idea of playing video games competitively, that's fine, but the idea of turning everything into an esport. And the fact that companies that tried to get into esports didn't care about gaming. They had no interest in gaming whatsoever. They just cared about the money that esports or gaming could generate them. That's what they wanted. Very few people actually kind of cared about the culture behind it. Hey, we've got a hype train going on. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. An anonymous gifter has gifted out 2 ad blockers to the community. Yeah. Esports orgs do kind of give this... They give me a bad vibe. I'm sorry, they just do. They're always... No, well, not always. That's harsh. They're often run by some kind of dude bro gaming guy. And I just don't vibe with that kind of energy. I've just not met that many esports groups that don't feel like a high school Mean Girls clique. And maybe there are loads, and maybe I'm just being, old man screams at cloud kind of vibes here. It gives me... I don't like to say this, but you know that phrase when they're like, it gives me the ick? I don't think I've ever met someone that runs an esport groups that I immediately vibed with. So many people have asked me to run stuff like that. I'm like, why would I want to do that when I could just, not do that? Wonder how many real sports companies care more about the game than the money? Probably none. The difference is that I don't particularly care about sports, but I do care about games. So when someone comes along and goes, we're going to make an esports org. Okay, why? Money. Ooh, okay. Yep, this character is rapidly approaching... I mean, currently it's level 15. When it hits level 27... the DiCaprio number, that's when we have to change. Started watching Black Books, and it's the funniest thing you've seen in years. Oh, Stranger, I'm so glad about that. So glad you're enjoying that. Which episode are you up to? What are some of the things you've seen? Is that the one where he gets he buys him a coffee maker and a DVD box set of The Sweeney for his birthday, and he convinces him that he's a policeman, and he ends up accidentally interviewing a criminal. Oh, so funny. So funny. Love that. Grown men playing video games instead of providing for your family with hard labor. You got soft hands. Marcus, my thumb is calloused from the amount of times I need to press the 12 buttons on the side of my gaming mouse. You have no idea how difficult my job is, alright? I roll out of my bed onto my bigger bed that the small bed sits on. Then I have to wake my butler up, who gets me out of bed. Then the butler has to wake his butler up, who wakes the cook up, who cooks them. While eating breakfast, I submerge myself entirely in my vat of moisturizer. You don't understand how... You don't know my struggles. This is the true essence of esports. Then I wake up, I go and check my Lamborghini. Still a Hot Wheels car. Alright, what are we... We're going this way. I'm going to kill some of these Defias trappers. Get the bandanas. My vat of Vaseline. Everyone's got a vat of Vaseline. There is this general idea, though, that you have to provide by doing hard labor. You are not paid based on how hard you work. You are paid based on how hard you are to replace. That is something I learned very early on, and it honestly kind of sucks. You can be the hardest worker at an unskilled job, and your pay will not reflect how hard you work, even though it should. Your pay will reflect how hard you will be to replace if you end up leaving, and how much downtime and how much lost revenue you will cause by doing that. The reward for hard work is more work. Work out how to make yourself invaluable. Work out how to make yourself impossible to replace. And if that's by doing an incredible amount of skilled labor that nobody else can do, more power to you. You go do that, you live your best life, you get all the stuff. Jerome, maybe you don't like physical sport or field sport. I mean, I like it, it's just not for me. But surely you would enjoy two players demonstrating their skill. I mean, yeah, of course. I like competition. There's nothing wrong with that at all. There is nothing wrong with either mental or physical competition. I just know that some of those things are not specifically for me, and that's fine. Nutuk. I will... Okay, you've invited me to a group. That's absolutely fine. We can group together. Nutu, you, me, where are we? Look at us, adventuring together. We've got Nutu, Nutuk Mataru, and Tikatik. Look at us as we adventure together. This is who we truly are. A human warrior. A gnome warlock. Well, we can forgive the gnome bit. This is peak MMO energy. We've straight away just joined in the group. Is that English? Don't know. I've met them right now, but I want you to know that I will die for them. And probably, you know, for me as well. I had no idea you streamed on weekdays. This is so good. Now I've got something to listen to while you're at work. That is the niche that I fill. I have decided that some of you are going to work. Well done, by the way. Productive members of society. Keep doing that. And some of you need some background noise to make sure that you don't need to think too much. That is what I'm here to do. Josh, your group member accidentally... Oh, the Pioneer... Hang on. The Pioneer Tunic of Power. I don't need that. My group can have anything that it pulls as a drop. That's totally fine. Oh my, this is the Hayes clan. Yeah, forget the Phase clan. Forget Phase Up. This is Hayes Up. This is what we're doing. Lexi has also joined our group. We are now a merry band of travelers. Look at all of us. Supporting, helping, loving in many ways. I'm glad we've turned Josh's WoW addiction into an I'm streaming for the weekday crew so they've got something to listen to. I provide a valuable public service, which is background noise for people who have jobs that don't require too much attention. Didn't you play a mage? Oh, Vice, you're so behind. Vice, there was so much that's changed since then. So much is new. It's a whole new world. A new fantastic kind of view. Let's get a carp and ride around for a bit. I'm feeling that. Yeah, lots of stuff has changed. Can we get more incredible local politics update? Every day I'm slightly more convinced to move into local politics. Every day there's a bit of me that's like, you could change the world. And then I'm like, yeah, but would I want to? These guys at least do respawn pretty quickly, which is nice. What am I doing then? We've also got Defias, Smugglers, and Red Leather Bandanas. Smuggler, come here, you. I know that you guys obviously don't want to have to be alone with your thoughts. And I think that's a valuable service that I provide. As someone who's the other MMO from across the pond, it's nice to have someone talk about changing the world or changing the roads. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. It's sometimes nice to look at slightly smaller scale things, because God knows, the world's in a little bit of a fracas right now, isn't it, guys? World's got some stuff up with it. And unfortunately, being aware of everything all the time, apparently not the way humans were meant to be. So it's nice to occasionally just laser focus in and say, hey, I can't have this zoomed out view all the time. Which MMO do I wish I could play but can't? I miss Otherland, bro. You're changing jobs on Monday. Oh, sweet. Congratulations. Hopefully that goes well for you. A week of watching My Addiction has been great. Good. It's about building audience retention and patterns and loyalty. That's all I see it as. I'm Corpo talking the entire time. This is about branding. This is about building up brand loyalty. You guys... Oh, there we go. With backseat, you play worse. Yes, indeed, Doug. You tell me what to do, I'll specifically not do it. I'll ruin your day by being worse than you could possibly imagine. Wednesday is for Corpo maxing. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Every day of the week has to be themed. Wednesday is a Corpo maxing day. We've got Slutter Day, which is where we get a little bit too risque on Saturdays. We've got Forgiveness Sunday, where we ask whatever God will listen to forgive us for what we've done on Slutter Day. Monday's angry. Monday's a rage day. Monday, we kick people from the guild, we get it all out, we have our 2 minutes of screaming, general stuff. Tuesday, I think, is when we are whimsy maxing. Whimsy maxing and joy pilled on Tuesday. Because it's Tuesday, isn't it? Wednesday is when we talk about KPIs. So I'm going to need all of you, I'm going to need the TPS reports on my desk by the end of the day. Pizza Friday, possibly. Maybe we can do casual Fridays. Casual Fridays where we just all wear slightly more casual things. I need one more Defias Smuggler. Halfway to the next level, by the way, as well, which to me is great. Way ahead of you. Send him all that for the next month. Thank you very much. You have a great idea about instead of listen to you backseat us. I would not want to tell any of you what to do. I can give you ideas and input, but ultimately your life is your life to discover. TPS, thoughts per second. Yes, don't have too many. Can you keep the stapler? No, agnostic. It's a red swing line stapler. They're very rare. You can't keep them. In fact, you have to give it back to Milton. You checked our burn down chart, and we've hardly burned down any buildings this week. That's much more of a Thursday thing. Thursday Infernos. That's what we'll do. And I think... Didn't realize just how much experience you can get from killing these trappers repeatedly. Have I by any chance seen the StarCraft wargame? Is 40k dead? Yes. Yeah, as soon as they released the StarCraft physical printed model wargame, I actually went to my cupboard where I keep all my 40k, and all the plastic had melted. Immediately. I couldn't even stop it. It just gone. And now it is time to leave the party and thank them for their service. We got some feedback from the shareholders. We must increase the ROI, return on investment, of the KPI, key performance indicators, with the TPS. Don't know what that means. Please ensure, it's ensure. If I'm insuring something, it's backing it up with money if it goes wrong. That the team works at 100% efficiency, or there will be no Pizza Friday. Right, Juz, I hear you. We are singing from the same hymn sheet. We're going to put a pin in this. We're going to circle back to it, get some blue sky thinking going on. We're going to have an idea shower all about it. And, we're going to attack it with new vigor in the weeks coming up, because this is mission critical. It truly is mission critical to what we are doing. I love a bit of Corpo talk. Do I think I could be... Hang on. Do I think I could be Henry Cavill or beat Henry Cavill? Right. I could probably beat Henry in a Warhammer game. And I'll tell you why. Henry is very busy doing lots of important, responsible, artistic, creative, incredible things. I spend all my day playing World of Warcraft and thinking about Warhammer. Henry is actually... Oh, I just sold something that I need for the quest. Henry is having a life, living it, and doing important things. I am not. So, I think that given enough chance, I would probably be able to clinch victory. Although I did just hang on, where's the buyback tab? Let me buy back the things that I sold that I shouldn't have sold. I sold something that I should not have sold. Where was it? It was the stringy meat thing. Have I sold too much stuff? And now I can't buy back. Oh, I may have sold too much stuff. That's a straight up problem. God damn it. Is there a limited amount of buyback stuff? Sold too much, it's gone. I've got to go and kill them again. God damn it. Alright, hang on. Let me just sell some more stuff. Sell some more things. I was paying too much attention to you. I was paying too much attention to you guys. And I was clearly not paying enough attention to everything else. Fadder, 1440 is location restricted, so Twitch forces 720, and whenever I watch this stream, other streams start to default to 480. That's because other streams are intimidated by this. Oh, I can't believe I just sold all that stupid Okra stuff. I've got to go and kill him again now. I suppose I've got to kill more things anyway, it's fine. Oh, sure, blame it. Yeah, it's your fault, in a way. So, I mean, the other thing is that it's my fault, and I don't like the idea of that. Hey, hang on, I actually get something good here. I get a cloak with agility on it, and agility increases damage, which means I can wear this. Melee 71 to 87, crit chance 11.10%. Beautiful. Okay, now we're building up some damage. The build is online. The build is so close to coming online, guys. So close. We're going to get the build fully online soon. Don't you worry. Got to kill some more of these things over here, though, first. ABC. Always blame chat. Imagine region locking a resolution. Your eyes could only see 720 things anyway, so don't worry about it too much. You don't have... You know, you can't see... Hang on, I haven't even advertised this stream on the thing. I need to advertise this stream on my socials with my phone in my leather case. So here's how I do an Instagram post. I click add to story, and then I take a picture of the screen itself. Do that now. There we go. The screen. Then I add text, and I add live now. And then add a little label, which allows you to go through to Twitch. I've got my little Chad Magic sticker in my phone case there. I'm going to add, hang on, I'm going to use one finger link, and then I type with my thumbs, twitch.tv/JoshStrifeHayes, and then I add that as a little link at the bottom of there. Maybe even offset it slightly. And we'll click post. Perfect. What I'm then going to do is the same thing, but on Twitter, which is the website formerly known as Twitter. You didn't put on your marketing manager hat. I'm always wearing it. If people can see 720 things, why is Twitch chat limited to 500 characters? Because I don't want to overwhelm you, dang. It's important that you don't get overwhelmed. And some of you are overwhelmed. You can't be underwhelmed either. You've got to be fully whelmed. It's more, yeah, it's less of a hat. It's more of a marketing toupee, should I say. Let me just add photo. There we go. Oh, no, I didn't actually take... I'll take another photo. I'll take it sideways this time. Got it. This is perfect. Lovely. It's just blurry enough. Love that for me. What happens after you've seen the 720 things? We don't know. Live now. Come watch. This is marketing. You are seeing behind the curtain. behind the curtain into the marketing of this. This is social posting and market maxing. I am full on social pilled. Some of you don't understand how difficult this job is. I have to post on both Instagram and Twitter. Some of you are like, why aren't you posting on Blue Sky? Come on. It was fun while it lasted. Which was not long. And then we put that there. Unk has discovered Instagram. Unkstagram is indeed up and active and running. Lovely. Cool. Right. Good to see time in market maxing. That's what I did. That the millennial hand throw thing again. People still use Twitter. Yeah, unfortunately, Soma, they really do. And I've got to kind of be where the marketing is. Social media is just marketing. If you don't need to be on it, get off it. It sucks. Right, I've got to kill these things as well. Josh, take a pic from a low profile looking down. Oh, do you mean like when the old men always do that? That is some deep internet lore right there. We only need a few more of these stringy vulture things. Is Twitter just LinkedIn then? Yeah, LinkedIn. I wake up every day happy that I don't need to use LinkedIn. That's probably my favorite thing about doing this. MetaStrife no longer shirtless. What brought the change? Pinkerton, I need you to listen to my words. MetaStrife has never been a no armor challenge. At no point have I ever said it's a no armor challenge. It is an we are only going to equip things that increase damage challenge. And we happen to have found armor that has strength on it. I don't know why people have taken this whole you can't wear armor thing going on. That's never been a thing. Mouth, wow, a no armor challenge. This is the meta build. Everything about this is pure damage. There is nothing about this that doesn't do the most damage. I'm actually scared at how much damage we are doing. I'm a little bit intimidated at how much we are hitting. This is is Fury meta though? Yes. I mean, actually, if you want meta is mages and warlocks, because you just stack mages and warlocks. The reason people don't take rogues or that many Fury warriors in raids is that with limited amounts of raid spots, you don't want to be taking people to the raid that do not provide group-wide buffs. And you can stack warlocks, you can stack shamans, you can stack mages. You cannot stack warriors without them being pretty well supported by everyone else. I am a damage enthusiast. I like the D, the P, and indeed the S. I realized after saying that I should not have said the first letter in that line. I didn't think through what kind of soundbite that's just created. But I choose to live in the doomed world I've now created. It's gonna be there. There is now a soundbite there of me saying I like the D. Well, it's on the internet. We can't take it back, can we? In TBC, phase 4 to 5, Fury is the top tier DPS and groups stack them. Okay, cool. Could somebody please explain what the phases are to me? I keep seeing people be like, hey, when this phase happens and this phase happens, is that just as more dungeons and raids and mechanics and patches get released, the classes will go through mechanical changes? So that when the Burning Crusade originally comes out, it's phase 1. And then a few weeks or months after that, they say, okay, we're going to release phase 2, which is going to bring these changes. Okay, gotcha. And sometimes when those phases and patches come out, they bring changes to classes. So you get better gear, you get better armor, you get new abilities maybe? Okay, gotcha. So what you mean is, like, when, say, phase 3 comes out, it brings the raids that come with phase 3, and those raids themselves might have some weapons or some armor or some trinkets that, when combined with certain classes, make those classes better or worse. It's more about scaling and less about mechanics. Okay, gotcha. Josh, respectfully, you look like my dad, and I know that you are not that old. Well, I am 35, so I am full-on unk-maxing today. That's what I'm doing. I am unk-maxing and cozy-pilled. Some of you say that warriors scale pretty damn well. What is it about the warriors scaling that is good? My goodness, a 5-stream streak. Thank you very much. Welcome. 80s kid? Nope, 90s. Calvin Harris has no love for me. That is a really specific reference to a really specific song that some of you might get. Right, so a year younger than me might as well be a child. It's true. More gear, more damage, more rage, more damage, more rage. Gotcha. Okay, cool. So basically, there's a thing where warriors scale well because every time they get a new bit of gear to play with, that bit of gear just makes them just straight up better. It's just a guaranteed improvement. I see what's going on there. Thank you. Mott, you got it. You got it. Deep Cave wants to join the guild. I can invite you to the other guild. Oh no, he's about to pull those guys and that's a problem. Here we go. Can you run away from a fireball? Let's see if we can. God damn it. Okay, we made it away. Cool, I'm not taking on 3 of you. Or even 4 of you, that's too much. Now, an important question to ask you guys is... later phases introduce more armor penetration, which helps warriors a lot more than hunters or casters. Okay, so would it be fair enough to say that at the start of almost any expansion, phase 1 and 2, casters will have an advantage because a lot of them, their abilities scale with themselves, not necessarily their equipment, and as more equipment gets released, the melee classes kind of catch up. Okay, so that's why the melee classes struggle at the early stages, but really explode at the later stages. So the ranged classes are going to do quite well. Plus, ranged classes just, you know, have the advantage of not needing to be next to the enemy to do damage. Which means that tanks are also going to struggle at the start of the expansion. And you're probably going to get some tanks that do better at the end than at the start. Okay. Are there any classes that kind of stay strong the whole time? I assume the Warlock's going to do quite well the whole time, and I assume the Mage is going to do quite well. Right, so you can basically stop playing this warrior because he is useless now. So at the end of phase 1, everyone wants Warlocks and Mages, and at the end of phase 2, more people are going to start to want, you know, Druids and Hunters, and then when it gets toward the actual end of the entire phase cycle, that's when we're going to want to get the warriors and the rogues in. Because I have been told that rogues get really good toward the end of pretty much any expansion. Because by the time you get to the end of the expansion, you've got access to loads of armor penetration, you know, really high-hitting weapons, all that kind of stuff. There's also the anniversary is with more or less the last patch of the expansion. Okay, gotcha. No to rogues unless they have glaives. So you need to spread the classes all the way. I want to get the glaives for the rogue, I really do. Warriors going to outperform locks and hunters with wreck. So warriors are good when they get... because warriors can get glaives as well, can't they? If you get the glaives of Azeroth, you win. As a rogue, that's it. The entire point of a rogue is, do you have glaives or not? Glaives, for those of you unaware, are... and correct me if I'm wrong on this... the final raid of the Burning Crusade expansion is the Black Citadel, and the final boss of that is Illidan. Is it the Sunwell? The second from last. Okay, sorry, the second from last. So it's the Black Temple. So it's the Black Temple, and the final boss is Illidan. And he has a, I think, like 5% chance to drop either the main hand or the offhand glaive of the War Glaive of Azeroth. And that means... And how many... Can't you only do that raid like once a week? Look at guild chat. Okay, hang on. People are explaining guild chat it to me. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, Glaive of Azeroth, that's the one. That's what we need. That looks amazing. That looks so cool. I really, really, really want one of those. That looks absolutely badass. And the set bonus is super important as well, because if you get 2 of them, the set bonus gives you... Your melee attacks have a chance to increase your haste rating, and you do more power to demons. God damn. Okay. The haste procs are cool. Every rogue wants it, though. Yeah. So you can... Is it that you can do the raid more than once a week, but you only get 1 drop a week? Very slow main hand, very quick offhand, because that's how it should be. No, you can do the raid once a week. God damn. That is so low. That's retail. Okay, gotcha. Once a week, the bosses stay dead. You can't reset them. Damn, son. Is it once a week per character? Okay, so if I have 10 characters, and if I had 40 friends, imagine, but if I had 40 friends and we all had 10 characters, we could do the raid on character 1 for all of us. Then we could go back and do the raid on character 2 for all of us. Then go back and do the raid on character 3 for all of us. That would work. But if there is one person in that raid, 25-man raid, okay, cool, 25, that makes it way easier. And does that mean that if there is one person in the raid group who has done it before, then it will not drop? Just trying to work this out. Then they won't be able to join the raid. You get locked out. Okay, cool. So I can make... Bear with me here. I'm going to say something stupid, but just bear with me. The limit on characters on the Burning Crusade Anniversary Edition is 50. If somehow, some way, I had 50 level 70 characters, then I would effectively be able to run the Black Citadel 50 times a week. Obviously, that's silly. Black Temple, sorry. That's silly. No one's going to be able to do that. But 30 is possibly realistic. Once you're finished with Deadmines, sure. Yes. Why? I mean, just why would you? Mostly, I think it's because I just really like MMORPGs. 31 is too many. How long does it take to run it, roughly? Are we talking like 3 to 4 hours? So I could run 2 a day. No, 3 a day if I try. "90 minutes if you're fast." Okay. If it's a really good group, gotcha. You run it 30 times, then post on Twitter about how the game... How about this, guys? I keep making characters and leveling them until I start to hate the game. Then I make posts about how the game sucks, but I keep playing it because I don't want to do anything else. Does that work for all of us? I think we could do that. I see nothing wrong with this. Apparently the record from 0 to 70 is under 2 hours. I assume that needs... Okay, it's probably going to be a case of boosting and then having a load of quests ready to just be traded to you and handed in straight away. I figured out the WoW YouTuber arc. The normal WoW experience. I'm going to be a normal WoW player. you know, away from making jokes, it really does genuinely irritate me how content creators do sometimes forget that they are not the average. They are not the normal player. Like this is not what normal players would do. This is an insane amount of playing for a small amount. Okay, I'm going to die, but I'm going to die proudly. Then I'm going to resurrect. So I think I've got a quest to hand in somewhere. Yes, I do. Yeah, guys, I can rage quit anytime. I just don't want to. Right, let's go that way and hand this in. Yeah, I think it's intimidating when you see someone who obviously has an incredibly privileged position, like I'm in right now, who can play for 8 hours a day. I even saw someone on Reddit posting, saying something like, they were trying to talk to like a normal player. And what they said was, it's actually really easy to gear if you just play like 2 hours a day. I think people sometimes forget that playing a game for 2 hours a day is far longer than most adults with, you know, responsibilities outside of the game are able to actually go and play the game for. Why revive with the spirit healer? Because I don't want to go back to my body. You just took a 5-minute resurrection sickness. Yeah, I know. I'm going to go and hand a quest in. Do I do much voice work? When it comes along. When it pays. When I feel like it. Yes. Normies can game from 30 minutes a day. Yeah, that's a fine thing to do. I also think it's kind of weird that we've divided the whole gaming community into the elite, the hardcore, and the normies. They're like saying, oh, you don't play video games to an unhealthy degree. What a normal person you are. Only to an absolute degenerate crowd would calling somebody normal be an insult. The fact that you can take the word normie and make someone feel bad for playing a video game to a healthy and responsible degree. Spirit and stamina, both utterly useless, both are being sold. I have, however, leveled up, which is nice. Maybe I'm just normal pilled and normie maxing. Maybe that's what I'm doing. Maybe I'm out here full on normie maxing. That's what a normie would say. Why would you add classism to a hobby? Why would you make someone feel bad for enjoying something in a casual way? No second monitor today. You have my undivided attention as a gym mishap landed you in the hospital. Rad, I am sorry to hear that, bro. What happened, man? What happened? Unless you don't want to talk about it, in which case, we don't need to. But I'm sorry to hear that you're not doing super well. It's never ideal. Oh, the knee injury popped up on the treadmill. Yeah, get yourself rested, man. You know how awkward knees can be. I've got res sickness, totally forgot. I forgot that I had res sickness. Pray for me. You guys didn't pray hard enough. The warrior was practicing their footwork. Footwork is not good. I can't believe you didn't send me your thoughts and prayers. Josh, what footy do I support? Oh, I love the beautiful game. Game of two halves. I love it so much. It's... The problem with Arsenal is that they're always trying to walk it in. What was Theo Walcott thinking? Honestly, I just hope they all have a good time. I just hope they all go out there, have a good time, try their best, and in my mind, they're all winners. Yeah, I love the teams. The teams that do the stuff. Theo Walcott, football classic. My dad met Alan Shearer once. I don't know if any of you are in the chat old enough to remember Alan Shearer from the, I believe at the time, Newcastle Football Club. But my dad many years ago was doing some bodyguard work for some football clubs and he was assigned to a club, and the bus with all the players on pulled up, and everyone got off, and everyone got assigned a personal bodyguard as they were walking around, and my dad got assigned Alan Shearer. And then my dad was walking around, and Alan was, you know, just talking to people he knew, and then there was a moment of kind of brief silence where they were standing there outside the stadium, and Alan looked up at the sky and went, might rain today. Not sure if I fancy playing. And apparently my dad replied, you make 50 grand a week and you're bothered about getting wet. And they didn't talk much after that. That's the story. That's just what happened. And you know what? Yeah, that sounds exactly like something he would have said. Level 60 enemies over here. You know, these are a bit too high. And now his son is a Twitch live streamer. It's a strange mix of pride and not understanding. Ugh. I do sometimes have to remind people who are in the Twitch live streaming world that they shouldn't complain as much as they do about small things that really, really don't matter. Still waiting for the punchline. There's no punchline. He just didn't have any time for anyone that was complaining when they were making a ridiculous amount of money. Must be fun to have at parties. I mean, he was fine. Just first world problems, man. Just straight up first world problems. I get that it was small talk, but at the same time, you can't look at your job and go, oh, I don't fancy doing this today, when you're just earning an insane amount of money. Stop complaining. Sorry, I'll stop complaining about things. Guys, I need to complain. Sometimes my steak is too juicy. The lobster is too buttery. Josh, did I stop streaming in 1080p? Yes, smartass skeleton. I thought that maybe one day you would appreciate me streaming in 1080p, and I hate you specifically. So I decided to stop that. We can't be having any more of that. It's not allowed. And instead, you will simply be sitting and enjoying the stream in 720. That's it. That's all you're allowed. That is fair. My steak is too juicy. My lobster is too buttery. It's true. I will complain about things. Thanks, Josh. Also feel disdain for viewers wanting a better experience. If you want to watch me in the background, 720 will help you. If you want to watch me in the foreground, 1440 is good. If you want to play in 1080, take it up with Twitch. I don't know why the stream isn't in 1080. The OBS settings allow that. That's fine. Twitch should allow it. I do not know why certain regions of the world just can't watch the stream in 1080. I genuinely do not know. Dang, thank you very much for 10 gifted subs. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. You have gifted 10 ad blockers to the community, which means 10 people will now no longer be subjected to whatever adverts you are being subjected to. The adverts, remember, are based on your own personal browsing and viewing habits. I don't know what you're browsing or viewing. You can watch in 1440 but not 1080. I know. I don't know why. I legit do not know why. If you've got a 1440 monitor, congratulations. Well done. You have won at life. I also don't know why. Check your viewing settings and see if you can change it from 720 to 1440, but for some reason 1080, it's just not there. It's not my OBS settings. I've checked. Like, I can check again, but I obviously can't change them while streaming. Yep, output, streaming, that's fine. We're streaming at 10,000 kilobytes a second. We've got the good keyframe interval. We've got the bitrate going on. We've got all that. The video's out. Yep. That's fine. Canvas resolution is being streamed at 1440. Output's 1440. Downscale filter is resolutions matching. Yeah, everything is there. Like, I have no idea. Can Twitch handle 10,000 kilobytes a second? I think it actually caps out at about 6,000 to 8,000, but I always send it more Just as a little treat. Just as a little treat. I think Twitch deserves a few more, you know? I think you'd have to stream in 1080. Just max that out as well. Maybe I will. Maybe what I'll do is I'll make these streams slightly worse for some people to make it better for more. That seems like a thing I should do. Got to kill some more vultures to get the vulture meat, hand in the quest, and I'm close to level 16. I should be able to start doing the Deadmines soon, which I'm going to be real, I'm very excited about. The human eye can't actually see 60 frames a second. Each eye can see 24 frames a second. Which is why when you put them together, you can see at 48 frames a second, which is why The Hobbit looked so good. I do not know why Twitch has decided some of you don't deserve 1080. Your eyes can't, but mine still can. Yeah, you young whippersnappers, you guys can actually see faster than us old fogies can. For some reason, you get German WoW ads on my stream. I am English. I think my stream is viewed by a lot of people from Europe in general. What if I can see 30 frames a second? All right, sorry, Jimothy Eyes over here. Who's able to just see super bloody fast. It's 1918. Yes. Yeah, exactly. The Spanish flu is coming back. We're all going to die soon. Don't worry about it. Don't complain about the fact you can't get 1080 on your Twitch stream. Your steak is too juicy, guys. Hello, Uriel. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? You've never seen anything other than... You know what? That would make sense. If Twitch wanted to just maximize revenue, all they would do is advertise Twitch Turbo at you. That's like all they would do. You just had LASIK. You can see in HD. I'm going to be honest, I think that laser eye surgery is... It's misleading as a title for what it should be. I thought it gave you laser eyes. Right, I didn't realize that was a level 17 enemy. I may have messed up there. I'm going to resurrect here. And then I'm going to go and just pay to have my sword fixed. Like, if someone said, do you want laser eye surgery? I'd be like, that sounds badass, let's do it. Then they're like, it just makes you see a little bit further. I'm like, that's... what? That's false advertising right there. Hey Josh, first time watching, loving the chill vibes. Been on in the background for the last few weeks. I'm really glad you enjoy it. We are chill vibing together. We are cozy pilled and comfort maxing as we level up one of our 50 characters to get to the Black Temple so we can get the lovely glaives, the war glaives of Azinoth, as we say. And then we can slowly but surely start to earn those. This is a low cortisol, comfy pilled, cozy maxing stream where we are going to relax Mog on everyone. I said the war glaives of Azinoth, not the war glaze of Azinoth. That's what's... yeah, okay, fine. We're going to war glaze of Azinoth when she war glaze on my Azinoth till I Warcraft. Vivilou, you can't just say the word stop. All right, you can't get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. Have I been able to find my rogue yet? Or is it still stealthing away from me? I am slowly but surely finding my rogue again. I will soon get on the rogue again. Can't wait to be on the rogue again. I've got 4 minutes left of resurrection sickness, so just kind of hang out. I'm worth no honor points to enemies either, which is great. Her war glaze gave you a burning crusade. Well, go and see a doctor. If the raid takes longer than 4 hours, go and see a doctor. Verilion said, looking for chill guild. How chill? Like, are we talking super chill? Because we can be very chill. This is the... I can supply the backup guild to the main guild. We can do full-on dad gaming guild. I think super chill is too chill. Like, if someone's like, it's got to be the most chill guild ever. No, that's not this. This guild is chill pill mog maxing. That's what we are doing. But occasionally, we might need to just sometimes argue amongst ourselves. I want ignore every other guild member super chill. You can do that. That's totally okay. Just because someone's in the same guild as you doesn't mean you have to like them. As long as you're respectful to them, that's fine. I feel you on the DPS maxing. Once I hit level 10 with non-DPS characters, the game slows down. I like DPS characters because I don't need to be responsible for anything other than myself. And that very much vibes with me. When you are a... They scared them off. Now they're asking questions. When you are a tank, you are responsible for everyone else. When you are a healer, you're responsible for the tank. When you're a DPS, you're responsible for yourself only. Abbas, I will come and do the Deadmines with you as soon as I've got one more level. I made them speak French. Oh my god. Scaring a guy so much he speaks French. Hello Josh, small question. Does WoW Classic have talent trees that change a class role? If I'm not mistaken, so this is what you get. Remember, I'm not necessarily playing WoW Classic, I am playing WoW Classic Anniversary Edition, the Burning Crusade specifically. But the talents that I've got within the Warrior class are the Arms, Fury, and Protection. Arms seems mostly about wielding two-handed weapons and doing quite a lot of damage with those. Fury is mostly about wielding, dual wielding, a one-handed weapon in each hand and doing damage with those. And Protection is about tanking as best it can and wielding a shield, doing stuff like that. But you can have points in all three or just points in two of them. So you can kind of min-max your specific build as you wish. Right, let's get some of the vulture meat going on. Arms is PvP, Fury is PvE. Gotcha. I mean, you can still play an Arms in PvE if you wanted to. Some of them are meta, some of them aren't. Some of them have got like a slight advantage over others, some of them don't. But ultimately, as long as you're having fun with it, you're having fun with it. I'm sure there's lots of value from lots of different things. Wait, you finally got damage gear. DPS increase indeed. Straight up DPSing. Alright, I'm going to kill some stuff over here, get some more stringy stew bits. Arms is support DPS, Fury is pure DPS. I'm doing pure DPS. Deadmines soon? Deadmines very soon, Rage Darling. Just let me get one. I've got 2 pips left until I level up. And then I'll be level 16. And then I can go into the Deadmines. Why would you join a guild for max chill with someone whose name is Strife? That's true. You would look at this and think I'm going to be angry all the time. But actually, I'm only angry some of the time. Not all the time. That'd be too much. I've got to keep you guys guessing. Wednesday, we've described as a corporate day. So we are theming each day. Saturday is Slutter Day. We say things that are a bit too risque. Sunday is Forgive Me Day, where we talk to whatever God will listen about being forgiven for our transgressions on Saturday. Monday is Anger and Rage, where we just kind of let it all out. Tuesday is a very chill British day, and I think Wednesday needs to be corporate maxing. So this is Corpo Day, so if all of you could have those TPS reports on my desk by lunchtime, that would be great. Shouldn't you play the board then? No, we're not. I said Corpo Day, not Incorrect Day. You don't rage, don't lie to us. You, look at my bar. My bar is 100% rage right now. Corpo Day works because I have to be in the office. That's why I chose it. You are welcome. Hang on, there's a pocket watch over there I've got to go and get, which does mean killing 2 things inside here. Let me just check, see if I can do this. There should be... Oh, they're actually both dead. This is brilliant. I may have solved a problem by waiting for somebody else to solve it. That is the warrior way. Level 15 already. Do I like playing warrior? It's very simple. It tickles the YouTuber brain. I don't need to worry too much about anything, and you know what? That makes me very happy. I get to just sit back, chill, relax, press a button, and do some damage. Despite all my rage, I am still just a streamer on a Twitch page. Not even front page. Twitch are too scared of the pull I would have if I was front page. You called out of work to play WoW today. Same. It's just like me, for real. Strife is wearing clothes. I don't know if I like this. And Rose, it was never about not wearing clothes. It was only about wearing clothes that increase DPS. The cloak has agility, the armor has strength, the trousers have strength, and the belt has strength. Everything increases strength. Inside you are 2 days. They have both called out of work to play WoW. Let me just... Come on. Oh, we're so close. We're so close to leveling up. We have like... Wow. I only need 22 experience to level up. That golem will... This will not give me 22 experience, which is super annoying. Waiting is dangerous in Classic. Sometimes another character solves the problem for you. Sometimes they steal the item. You have to wait an hour for it to respawn. Is that true? Is it truly an hour's long respawn? Hello there, Lemonade. Your little tiny gnome on your little chocobo. It's obviously a chocobo. You'd like to send in your resume for the backup guild. You're wearing a suit and tie. You can be trusted. Well, nobody untrustworthy would say that. Strife. Yes. I'm not taking things off you. He's a level 58 gnome warrior already. My goodness. What do you need? Do you wish for some oil? You have been busy preparing for strength and anticipating your own improvement. I see. I'm not taking items and or equipment off you. I do not wish to ruin... However, right, okay. Okay, this is a Lalafell on a chocobo. We will give him time. We cannot punt him yet. We will kick him soon. There is a problem going on. I'm listening. You have my attention, if not my interest. Whilst we have learned that you wish to wield 2 weapons, we are concerned you may lack strength. Well, that concern is just... That's insulting. Alright? That's straight up insulting. Do you not think that I can use both hands at the same time? I've been to a performing arts university. You have no idea what these digits can do. Bro just called me weak. We know how you will reach that pinnacle. Steroids. It's drugs, isn't it? It's straight up drugs. Because I'll take them as this character. But we have this to aid you. A steamy romance novel. Well, if that's not going to train the old wrist strength, nothing will. Okay, I will take the steamy romance novel, and suddenly grip strength has improved tenfold. Do I need to give you some money for it? The union urges you to read this. As Nani... Hang on, no, we can do this as Ben Starr. As Nani glided up, the grizzled warrior gave her a hard stare. I suppose you're here to collect the reward for killing those murlocs. Her eyes wandered down to the glowing broadsword at his side. That depends on what the reward is, Marcus. She twirled her hair playfully, pretending not to notice how he shifted uncomfortably in her presence. I may not want it. Marcus stepped toward her, bristling with a mixture of fear and anger. The reward is not negotiable. He paused for a moment, whilst gathering his nerve, and pressed himself against her diminutive form. Their lips met hotly, melting her frost armor spell in a torrent of sweltering vapor. So, Is there another step to this quest? She teased, her eyes glittering with excitement. This goes on for several hundred more pages without advancing the plot. That was steamy. I am now better at things. You will be maximizing your DPS greater than any other within all of Azeroth. Yes! Let's go and hit things. Thank you for the book. This is never leaving the inventory. We are carrying that forever. 100 pages of edging, which is good, because I use swords. That is staying in the inventory forever. We are going to read a steamy romance novel over Illidan's corpse. That's what we're going to do. We are going to take this to the Burning Crusade all the way there. Fully worth it. 100% worth it. You will give me experience. How am I doing today? Woe too, things just got a lot better. Things just got a lot better. I'm loving this session of Clip Channel Live. That's pretty much all this stream is now. It's just Clip Channels again. Right, we've just hit level 16, which is great. And I've got 56 silver. Which means we head back to Stormwind, purchase possibly some armor, and then head to the Deadmines. Let's see who's ready for Deadethy Mines. Rage, darling, you wish to Deadmine? You want to do it? You want to be the old DPS or tank or whatever you're doing? Is this the first warrior? This is not the first warrior. This is, however, the first meta warrior. You do indeedy. Brilliant. Drop me one invite now? Yes, Abba's invite. Cool. Big heads up, leveling in arms is much better. It might be, but I'm not going to. I'm leveling in fury. I've just got... This is an arms and legs warrior. Abba's has invited. We can't do that. Abba's, we need to have rage. So I will leave this party. Hang on. Agreed to take rage. Rage, you're coming with us. You would like to put Healy spells all over the party. Give me 10, I'll invite you. That's fine. You take 10 minutes. I'm going to go and... I'm going to be doing this for what? No, don't worry. Later, though. You guys go with another DPS. And we'll dungeon DM later. Don't worry, guys. We've still got 10 minutes until we've got to actually go. I need to go and get some warrior skills and potentially buy some shoes and or gloves. I'm not going to level wrong. So why do people say arms is better to level with? Reduce the cost of heroic strike, increase parry chance, increase bleed and rend, increase thunderclap, increase chance to resist. No, I'm just going to use fury. Full DPS. Full deeps. Full send. Back to Stormwind. Let's go and purchase some stuff from the auction house. Ideally some boots and possibly some gloves or some arms. Fury is very gear dependent. That's fine, we'll just get the gear. We will just get the gear. Red Sky, that was lovely. I do not mind you giving me silly roleplay things in the game. That's totally fine. I'm glad that people aren't giving me, like, items and gold. Silly roleplay, totally cool. That improves everyone's day. The meta is Fury because you get sweeping strikes. The meta is be a streamer because then you can organize a guild or a run to do whatever you want all the time. The book took us nearly a week to get. Seriously, how do you get the book? How on earth did you get that book? Like, I'm guessing you can't just go to a shop and buy it? That's brilliant. We had to have a 70 rogue in a guild pickpocket it. No way. It's the Burning Crusade trash mob item you get from pickpocketing. You guys just ran repeated Burning Crusade stuff with a maxed out rogue pickpocketing every enemy until you finally got the Steamy romance book. And then you gave it to me. It's a sign to be a rogue. Thank you. Up to about 40 or 50, arms, out, two-handed DPS, out DPS Fury, and dual wielders offhand misses a lot. Right, I'm going to listen to all of the maths, and then I'm going to reply with, it doesn't bother me, I'm leveling as Fury, I will equip whatever big weapon does the most damage. That's it. That's the level of complexity that we're going with. I will be equipping big sword, or axe, or hammer, any of them to be honest. Big weapon, good. Swing, do damage, good hit. 2 weapons is more weapons, so that's more DPS. You know what? That is true. Walk 2, straight up true. Just wait till 2 big weapons. Oh, don't tease me. I will be using 2 swords, because 2 swords is more sword than 1 sword. And 1 sword does DPS, whereas 2 swords does 2 DPS. Maths. Right, warrior training seems to be this way. Within Stormwind. I'll tell you what, warrior training is quite bloody far away, isn't it? God damn, the command center. Oh, these buildings are recognized from Warcraft 3. That is objectively the correct way to play. Just use the strongest weapon you have. Use the weapon that looks cool. Master Wood. You know what? After reading that Steamy romance novel, I think I have. Where are you, warrior trainer? You're not down here. Maybe you're up here. I just require skills. Aha! Warrior trainer. Right, what can you teach me? Heroic strike rank 3. Beautiful! Right, we've leveled that up. And mocking blow. A moderate amount of threat. Oh, forces the target to attack me. Demoralizing shout. Reduces the melee attack power of all enemies. And shield bash. Revenge. And shield block. What a terrible, terrible thing. Revenge. Instantly counteract an enemy for 50 or 60 damage and a high amount of threat. Must follow a block, dodge, or parry. Well, I'm not going to use that because I can't afford to buy it. Right. I've bought myself some better stuff, but I am also useless. I cannot afford revenge. I am also not a tank. So it does not matter. Scav says, who can change my note? I potentially can. Scav, what's your note? Let's get rid of the offline members. There you are. What note do you wish? Oh, I cannot change the note. I think only somebody else can. Demo shout is not a DPS increase. It's not. Therefore is effectively useless. Right, which way am I going? Hang on. This way. And then this way. Oh, here we are. I know where I am now. Is there a reason you don't use gold from your other characters? Yeah, this character didn't like that. Swapping to defensive stance. DPS loss. Josh, you're well addicted, mate. No, it's not. It's not addiction. It's consistency. There's a level of consistency going on here. You wouldn't say that a worker that goes to work every day is an addicted worker. You wouldn't be like, oh, wow, my friend, you're turning up to put in your 8-hour shift. What an addicted person you are. You'd say, well done. Here's a raise. Keep going. You're doing good. That's what you'd say. Not addicted, just consistent. The problem is Classic WoW is just really, really well designed. Like, from a personal point of view, I really enjoy so many of the decisions that were made in making this. I like the art style, I like the pacing, I like the abilities, I like the graphics, I like the sound. I like the feedback of fights. I like the smooth movement. There's a lot of stuff that's just good. Right, let's go to Sentinel Hill and let's get ready. I did not have enough silver to afford upgrades, but I just think that maybe if we keep running the Deadmines, I might get some good stuff. Azeroth, not Gielinor. I like both. Look, Forza, look, I can explain. Okay, Jagex Forza has just joined the chat, so I feel that I need to explain what's going on here. Forza, it's not you. I need to take some time to explore me, and I need to sow my wild oats, because all of the scarecrows in Westfall have them. They're in bags scattered around the place, and I need to go and get them back because that was genuinely a quest. But it's over time, what's happened, Forza, is like, you're great. You're great. I just think that we shouldn't lock ourselves down to one digital virtual fantasy landmass. And sometimes you just need to go and see what's out there so you understand and appreciate what, you know, you had. I don't want this to be an ending between us, Forza. You had me at your great. All is forgiven. Oh, God. You should have stopped me before I said half the shit I then said. God damn. Tagus was like, you're great. I'm like, good. Right. 5-minute break before we continue onwards. I've been streaming for an hour and a half. I will see you guys in an hour and a half. Let me give you a quick DVD logo and a little timer. Guys, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to grab a quick bite to eat and a drink. Make sure you stretch your legs, grab a drink, pop to the bathroom. Don't go anywhere, or do. I'm not your dad. Sometimes I wonder why Twitch won't give me front page, and then I think, you know, there's a vast majority of my stream that is just the DVD logo. Maybe I was watching Josh's latest vid about the MMORPG pitch and clicked the Twitch link, and I am live. I'm doing nothing else, alright? I've very much completely understood that my life now, this is it. I live in Azeroth now. I occasionally visit Gielinor on holiday. I have a little holiday home just outside Relica, but the majority of my time is spent within the Deadmines, or, let's be real, the character selection screen. Okay, Jess, who we going with? Who are we dead mining with? Hey Josh, hope you have a great day. Love your content. Jagger, that is too much pressure for me. Can I say that I'll have an adequate day? Great, I think we're reaching too far there. What brand is the sweater? This is the finest whatever Marks and Spencer's sell. Sometimes I just walk into a shop and purchase whatever jumper I happen to see they have. Right, we are doing... Oh, I've got lead, have I? Okay, cool. I've got lead. Who wishes to join? Also, I can't hear you now in case you say anything to me. Right, is Jess streaming? Hang on, Jess is either streaming or not streaming. And there we go. So if you guys, if you want to go and see what Jess is up to, you can pop over and say hi right there. So she is there, she is streaming. We are preparing a guild to go and do the... Yeah. I bought Marks and Spencer's because I'm that guy now. That's who I am. Union, right, needs... Jess, you're a priest. Okay. So need tank and 2 DPS for Deadmines. Tank and 2 DPS. Josh, you're in the Union alts, asking the main Union proper. Thank you very much, Red Sky. I appreciate that. A tank and 2 DPS. Tell them to DM... Oh, tank here. We've got the Pally. Need 2 DPS. We now simply need 2 deeps. The D, the P, and the S. That's what we need. Hey, Josh, I was wondering if you, as a fine British man, could explain the meaning of without further ado. Because the thing is, I never do an A, and I also never adoed further. It's driving me crazy. So, I think what you're doing right there is you're making much ado about nothing. It very much is the idea that an ado is a moment, a worry, a fret, a possible consideration. Whereas what you should do when you don't do ado is when you stop worrying, fretting, considering, moaning, or any level of general input. You stop adoing, you stop worrying, and then you simply go. Inside you are two ados. We once did indeed have an agado. That was true. That was followed by pushing pineapple and shaking a tree. I think the Australians pretty much covered that quite well. We need one more DPS. We simply need one deeps for Scav. You may indeed join the guild. I'm not sure if I've already invited you, but I'll invite you again, see what happens. Beautiful. In one hand is a great tome to train the other hand. Oh, I'm being summoned to Moonbrook. Thank you very much. Hooray. Right, we require one more DPS. Anyone able to invite to the Alts Guild? Yeah, sure. I can invite you. Sort that out for you right now. I think everyone can invite to the Alts Guild. Finally able to catch a stream. Hey, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. You're about to watch us do some Deadmines. Remember, the entire point is max damage at all costs. Alright, so I'm a DPS. Got a mage as a DPS, level 20. Paladin, dwarf, level 16 human priest. This is going to go fine. This will be fine. Let's see what's going on. Ratsmon, let's summon you. I think we've got everything we need. We've got enough damage, we've got enough healing. This is going to be good. As someone named Jess, married to someone named Jess with a brother named Josh, Josh playing with Jess and Josh saying Jess gets confusing in your office. I'm glad it does. Are you still working out, or has the WoW curse started withering me away? I specifically work out in the morning when I wake up, just to make sure that I keep as much muscle mass as I possibly can. I do not want to be losing any of that. Right, let's do this, guys. Let's go. Now, we are following the Sirapali. Caradia Pally, if that's how I... Okay, listen, Spellberry, I was about to say I'm glad and I'm good at the same time, and I ended up saying I'm glad. I was hoping none of you would notice. There was a part of me that was like, if I don't point it out, nobody else will say anything. But then, I swear to God, this dude's been in the Deadmines for 20 years. I have been grinding the Deadmines for longer than some people have been alive. Your accent is so good, I'll forgive you guys for creating Robbie Williams. Thanks. There is nothing wrong with a good old bit of Robbie. Did you not enjoy the film where he was a monkey? Right, I will be sticking the skull over whatever we are focusing down. I am becoming the Deadmines. Yeah, basically, I said I'm glad because I was going to say I'm glad you're enjoying it and I'm good, how are you? But both those words got confused, they got mixed up. I spoke too quickly. I tried to entertain too hard. I'm sorry that I care about you so much that I just want to make sure you're always being entertained. Just want to make sure that you always have something to listen to. Have some words to distract you from the thoughts forming inside. 16 tank in the Deadmines. This will be fine, mate. Don't worry about it. It's also, we've got 2 healers. We've got 2 healers. I trust Pally. I trust Jess. I trust Ratsmon. I trust the mage as well. Cider mage. It's increased entertainment efficiency. Yeah, I won't give you 1 word, I'll give you 2 words. You guys might be thinking, oh, I can only handle 1 word at a time. No, not in this stream, you can't. Just keep an eye on the mage. I'm keeping an eye on nothing but my own DPS. Josh, where are your shoes? Shoes are a DPS waste. Shoes are a DPS decrease. Need to maximize DPS. Why? Don't have strength on them. You give me some shoes that have strength on them, I will happily... Big brain. All armor has strength. If no strength, no need. I am big braining this. You would trust CD Mage with... Oh, is it CD? Is that you, CD? Are you streaming as well? Hang on. Hang. Mike, hold the phone? CD, are you not streaming this? You should be. Let's also pull this magician back toward us and kill everything as we go. Is that you, CD? Knowledge of... Yeah. Only thing that matters is being strong. If not, how do you mark stuff? So, you can click on an enemy to make their little portrait appear in the top, and then you can right-click on the portrait and click Raid Target Icon. Now, normally all the icons have different meanings, such as the half moon is normally turn this thing into a sheep, and the skull is normally kill this thing. So I have it bound via my key bindings that if I target an enemy and press E on the keyboard, it instantly puts the skull above their little nameplate, which means that that's a way of guiding the team or the raid to attack this thing. An angry barefoot man stormed into the mine and killed... Hang on. Merc Sword of the Bear. Oh, it's a 200 sword, but it's not as good as what I've got. Stamina and strength, whereas I've just got +4 strength. It's a good sword, though. It's 10.7 DPS, which is lower than my current DPS, so I don't need it. Why do you have defensive stance on your HUD? Because it has to be there. You know what? That's actually a good point. What if I just... What if I just put battle stance there again? Okay, so no, you can't change that. You have to have that on. I might find a way to get rid of that, though, at some point. Because we're never, ever going to use defensive stance. And in we go. You guys ready? Let's go. The best damage is more damage. I've said this to people before. People are always like, oh, you know, well, if you haven't got defense, then the enemy are going to kill you quicker. Listen, let me give you some maths. Let me show you. Let me drop a knowledge bomb on you right now. You don't want to treat the symptom. You want to treat the cause. The symptom, if you are taking damage, is you die. But the cause of the damage is the enemy. If you treat the symptom by giving yourself more health, that's great. But you have to understand that you aren't actually dealing with the root cause, which is the enemy doing damage. To deal with the cause, you have to kill the enemy. If you kill the enemy, the amount of damage the enemy is doing becomes 0. So damage is actually damage mitigation. You want to mitigate damage? Remove the source of the damage. You want to just, you know, keep taking damage? Yeah, improve your own health. But listen, are we playing to win or are we playing to not lose? Because those things are different. I'm not playing to not lose. I don't want to just delay. I want to win. And we win by killing the enemy. You make a compelling argument. Thank you. All my arguments are compelling. I don't make arguments to lose them. Okay, the paladin's dead. We have 2... Sorry, I was reading chat. Amazing start, Jess. Phenomenally good start. Sorry, I was reading chat. Guys, go and look at her stream right now and look at how guilty she looks. That is a guilty tank, if ever I did see one. I will release spirit and run back with you. But my god, she looks guilty. Go and have a look. This is why I don't want to play tank. Fish and mailed. We'll get him next time. Classic Deadmines. Now, Jess as a tank... Oh, no, Jess isn't a tank. She's a priest. The paladin is level 16, so they're going to require quite a bit of healing. But pop over to Jess's chat and just put an emoji of me staring at her. That works. Just stare.
She cheated on me because she was playing dumb, and dude, oh, I fucking hate that, man.
We are watching. I'm watching her stream as well. Just to check and just to make sure. When I first started playing, I could never find my way back after dying in the Deadmines. Oh, I know exactly. I could get there in my sleep now. We've played this so many times. I could just run all the way back in my sleep. I know where the Deadmines are. I know how the Deadmines work. Favorite dungeon so far? I think the only dungeon so far is the Deadmines. Although, in all seriousness, I think Shadowfang Keep is a really well-designed dungeon. But I also quite liked Alderman. Alderman was nice. Enjoyed that. This is literally your second time running a dungeon ever. Hey, you're doing fine. If you are in the dungeon run right now, you are doing fine. I just got Blizzard. I don't know what I'm doing with my hands. Blizzard is a great spell, but it pulls a load of aggro. So you're doing fine. You're doing totally okay. But it really does do so much aggro, and it makes the enemies want to attack you straight away. So give it... You did nothing wrong. Not at all. We just go slow, and if anything happens, you blame me. Not at all. We go slow, we push through, you blame me. Pull from a distance and pull slowly. I believe you. I trust all of you. You pull from a distance, pull slow. Healers, keep up healing on the pally. CD, get the... or Cider Mage. Once the paladin has got the aggro, focus down either individual enemies that I will skull, or use Blizzard when everything is together. But apart from that, pally, pull when you're ready. Zeppler asked if you were playing hardcore. Oh my god, the first thing she said. We raided Zeppler, and the very first thing she said was, is he playing hardcore? I'm going to clear Deadmines on every class. That's what I'm going to do. Alright. Pull slowly. Do also remember that the lower we are, the lower level we are, the larger our aggro range becomes. Always focus the skull if we can. Are we dead mining? We're dead mining. It's happening. Focus the skull if we can, guys. Focus the evokers. There we go. That's nice. This is totally fine. Good to see the warrior made it to the Deadmines. Will he make it through, though, is the question. The answer is, we don't know. Pally, wait for the mages. Wait for the healers to have full mana before we go in. Callie, give Jess time to get her mana back before we do too many pulls. We're doing okay. Apart from that, we're doing fine. Wait for Jess to drink. The priests need to have the mana. And then the priests will be able to heal you. Once everything is good and ready, we carry on. Focus one thing and stand still with it. This is fine. We're doing okay. Democracy manifest indeed, guys. This is a training run. This is okay. Training runs are needed. So many people who say, oh, I used to love Warcraft, I hope you enjoy the game, don't seem to remember that when they first played the game, they died a lot. And it is okay to die. Positive affirmation if we do this. As long as everyone is willing to learn and get better, everything's fine. Is there a downside of dying in non-hardcore? Just the time loss. That's pretty much it. You obviously have to run back to where you were before, and nobody likes feeling like they've let the team down. But it is very much a team effort. We win as one, we lose as one. Okay, mage, do you have sheep? Polymorph. When a mob is marked with a half moon, sheep it. Alright. Apart from that, nobody attack the half moon. And then we kill that mob first. Sheep one, kill other. Then boss. Lovely. Right, Defias Watchman first, let's go. And now boss. This should give us, hopefully, a nice new weapon. Let's keep the battle shout up on everyone. Everyone else keep this going on, this is good. That Watchman will be unsheeping sometime soon. Good sheep. Good sheeping. Making sure we're supporting as and when we can. I like how you say half moon while people normally say moon. Well, a moon would be a full circle. That's a half moon. So it's a crescent moon in a way. Yeah, excellent sheeping. All round, to be fair. And now we're hitting a decent amount of DPS. The Paladin's holding the aggro, which is honestly going great. There we go. Hey, you got the hammer and the Defias Rapier. That's a relatively rare drop. Okay. I've never seen that before. The Defias Rapier, sword, 1.6 speed. And the Raxor's hammer. It's way more damage. It is very rare. I don't need it. Now, that's a two-handed mace. It's slower, but the DPS is higher, so I am going to need... Now, can't equip it, can't use maces. But I will get it next time. We got the big hammer. Now, there is a better weapon from the next enemy. The next mini-boss. There is a very rare axe. I think it's an axe that it can drop. We actually saw it yesterday. It's a 10% drop chance. I'll see if I can get it up for you. Hang on. Let's see what it is. It was from Sneed. It was the Sneed Shredder. There was a decent weapon we saw that was unlikely to drop. It may have been the 20% axe chance. Cookie has a two-handed mace. I did not realize that. Alright, Evoker next. Is Smite's Mighty Hammer the best? Probably. If we get Smite's Mighty Hammer, I'm using it. Aaron, lovely to see you again too. Welcome back to the stream. Everyone focus this Evoker first. Keep the Paladin alive. We don't have enough kicks right now, which is super annoying. I actually used an ability there that lowers my own personal DPS, which goes against my code. Don't worry about keeping me alive too much. We're doing fine as far as everything goes. I thought Cookie's Meat Tenderizer was a one-handed mace, and it's Smite's Mighty Hammer that's the two-handed mace. With a 10% drop chance, there is a coin toss chance of it dropping in 7 tries. Jess is out of mana, that's fine. We switch in the healers. This is going to be tough, but I think we're going to do it. Right, glass of milk. Where are you, Jess? There you go, have some milk. Enjoy the milk. And now we continue. I will learn to use a mace in the future. Damage goes up, stamina goes up. This is great. CD can make more water. Guys, this is going fine. You can go slow. We go slow, we pull as and when we can, we focus down 1 or 2 mobs at once. Does standing behind the enemy as a warrior matter much? I suppose standing behind as any physical DPS will ultimately be the right idea. Because you prevent the enemy from parrying you. So you always want to be behind them if you can. Spellbinder Vest. Makes you smart. Isn't what I need. Let's see if Minor Johnson's down here. Could possibly be a rare spawn. Hey! With the pally leveled up. Fantastic. Congrats. Yes! Minor Johnson, the rare, is indeed here. Let's go! Okay, Defias Minor first then, shall we? Then we take on Minor Johnson. Let's see what we got. This is beautiful. Right, so the enemy can still dodge, but they can't parry you if you attack them from behind. This is great. Alright, give us something rare. Hey, the Miner's Cape, 6 stamina. Does not increase my damage. My agility increases my damage, and so I stay with that. Bear in mind, we might need to deal with the patrol sometime soon. All melees do it from behind. They do. It's just the way they prefer to do things. Alright, kill the miner first, then we'll go and get the evoker. That was a good Frost Nova. Right there. That was a very good Frost Nova. Good job. You have learned very basic and important lessons, and you have improved a lot as a player. Thanks, Dad. From what I can tell, this obviously might be the tank's job, but the more you can take off the tank's plate, the better. Guiding the DPS as kind of like a focus by using the skull symbol seems to be one of the most vital things for making sure that you're killing something as opposed to killing nothing. Because if you get attacked by 5 enemies, if every person is focusing on a different enemy, you almost kill 5 things and then die. Whereas if you focus down 1 enemy at a time, you will definitely kill 1 thing. Then you've only got to take the damage from 4. Then you definitely kill another. Then you take the damage from 3. Mathematically, you actually take less damage overall by focusing 1 thing at a time. Becomes very important when certain mobs are more deadly than others. Especially when you've got the casters and stuff like that that you need to focus down. Now, I would say that normally deciding who needs to die first would be a tank job. However, what's behind this door? Stun room. Goblins. I would say that deciding what dies first is a tank issue. However, tanks already have a lot to think about. So, if I, as a DPS, can take something off the tank and hopefully guide the rest of the team to kill this first, if I recognize that something is more or less dangerous, hopefully that's a bit of a useful thing. What I might even do ultimately is keybind all of the symbols to my keyboard somewhere. So we can skull, we can half moon, we can diamond as and when we need to. Some of you are annoyed that this character is wearing clothes. Listen, the point of this character, I've explained this so many times, I don't get why people don't get this. The point of this character was not, you can't wear clothes. It was, it can only make decisions that improve DPS. So the fact that all of the armor I'm wearing has inherent strength bonuses on it. That's why I'm wearing them. The point was never, don't wear clothes. The point was wear clothes that increase DPS. Right, pull things one at a time, we're doing good. I have not played Mugenics yet, no. Heard it's good, though. The only problem with the two-handed sword is because it swings so slowly, a missed attack is actually quite a substantial DPS loss. Because I want to keep doing this huge big swing attack, obviously. Buccaneer's Braces, intellect and stamina does not give me damage. Yeah, miss, parry and dodging is a problem. What that might mean is that I need to get into a point where I eventually... I want to get two swords. One of them I want to be Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker, and the other I would like to be the offhand Glaive of Azeroth. At level 20 you can wield two swords. Two swords will do more damage than one sword, because one sword can only do 1 DPS, whereas two swords can do 1 DPS twice. Which would actually, it's one sword does 1 DPS. But two swords would actually do 1 times 1 DPS. Which would be 1 twice. DPS means damage per sword. So if I'm only got 1 sword, I'm actually only doing 1 damage per sword. But if I have 2 swords, I'm doing 1 damage per sword, 2. How do I maintain the perfect hair? I just put too much gel in it. I'm a child of the 90s, which means it's either Shockwaves or Brill Cream. I don't know if you guys remember that. Shockwaves was the one. Normally I've got my hair gel on my desk. Wet Look Brill Cream. That's who I am inside. Inside you are 2 swords. One of them is covered in Brill Cream. That's how it got in there. The other one wants to know what happened to the Warlock. The red tub. Hell yeah! That's horrible for your hair, to be honest. Yeah, I know. I'm not making good decisions here. I'm just making decisions. Your dad still uses Brill Cream. Brill Cream is the dad cream. Oh god, I shouldn't have said that. Oh, you said that your dad uses Brill Cream, and I just said that Brill Cream... Oh, that's a soundbite I didn't want to exist. Full-on baited into saying that. My god, earlier I said I love the D and the P and the S, and now I've just said that's the dad cream. God damn, this is a... It's not even Saturday. And yet here we are. Visa is going to eat well this week with all the stuff he's going to be getting. Right, slows the time between your attacks. Oh my goodness, I got feared. And yet my man has no fear. Let's get back into the Sneed. It's Wild Wednesday, that's what it is. It's hump day. There's too much humping going on in here. We are doing absolutely fine. The damage do be flowing though. Just got to make sure that I'm hitting all these heroic strikes. Yeah, there we go. The Buzzer Blade. It actually would do more damage than I'm currently doing, but it's a dagger, And it's very important that it also looks cool. Josh, do I know no fear? No. A brave man is not the man who knows no fear. A brave man is the man who feels fear and does something anyway. You've got a chest piece since the last time you saw this character, and a cloak, and a better sword. I just like the class fantasy of having a sword. It very much appeals to me. And they went down. The gold-flecked gloves, massive increase for the casters. Big, big caster gloves right there. When am I going to do a dance stream with Emzy? At some point in the future, I probably will. She's a good dancer. Beware of the patrol. Be wary of the patrol. But apart from that, we can keep going forward. Warlocks can wield swords. Sword locks? You bet I'm a good dancer. I know all the moves. I can throw down with the best of them. I can get jiggy with it in the discotheque. I've listened to Will Smith's rap. I know exactly what I'm doing. Don't you think I don't? Let's go with this one first then, shall we? I know all the steps to the Macarena. Can I am hippity to the hoppity. Hip, hop, and you know what? Sometimes you don't stop. Very much out here unk-maxing and dad-pilled. Parents would never understand the levels of jiggy that I get with it. Can I dance to the Men in Black? The Galaxy Defenders? Of course I can. Alright. Right, this is a problem. This is indeed a problem. Tank, try and gather them together if you can. Mage, give us some AoE if at all possible. Apart from that, we're going to focus on the strip miners. Then we're going to get down to the Taskmasters. There we go. Let's focus on the Taskmasters if we can. Then we'll get rid of the Wizards. Stay away from the Wizards if at all possible. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Right, Jessabless, you stay alive. I'm going to try and kill this wizard if at all possible. I'm too far away from you right now. God damn! Let me get at you, wizard. I have been frozen, which is very irritating. Done. Now we kill this evoker. The patrol, thankfully, has not shown up, which is good. Jess is out of mana, that's okay. You just use your old... Use the wand. Very well controlled, guys. Excellent. Excellent teamwork. Great work all around there. Good team. Now, who else needs... Have a glass of milk. That was a good... Show DPS meter. The DPS meter is just a smiling face. Just a thumbs up. Dad cream. Did I learn nothing from chest milk? The two combined. Out of banner. Means healers will not be able to heal as much. Tells the tank to start... Tells the tank to start panicking. Pyfox just said, oh no. Pyfox, the first thing you've ever said in this chat is just the words, oh no. I think that is a really good way of explaining what this chat is. Someone said in chat earlier that I completely agree with, I'm glad this stream is free. And I think what they meant was, it's a good thing that they don't have to pay for it because they wouldn't. And you know what? I kind of agreed. Big drop for the spellcasters today. This stream is free and some of you still want a refund. It's a free stream and it's worth every penny. Now this is the room that we need to be careful in. This is the be extremely careful room coming up. The low amount of ads is actually so relieving. Well, you said that, have an ad. Gideon, I think the reason the low amount of ads for you is so relieving is because you have Prime. You don't see them. Why do I have no shoes? Shoes were DPS waste. The high amount of ads is so relieving. Well, fine, I'm gonna specifically delay the next ad. What ads? You got an ad blocker? Yeah, go for it. If you want to have an ad blocker, you do that. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for doing it, let's be fair. That's a Doritos ad. I could do with some Doritos right now. I love product. I'm training the foot calluses. You don't need shoes if your entire foot is a shoe. Look, we're not always wearing gloves. We just understand that training the hands to have calluses helps with grip. And what are feet if not the hands of the legs? What is a toe if not the finger of a foot? Shoes are simply gloves for your legs. Alright. Try and pull like one or two. Leg hands. Are you trying to get enough grip to walk up walls? Already can, mate. I'll tell you what I have discovered. Warriors press far fewer buttons than rogues. Like, lots of Fury Warrior does just seem to be auto-attack. Just stand behind the enemy and hit them with a big sword. Mr. AJ Bear. Josh, does that mean that licking the toes is the same as licking your fingers? First of all, AJ Bear, what you do in your free time is up to you. Alright? How you want to eat your KFC, entirely your choice. Will I judge you? Yeah, a little bit. I will a little bit. If I walked into the room and I saw somebody eating a KFC chicken drumstick by holding it with their toes, first of all, I would be impressed, disgusted, equal measured, both of those. Why am I not using Heroic Strike? I am, it's right there. Hey, Mr. Streamer, I see you're playing WoW badly. This makes me happy. Good. Only God can judge you, and believe he thinks you're a freak. A straight up freak. But that's okay. There's nothing wrong with him thinking that. Just double checking. No important emails have come through. You guys have gone quite... You've backed off on me a little bit since we started talking about KFC with your toes. And I need you to understand that this is a safe space. We can talk about those kind of things. So don't give up on me now. Don't go back on me. Some of you have started talking more, which is equally scary. We weren't prepared. Please don't. Safe space talk again. Yes. This is a place where we can talk about eating KFC with your toes without too much judging. Some judging. How'd the collab go yesterday? Pretty good, actually. Apollo, it's okay. It's okay. Come here. You're alright, boy. Personally, you're here for the dad cream. Kane, I hate the fact that you made me say that out loud. Sometimes I need to read sentences before I say them. The problem is that I can sight read, which means sometimes what happens is I will read the sentence as I am discovering it as well. We are learning at the same time. And that makes it bad. Right, hang on, we've got to get... Apollo, do you want to come up here? Come on. You're scared. Come here. Come here, you little big floof. Yeah, there we go. You can sit on me, that's fine. But, okay, I've got to do my job now. Apollo, you can stay there, that's okay. I've got to... Right, killing the remote control goblin, are we? Focus on the engineer, may as well. Focus the engineer. Yeah, he's doing good. You guarded me. You are a good boy. Good boy, aren't you? Yes, you are. Hello. Hello, good boy. Oh, thank you for tapping my hand with your paw. That's very kind. Did I get taps? Do I get licks next? Oh, yeah, I do. There's a precious little floof. He's a precious little floofy boy. Everything about him is great. I had to take my hand off the mouse then for a second, which was always difficult. Oh, can you see on the camera? He just put his paw over my arm. He does that when he feels nervous. He puts his paw over my arm whenever he feels nervous because he wants me to kind of just reassure him and protect him. He's a Japanese Spitz. He puts his paw over my arm. He's like, hey, stay there. Stay with me for a moment. A little bit nervous, a little bit worried about stuff. That's okay. That's fine. I'll be here. Here to do a big protector. I feel better now, boy? Yeah, you do. It's okay. The stream makes everyone a bit nervous. You good? Yeah, you are. Hey, Paul? Oh, good boy! Good boy! Ram. Alright, you good? Yeah, you're better now, aren't you? Okay. One more time. Ready? Paul? Paul? Hey. Paul? You're distracted by the outside, aren't you? Alright, come on. Let's put you down for a moment. There we go. Oh. Now he's calm. Okay. Everything's fine. Always right with the world. Let's go. And some people are saying, oh wait, if I click X, does that mean I pass? Yes. I thought I could only need and greed. Need always takes priority. Edge Bastard Sword of the Bear. Ooh. And I'm using the Edge Bastard Sword of Strength. +3 stamina, +3 strength. It would do less damage to me, so I will pass. I mean, I thought I couldn't pass in Classic. Ah, you can! You can indeed. Doggo denied the high five. That's fine. I'm not going to force him to do something. Just got full-on cute mogged. That's fine. You guys are saying that the dog's cuter than me. I mean, you'd be spot on true. That's just right. Oh yeah, don't forget to shout to make myself stronger. Occasionally yell. Good morning, Moss. Welcome to the stream. Jas, what happened to the rogue? It's getting old now, guys. Like me. It's getting old. I mean, it's still good. Not as good as it was. Also like me. The rogue will still be used in the future. Worry not. Is banning happening today? I don't think so. I don't think... How much am I leveling off stream? I'm not. Everything is being done on stream. Everything is purely an on-stream moment. Think of it as wine. It gets better with age. Yes. Horfcut's on a 7-stream streak. You've got a habit going on. Habits are good. Habits are what we need. Kill the craftsman before the engineer if we can. Yeah, there we go. Because these guys do stupid amounts of magic damage. Then we get the engineer done. Yep. Engineer next. The rogue is going to be fundamental in getting more books to read. Yes, I will read more of those erotic books. For those of you who are not here for the erotic book reading, worry not, it will happen again. It's not a habit. It's a process that improves your life. Unlash, good morning to you. Did he find the milk book? I was gifted the Steamy romance novel book. And I will continue to read it later until morale improves. Right, everyone's got better physical damage, which is pretty much just me and the paladin. Cool goggles, by the way, the pally's wearing. Very cool goggles. Morale will not improve. Well, not with that attitude, it won't. If we keep going as best we can, morale will slowly improve. Right, what's Glind? What are you going to give me, Glind? The Smelting Pants, Stamina and Spirit, and the Intellect Finger. Mr. Smite's Reaver has a very low chance of dropping. 37% chance, but Strength and Stamina, way more DPS. Let's get that if we can. They're still making steamy romance novels to this day. Oh, good! The daily ban has not happened yet. We will find someone. Someone at some point will be banned. Worry not with who it is. Right, let's go. My movement speed is reduced pretty substantially, so forgive me for the time being. We kill the Goblin Craftsman first, then we take on the final boss. Let's see. Deadmines, indeed. The Deadmines just give good drops for pretty much everyone. You know, the Leather Wearers get an entire set. The Mages get the ring and the good staff. The Warriors get the axe and the hammers. In fact, is there a single class that does not benefit from the Deadmines? But Josh, I'm going to play my Hamburger Samurai game now. Tremsy, thank you for letting me know. I feel my day would have been worse had I have not known that. Good luck with your Hamburger Samurai game. The Druid, does the Druid not get served by the Deadmines? Does the Deadmines have nothing for a Druid? Lavishly jeweled ring. God damn, that's a good ring for someone. And there is a chest. There's a chest over here, guys. Let's see what we're going to get, if anything good. Come on, give me a nice big sword. The Spellbinder robe. Don't need it. I'll take the money. Hey, got some more chest milk. Fantastic. Who would like some chest milk? I think the mages probably would. The mages and the priests. Beware of the patrol coming from behind as well. Mages can make chest milk for free. No, they can make water for free. It's milk from a chest. That's all it is. What's a rogue's favorite drink? I don't know. What is a rogue's favorite drink? Subtlety. Ha! That's quite funny. Right, let's fight this thing first, then get ready to do the... I will temporarily tank. Let's pull. Line of sight pull if we can, guys. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Good work. Why are mages so polite? I don't know. Why are they so polite? They have a lot of manners. That's quite good. That's quite funny. In many ways, possibly too funny. Alright, this guy's up next. Do you already think in WoW terms when doing real life things? I do now, actually. I do. Which is something that I've found quite damaging and harmful in the rest of my everyday life. I'm working out what classes people would be. I'm asking them if they'd like some chest milk. I'm saying if they want to come and beat up some miners with me. I'm generally asking if I can get behind people so I can do more damage. It's definitely... It's reminding me that not everyone is going to get the reference. Josh, what stats do my jumpers give me? Plus 10 cozy pilled. And it gives me the buff comfort maxing, which just makes me feel better about myself in general. How many people did I drown? Too many. Legally, I can't say. I can't believe that I've got a hammer on me that does more damage per second, but I can't use it because I don't know how to use hammers. I need someone to teach me how to use a hammer. Who teaches hammers? I assume it's in Stormwind. No, hammers and axes might be Ironforge. It's probably the dwarves, isn't it? The dwarves like chunks of metal. It'll be one of Jess's lot, because she's a dwarf. Focus the skull if you can. There we go. As long as everyone's focusing the same thing, we're all good. Excellent DPS. You're streaming WoW, but you're dressed like you're working in an SaaS company. What is that? Ooh, hang on, stamina. Agility? Agility gives me damage. I'm going to need those. Agility is a damaging stat. Therefore, that technically increases my DPS. Beautiful. Right, hit chance 11.14. 11.44, that is a DPS increase. That is a direct DPS increase. Do not jump with the gunpowder, remember. Oh, software as a service. They're calling me a consultant. Right, that's an insulting thing to say. Do I need to consult? Do you require a consultation? First time I've been able to catch a stream. Well, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you are having a lovely day. Gave a setup for a joke but wasn't seen. Sorry. Sorry, Ranger. Hang on. Let me roll back in. Ooh, the Grunt Axe of Strength. It's a one-handed axe. It's a good axe. But I don't know if I need it because it's not a... I'll greed it and I'll sell it if I don't get it. But apart from that, it's not a direct damage increase. The numbers aren't green. The build is very much coming online. We've got damage, 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 damage. Everything does damage. If we get the Smite's Reaver, I'll be very happy. To a man with a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. Right, who else we got? Okay, Mr. Smite's Mighty Hammer would be amazing. Agility and strength. Oh, god damn, that'd be great if we get that. Alright, Smite's Mighty Hammer has a 20% drop rate. The Reaver has a 32. That's still good. The quarter zip has been appropriated by accountants. It has, hasn't it? The voice acting is amazing. Do not be teasing the voice acting. To a man with a nail, what does the problem look like? Very... looks like a picture to be hung. Alright, cool. Patrol's here. Let's do this first. Focus these guys, then patrol. Alright, DPS, just keep the DPS focused on this thing. And after this, we're going for the wizard. Alright, Pally's down. That was a problem because we got stuck behind the patrol as well. Damn it. The problem there was the patrol. We handled everything apart from walking back. Should have walked back first. Not a bad try. Patrol got us. That's a wipe. That's fine. Patrols happen. Always keep an eye on the patrols. Need more DPS gear. I didn't do enough damage to survive. DPS. Damage. trying to think of a thing that says damage allows survival. Damage... something... damage provides survivability. That's what it should be. Thank you. Damage provides survivability. If enemy dead, incoming damage, low. Do patrols spawn randomly after each boss and they follow us? The best crowd control is just killing the crowd. Like I always say to people learning Magic the Gathering, player removal is removal. Damage provides survivability. DPS. After this, I will learn how to hammer. I will finish the Deadmines, and then I will go and learn how to pound better. Then I will return. Yes, in Dungeons and Dragons, the best debuff that you can give an opponent is death. Death is a very good debuff. Rage Darling, who is healing this dungeon, is also online right now. You can pop over and say hi to her. Jessabless right there from the Union. When someone says pat, means patrol spotted. We'll likely see them. We run. Likely see them as we run back. That's fine. This is learning. This is all a learning process. Are all the enemies back now? Not all. Some may have respawned, but not all of them. Just try to avoid pulling any that we didn't kill. Why do hunters get smashed in bars? Dunno. Do tell. Is it because they're sexy? I bet it's because they're sexy. Cast us first if we can, guys. Cast us first. Are mages and wizards the same thing? In regards to players, yes. In regards to enemies, not always. An enemy mage may do something different to an enemy wizard. It depends exactly what the title of that enemy is. Is the skull a priority target? Yes. All DPS. Focus skull. Usually enemy. Rat, are you also watching the stream? I will just talk you through the... I'll talk you through the tactics of why we use certain symbols for certain things. If you're there, I will talk you through. Only one monitor. Got it. Gotcha. Skull means kill first. Gotcha. Ego on this guy. The live stream. The only one. I'm not mansplaining, I'm mana-splaining. Because it's how you use the mana. Right, that would do less damage. Sergeant's Warhammer of stamina. Don't need stamina. What class is this? Warrior. Fury Warrior. Everything has dead, isn't it? Okay. Shortcut. Hey. I can't believe Jess. Jess just said I wasn't paying attention. We know. I take it back. She's not sorry at all. I did need it purposely. God damn. She's not paying attention. She's needing on stuff that she doesn't need on. God damn, the absolute audacity. The first thing you notice about Jess, if you ever meet her, is the audacity. Josh, my girlfriend hates it when I watch your videos. How do I make her see the vision? Get her involved as well. Sit down. Make it a date night. Make it a lovely date night. We'll all sing together. We'll all sit in a circle, sing Kumbaya. Jess is just a hunter in a priest's body, which I think is what most hunters aspire to on the weekend. You can enjoy some product as well. Yeah, sit down, enjoy a stream, purchase some product. Why don't you and her just sit and both have a romantic sip from the same cup of some gamer subs? Purchased, of course, using code JOSH to get 10% off. What colours do I think Jean-Luc Picard would be? Oh god, he's gotta be. Do you mean in Magic the Gathering? Oh god, probably blue, green and white. I can't see him being red because of the aggro, and I can't see him being black because that will be about sacrificing your own creatures. And even though he does do that in a couple of captain things, I think they might even make him... they might make him a 5-colour. He might be the generic 5-colour commander. Riker would be red and white. Riker would be Boros. I think. What colours would Kirk be then? Kirk, I think, would be black, white and red. Chat, is Josh going to be stuck in the forever loop of leveling a character to 30, then level gets slow, then he rerolls and has 100 level 30 alts? No, Spades. We discussed this earlier. You can only have up to 50 characters. So what I think is going to happen is, I'm going to get 50 characters to level 70 eventually. Do I see myself being on a Commander YouTube episode ever? I've done a game of Commander with the Manasplaining guys. In fact, I think if you go on Manasplaining's Instagram and have a look at their highest viewed reels of all time, I think it's me. But I've had a chat with the professor from Tolarian Community College, and he is totally okay with me maybe coming to do an episode of Shuffle Up and Play at some point. He's fine with that. I've had a couple of chats with Brian before. He's a nice guy. Oh, the interaction in that game was silly. I mean, I didn't create that, obviously. Someone else worked that out. But Tolarian, the professor, is a very nice, very kind of easy to chat to guy. I've had some very good interactions with him. Josh, you're giving away the game with the stream title. Be funnier if people didn't know about my adversarial reality. Have you guys noticed that since putting don't backseat or if you backseat I play worse in the stream title, people have stopped doing that? You would watch a Shuffle Up and Play with me in it. The problem in Sreech is, and I need to be real here, I don't like Commander. I'm not a big fan of Commander in general. So what you would probably see is that I would play a deck that I either don't need to pay too much attention to, or I would play a deck that tries to lock the game down. The reason I don't like Commander is because I really like competitive Magic the Gathering. I love 60-card Modern, I love Draft, I love... Ooh, Bandit, Cinch of the Eagle, Intellect and Stamina, don't need it. I love Draft, I love Pre-Modern, I even like Standard, to some degree. Commander, to me, is about matching the energy of the people that you want to play with. If you want to play a super competitive game of Commander, then it's pretty much who can resolve Thassa's Oracle in turn 3 or turn 2 first. if you want to play a super casual bracket 1 game of Commander, then it's not even about playing Magic the Gathering as much as it is about sitting down and having a nice chilled out night with your mates. I get that as well. And if you want to play like a bracket 3 or 4 or even 5 game, then yeah, you're trying to win, but you're not trying to win too hard. Which to me is a really weird balance to find. Because I run in one of my Commander decks, it's a Planeswalker deck, and I pretty much run board sweeper tribal. Every single destroy all creatures is in there. Because I use Planeswalkers that make tokens and then just repeatedly board wipe. That's pretty much what happens. And nobody likes that. So the reason that I dislike Commander is because it often... I mean, Tolarian's done a great video on this. Commander has become... This is why I dislike it. Commander has become one of the ways that most people seem to learn Magic. And I think Commander teaches Magic in a inefficient way. You don't see the same cards repeatedly, so you don't learn the interaction. You don't necessarily learn about priority and the stack well enough. You need to keep track of a huge amount of additional information. So I think that the games that I've played against people who have learned how to play Commander, learned how to play Magic through Commander, often make a couple of mistakes or a couple of misplays that they don't think matter, but actually kind of does. Like, I've seen people say, okay, I'm going to declare my attacks, here are all of my attacks, and someone straight away be like, okay, cool, take the damage, and take the damage straight away. And I'm thinking, what you've done there is you've actually skipped the declare blockers step, which some people do need to know. I love playing competitive games with tight rules. Competitive games with tight rules, I am all about. Commander is a casual, fun, enjoyable experience. And it's all about working out what kind of game you want with somebody else. I think what I dislike about Commander is that no one feels comfortable attacking anyone else, when you really should feel comfortable attacking somebody else, because otherwise the game just goes on forever. In a 1 versus 1 game, you know exactly who you're attacking. Alright, Smite, give me your Reaver. I know that your hammer is the most common drop, but I would like your Reaver, please. Smite's Mighty Hammer. Damage, agility, and strength. It's a decent hammer. It's a slow hammer, but it is a pretty decent hammer. I'm going to need that because that's going to be a big DPS increase if I get it. There we go. Smite. Was Mr. Smite a boss? Yes. That's a big hammer time. How does it look? Looks pretty good. How does that look? That looks the same but green. Okay, careful here. We don't want to pull the whole boat. I have a hammer racial proclivity. Mace. Okay, cool. 2-handed maces. Does a hammer count as a mace? I suppose, yeah, okay. We're going to go left on... Oh! Pally says we are going to go left on boat. It's unusual, but okay. It's a crazy idea, but okay. Left on the boat. Wouldn't normally happen. Right, kill this companion first. It walks you around the back so you don't pull the top. That can work. That can totally work. Cookie first is a good hardcore strat for safety. Okay, I'll take it. Just keep the paladin alive. Pirate next. The companion basically does nothing anyway. Left means cookie dies first and more expensive for leveling. How is it more expensive for leveling? Ah, he said copy, which means got it. Yes. Rast did indeed say copy. He's doing really well. Oh, they meant experience. Right, gotcha. More experience for leveling. I see. This group is doing very, very well. When can I use Smite's hammer? Level 18. I can use Ragzor's hammer now. I need 2 more levels for Smites. But it will be... Okay, 5.9, 7.9, agility and strength. Big increase. Josh, say Coke without your lips touching. You always say that. I saw the same YouTube short that you did. Whenever you say to someone, try and say a word without your lips touching, they do this weird thing where they kind of push their lips out and specifically try and do it without the knowledge that you would just do that with most words anyway. Right, Cookie next. Let's do this. Let's pull him back if possible. He resisted my slam. Cookie, do not resist the slam, or I will take you to the jam. Is Cookie the most famous Murloc? I would say they are, yeah. Cookie's got to be the most famous Murloc. Like, if you said someone name a Murloc and they played WoW, most people would say Cookie. Cookie's Tenderizer. No way. That is a one-handed mace that straight up does more damage than my double-handed sword. It's faster, it does more damage, it's +6 strength. That is a mace that I'm going to need, and I'm going to use it. However, somebody else may take it. Pally, you've got it. That is your mace now. Huge mace upgrade. I've got 2 hammers. I'm good. Not too worried about getting those, because we've already got 2 good hammers. Are you going to go arms or fury? Fury, because I'm so angry. Go in fury because I'm an angry boy. Is 2 hammers as good as 2 knives? When I can dual wield, it actually might be. Not angry at us, Godswald. No, not angry at you. You've done nothing wrong. You're an absolute darling. You're a little cutie pie. I wish you could triple wield. That's when you have to tense the buttocks. Have a sword lined up there just in case. How many classes have I tried? Everything except Druid. The Blackwater Cutlass. Not more damage than I've currently got. Somebody else can have it. The Greed Roll gets it to CD. Alright, the Squall Shaper is the one. Worry not, my paladin friend. I will run up and help you. Wait, Josh, why do I hate the Druid? I just don't think anything should be able to do all 3 specs. I think that's greedy. No class should be able to do all 3 things. Paladins can too. I also dislike them. Arthas was a paladin, and he got cool when he finally became the badass version of himself. I'm going to ask a dumb question now. But it's okay, because dumb questions will give me answers. If Wrath of the Lich King does drop onto this server, can Alliance be Death Knights? Yes. Okay, cool. I didn't know that. For some reason, because of what a Death Knight is, I thought that it was purely a horde thing for some reason. Guess I was incorrect. Everyone can be a Death Knight. Fantastic. I will happily be an Alliance Death Knight. Oh, big pull. Big pull. Okay, Squall Shaper first, if at all possible. Shipbuilder next, if possible. Mage, get what DPS you can into the group. Rats, get it healed. Good recovery, guys. Well done. The WoW Death Knights are not the same like the ones from Warcraft 1 and 2. Okay, gotcha. Because I've played Warcraft 3. That's why we went this way. Good job. Very nice, team. Have not played WoW in a long time. Do we have to pay for the classic expansions? I don't think you do. Because I'm playing on the Burning Crusade anniversary. And the Burning Crusade obviously released without needing an extra payment. It just becomes part of the subscription. I think you only pay for the expansion on retail. So your subscription to Classic, whether you are playing Classic Progression or Classic Anniversary like I am, gets you the expansions that they do. Midnight is, I think, the only one you have to pay extra for. So today I learned. You can't backseat because you don't play the game. Love the MMO vids. Oh, thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. I will be grabbing a cup of tea in a moment, just to make sure I've had enough time. All right. Oh, hang on. Someone is Facebook messaging me because apparently I am middle-aged. Oh, that's excellent to see. That is great. My little brother has opened a business where he sells lasagna. I said to him, "Why do you want to do that?" And he replied, "I like lasagna." That's a fair enough reason, to be honest. He is... You guys ever seen Only Fools and Horses? My little brother has the energy of Del Boy from that. He'll always be doing something different every week. Like, I don't try and keep up with what he's doing. There's always something he's doing. But he just messaged me, like, just so that you don't want to know, lasagna business going quite well. He's great. He's great. He's doing some good stuff. He's performed with me on stage before at a couple of the D&D events. Yeah, you know what? He's a mix between Ed and Eddie and Del Boy. Oh, he sold the tap water in bottles from Peckham Spring and it glows. Brilliant. Yeah, it's if you're in the UK and you want to go to Zed's Dead Good Lasagna, that's how he's advertising it. I think his slogan is, it's just lasagna, but it's dead good. And you know what? Masterful marketing. Straight up masterful marketing. But if he likes lasagna, why would he give it away? Ah, Spoons, this is where his business acumen comes in. He's taking money off people. Is it weird that you missed the Draenei Harem? No. No, we all missed the Draenei Harem. The Draenei Harem was a good day. But this is the warrior that punched Hogger to death, remember. This was the punch Hogger to death level 1 warrior, whom was level 3 at the time. We're just pulling a few more of them. Let's get the attacks in as and when we can. Woof, woof, woof indeed, Apollo. Woof, woof, woof indeed. You know what, Berries? I completely agree. Selling lasagna is a better career choice than being forced to read the same joke for 8 hours on a loop. He's spotted. Raider's Belt of the Bear. Hang on. Ooh, stamina and strength. My current one is just strength, which means I don't need that. That's not something that's necessary for me. Looking at your brother's Insta, his lasagna does indeed look amazing. I'm really glad that you've linked that. We will see what his lasagna is all about in the future. I've never actually had it, but it's probably fine. That's my best advert for my brother's business. It's probably fine. Is that Paladin fighting with a rolling pin? That's not just a rolling pin. All right. If we examine the Paladin, if we inspect them, you'll be able to see that is Cookie's Meat Tenderizer. That is actually a boss drop from a Murloc chef. And it is indeed a rolling pin. Oh god, I hope it tastes like food. Olive! Oh, the loop continues forever. It never ends. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Yeah, it's probably fine. Wait here. Yep. Hang on. Smart. Very smart. Right, mini-boss up there above us as well. We'll get to that soon. Reading the what happened to blank questions like I'm being clockworked orange. Just watch it again and again and again and again. Oh god, the Stanley Parable, what a game. The Stanley Parable will go down in history as one of the games ever. Hello, Apollo. Did you protect me from the burglars? Very proud of you. Very proud. You did a good job. Well done. Right, same again. We're going to wait here. They're going to pull some stuff. Here. There's a wandering mini-boss. Pirate is the one we go for here. Excellent. The wandering mini-boss patrols the top of the boat. Do a Lion King with Apollo on camera. I don't like lifting dogs up that way. The idea of kind of lifting them up like that sometimes puts pressure onto their spine. If I'm going to lift a dog up, it's going to be under the whole body to support them, and then when they're sitting on me, holding them to support them. The holding up like that, because Apollo is a heavier, longer dog, sometimes puts a bit of pressure onto the spine. I don't do that with Piper either, because Dachshunds tend to have quite a lot of issues with their spines. So whenever I'm lifting Piper up, it's a full arm support underneath to make sure that her spine stays as straight as it can be when I lift her up. Right, let's get the wandering mini-boss down here. Mini-boss will have 2 bodyguards. Pally may have been frozen. Let's get you down. There we go. Oh, okay, cool. Squall Shaper first. Because this thing is the irritating one. I mean, obviously, pick up the ways... Pick your dog up in the way that suits your dog. I just want to make sure that I'm picking Apollo up in a way that supports him. You know your dog better than I do. I would hope. Tell your dog I said hi. I'll pick them both up in a minute. Apollo's just wandering around. Piper's asleep. But they've got run of the house. They've got food, they've got water. And I take them outside every time I have a break as well. Take them on a walk before the stream, and then take them on a walk after. Generally makes them happy. Mini-boss has 2 ads, kill them first. You'll see them. Right. The Squall Shaper freezes us, hence wanting to take this down first. You rewatched the Guild Wars 1. I think I do have a physical copy of it. Because I like collecting physical copies of games. Physical copies of games make me happy. Now we kill Captain Greenskin. If we're lucky, you'll get a good Emberstone Staff. If lucky, Emberstone Staff. Let's see what we get. Beautiful. Pirate has been sheeped again. And focus this guy down. Hey! We'll loot him in a second. 160. That was a 160 critical hit. That was a pretty good crit right there. Now, let's see what we got. Oh, okay. The belt is pretty good. Increases attack power by 18. I would lose strength, but I would gain 18 attack power. That is pretty good for me. Braces of stamina, don't need them. Is the Blackened Defias belt good for a DPS? I'll be able to use it next level. And my current belt gives me +3 strength. Whereas that belt gives me attack power of 18. I think that's good. 18 armor, attack power, sorry, is basically 9 strength. Same raw value as 9 strength, which means that is a need. That is a DPS belt right there. Okay, boss time. Okay, boss tactics. He brings 2 ads. We kill them. We kill them first. At 50% HP, he spawns 2 more. We focus him down first, then kill those 2 spawns. So 2 ads, then kill boss, then kill 2 final ads. I'll skull the target. Here we go. If the paladin stuns him, then I get we can do that, but we're going to focus these guys first. Just keep the paladin alive. Paladin's taking a serious amount of damage from good old VanCleef. Keep that pally alive. Okay, with the amount of damage we are doing, I would say we probably want to switch and maybe kill the 2 ads first. Okay. Okay, new plan. Kill both new ads. I'll skull. Because... Oh. Right, okay, the paladin managed to stun to prevent the ad spawning. Excellent. Great stun. Prevented ads. That was incredible. Got the stun off. And the Cruel Barb drops. Oh, we love us the Cruel Barbara. Now, I think the Cruel Barbara needs to go to the paladin. That was an excellent kill. Now, I mean, you tell me that's a need, but I've already got Smite's Mighty Hammer. It's too slow for the paladin. That's a warrior weapon. Really? I don't think I need Cruel Barb. I can use it. You need it for dual wielding. Dual wielding's at 20. Alright, you want it at 20. Then use it. Thank you. Thank you. Next runs are all your stuff. We got the Cruel Barbara. We got the dual wield. We will have the dual wield soon. Excellent run, guys. That was liquid Deadmines. Slow one-handed weapons are ideal for Fury Warriors and Rogues. Gotcha! That was a beautiful run. And we got quite a lot of good stuff. I'm 1 level away from being able to equip the belt, 2 levels away from Smite's Mighty Hammer, and 3 levels away from the Cruel Barbara. That means I have got items for the next level, the level after, and the level after. I've got 3 levels of item upgrades from that one run. That was incredible. Smite's Hammer is best in slot, Seal of Command. Okay, we're back in the mines, guys. We're back here. We got the hammer, we got the Barbara. That was amazing loot. Great run. I have to go now. Rast, no problem at all. I need to train. Then I can do another. Right, where is my Hearthstone bound? It's bound to Goldshire. That's probably going to be quicker to run this way. Yeah, I've only got a couple of levels until I can level up, so I might as well just start attacking these guys. See what's going on, you know? Are there any items I might want from Shadowfang Keep? I actually don't think so. I mean, we should unlock Shadowfang Keep at some point anyway. But, I mean, we can have a look. Let's have a look, see what we've got. Shadowfang Keep. See what it drops. Right, the Rugged Spaulders. I could use those. That's not important. The Butcher's Slicer is damage, but it's also one-handed. Butcher's Cleaver's one-handed. The Baron... Actually, yeah, the Baron's Seal. 7 strength and 3 stamina. That's probably best in slot for a long time. So the Baron's Seal ring is good. And, oh yeah, hang on. The Arced War Axe. 2-handed 50. That's 10 strength, 9 stamina. What is... That's 11 strength, 4 agility. 55 to 83. And that's 57 to 86. 10 strength. 3.3. That's 3.5. You know what? Yeah, the axe is probably better. Apart from that, though. The final boss gives me nothing. Wolfmaster's Cape's not good enough. Fenris's Hide back is a good thing we could get at some point. There's lots of good one-handed weapons, yeah. But I don't think... I mean, I like doing Shadowfang Keep. I don't mind just doing it as a dungeon. I'm fine just running it for fun. Another add-on indeed. Arugal's robes are perfect for warrior. Really? Why would they be? I mean, I can have a look. Hang on, let me kill this guy first. Oh, well, okay, well, I'm about to die. Should have listened. Should have paid attention. Hang on, I meant to do that. This is great. I can return to life. Then I can simply be at the place where I need to be. That was actually a little quick way back. Anonymous Gifter is gifting a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. That is very kind of you. I want to thank you for inspiring me to get fitter. Good, well done. You've slimmed down enough to wear the little black dress. Fantastic, well done. Squirrel, good job. Be proud of what you've done. It is always difficult to stick to a fitness routine, and if you've done that, congratulations. Did you just say that Arugal's robe is a DPS increase? You being serious? Stamina, intellect, and spirit. It isn't, though. It straight up isn't. The belt also isn't. The dagger is quite good, but I don't need it yet. Right, I need to go to axes and hammers are Ironforge. I did what many would consider then a pro gamer move by dying and ending up closer to where I needed to be. How do we look in that robe? Unless the robe is giving me a DPS increase, it strictly does not matter. The robe style does not make up for a lack of strength. I am only doing increased DPS. Shadow Fang Keep has that nice two-handed axe. It does. However, I've got Smite's Mighty Hammer already. So, Smite's Mighty Hammer you get at level 18, whereas the loot, the two-handed war axe, I think comes from the... Oh, the Deathsworn Captain is a rare with a haunting blade. Increases attack power by 28. Alright, cool, so that's a super rare chance. Phantom Armor might be like the best I can wear for a while. He won't wear a robe, is he min-maxing? Yes. The Arced War Axe is level 20. It does 21.7 per second, whereas Smite's Hammer does... Oh, hang on. Smite's Mighty Hammer does 19.7 per second. That actually does more. Plus 10 strength, plus 9 stamina, plus 11 strength. The Arced War Axe might be the best thing for me. Are you changing from Arms to Fury? No, I'm staying Fury. Can you play Classic up to free for 20 levels? No. No, you can't. Classic is you pretty much need a... Oh, you need a sub. Next big bonk is Razorfen Crawl Axe. Is it? What's from Razorfen? Razorfen Crawl will be level 24. And that would get me... What kind of axe are we looking at there? Corpse Maker. Ooh. 15 strength and stamina. Hey, Tuscan Helm, that's strength and agility. That is a big one. The Tuscan Helm and the Corpse Maker axe, they could be big. That's a guard dog for you. The Ferrine leggings are good as well, strength and agility in the leather. We're not going to get any of those things, I don't think. And, oh, the Pronged Reaver. It's a one-handed axe. It's level 30, though. That's too much. 30 is too much. I do indeed have mail. And there's an incredibly rare helmet from those guys. It's an Orc Warrior's worth of good chunk of levels. Okay, gotcha. I could get that. At 30, you will get the Warrior Axe, which is best in slot for a while. Where do you get the Warrior Axe from? Where is the Warrior? MZ, if you need a thing that I get, I will be sad. It's a Warrior Quest. All right. So I could probably get some kind of... Just do the Warrior Quests, get the Warrior Axe at level 30, and be amazing. Be ready. Be good to go. I don't mind doing Shadow Fang Keep. I actually prefer... I'm going to say something horrible here. I think I actually prefer Shadow Fang Keep over the Deadmines. Your dog barking is providing content to my Shiba. Good! That's what we need. This is about providing content to all of you. I think I just like Shadow Fang Keep better. I think it's better paced. It's got better stuff to it. It's got interesting bosses. Nice mechanic at the end, needing a bit of a kick. Lovely big room full of crazy powerful werewolves. It's a good dungeon. The Warrior Axe you get from a quest from the Stormwind Teacher. For that, you get the materials at Shadow Fang Keep. It should be level 20. Right, so do you need to be level 20 before you can get the quest? If you can get some help to get the Whirlwind Axe as early as possible. What is the Whirlwind Axe? I have heard of the Whirlwind Axe, but I do not know what it is. Is it in Atlas loot somehow? Dungeons and raids. Collectibles. Let's go with... It's a level 30 axe with level 40 stats. It's the level 30 Warrior Axe. That is the Warrior Axe. Okay, cool. We just do that instead then. Alright, what I need to do is go and work out where my training is going to be. Wait, so once, twice, 1 + 1, 11. Yes! 1, add 1, that's 11. That is basically 11 times as much as 2. Big hole to the southeast. On my way. Let's go and learn how to use stuff. 11 is just 1t1. That's what it is. The more I play warrior, the more I understand about damage. Right, one of you is a warrior trainer. Are you up here? Warrior trainer! You, tiny gnome, talk to me. I have... Okay, nothing I've learned. Who... Oh, hang on. Nope, that's defensive spells. Don't need those. Who teaches weapons? Do you have a quest for me? Time to get you a decent weapon. Well, thank you very much. Speak to the Deep Forge man. I'll see what I can do. I think that the weapons training is normally in the place that sell the weapons, which is going to have, there we go, a big axe hanging outside of it. So we pop in here, and I bet in here there'll be a guy. There you are, weapons master. Teach me how to use 200 axes. Now teach me how to use 200 maces. Now teach me how to use fist weapons. Now I have no money left. But watch this. If I equip Raxor's hammer, my damage is going to go from 60 to 75 to 75 to 99. Oh yeah. I am ready to go with this. There's also a gnome in there. Don't need to. Pure DPS. Don't need shoes. Shoes are strictly a DPS waste. See? Can walk straight across that. Straight across that hot, cold surface. Hot, coal surface. Not hot, cold surface. That would be the same thing. Wasn't that the wrong hammer? I can't equip Smite's hammer yet because that needs me to be level 18, and I'm currently level 16. So I am the most powerful level 16 that I could possibly be. You are level 16 and got no shoes. How? Because I haven't found any shoes that increase my damage. I am only making choices that directly increase DPS. All the shoes have this armor thing on them, but none of them have strength or agility. We only need strength and agility on the shoes. You. Give me a job. Strange ore. Bring a load of umbral ore. Right. Where do you get umbral ore? If I was umbral ore, where would I be? Maybe it's time to return and go and do the Deadmines again. Dungeon Crawler Carl. Is that kind of what I'm doing with this? Just purely DPS. What was the quest I just got given? Right, hang on. Warrior, I've got Deadtooth Jack and Ironband's Compound. Umbral Ore. Interesting. One of the students brought some strange ore. Band of Dark Iron Dwarves. My mentor had a compound south of Helmsbed Lake in eastern Dunmoreau. So Dunmoreau is kind of where we are. And then Dunmoreau is to the east. Where's Ironband's Excavation? It's a level 18 quest. Ironband's Compound, it's called. Where's Ironband's Compound? I'm just looking for where I need to go for this. Dunmoreau is the dwarf starting zone. There it is. Should I go and... Is it worth going to do this dwarven quest, or am I going to outlevel the weapon it gives me quite quickly? Should I just wait till level 20? Get the warrior quest from the guy, then go and get the whirlwind axe. I'm going to do that. Yeah, I'm going to do that instead. What I'm going to do now, though, is I am going to fly back to Sentinel Hill and do the Deadmines, get this, again. Don't be shocked, because it's a good way to get experience, it's a good way to get some decent stuff. I might get that really rare thing, or we look into Dungeons and Raids, we look into Shadowfang Keep, because the best thing from Shadowfang Keep is Silver Lane's Family Seal. 7 strength, 3 stamina, 20% drop rate. That's a really, really big item. I think I need that ring. I think I need Silver Lane's Family Seal. And then also, Springvale might drop the Arced War Axe. In 5 levels. Yeah, in 5 levels I'll need it. So maybe we do Deadmines for like 3 or 4 more levels, then we go and see if we can get that. Hey Josh, bit out of the blue. Would it be possible for me to hire you as a consultant for a friend making a game? Absolutely. He's in a bit of a slump after his last game didn't do too well, hoping to help him out. It will be, but I guarantee the money you spend on me would be better spent just making sure your friend is feeling better and having less financial stress with that. You can hire me as a consultant. The first advice I would give you is, unless you're in a position where you would not notice the money going, don't. Like, if you've got a couple of million in the bank, yeah, not a problem. I'll see if I can sit down with you, have some chat about games. But if you are trying to scrimp and save and make every penny or pound count, that is not going to be a good idea this early on in the game. Especially if a game is released and didn't do too well. Because a lot of consultants won't tell you that sometimes we just have no idea what's going on. The first thing that almost any YouTuber, Twitch streamer, or consultant will tell you about YouTube, Twitch, or video games is sometimes we just have no idea what's happening. Sometimes you can make every single decision right and a game will fail. Sometimes you can make every decision wrong and the game will just take off. Everyone says, how do you go viral? If we knew that, we would do it. We don't know. Now, there are systems you can follow. There are ideas you can follow. There are total addressable audience, total market cap that you can increase. However, people forget that the market is just made up of people. And aiming at as many people as possible does not always create you a stable community. It does not always create a cult classic. It does not always create the kind of people that are going to want to go to conventions and become your evangelical fans. You can appeal to 1 million people by making something that appeals to 1 million people, but unless all those 1 million people actually care about it enough, even if it does appeal to them, to go and spend money on it, appealing to 1 million people doesn't matter unless you can convert that into customers. Appealing to 1,000 people whom you convert into loyal, long-term, evangelical paying customers, that is far more valuable. Sometimes it's better to be a large player within a small niche than it is to be a very small player within a very large niche. So if they want consultation about a video game, what kind of game has been created, what's the target market, what's the demographic? And do not say everyone, because anything that says the target market is everyone will fail. Or, in order to prove the advice that we don't know what we're talking about right, sometimes a product for everyone does succeed. And we're like, oh, that should happen again. No, it doesn't. We have no idea. A large niche is an oxymoron. I don't think Silksong, Gideon, Silksong is not a game for everyone. Dark Souls is not a game for everyone. Warcraft is not a game for everyone. Someone once said to me that World of Warcraft is a game for everyone. No, it's not. It's a game for people that want a slower-paced, long-term online RPG. Who want to sit at a PC for a long time. First of all, you're immediately cutting off console players. You're also cutting off mobile players. You're pretty much focusing on PC players. So already you are then focusing on that. Is Minecraft a game for everyone? It's a game for more people, definitely. And it's found its core audience. It's done well. No doubt there at all. But it's not a game for everyone because there are some people out there that won't like Minecraft. Right, don't need you. Leather is good when I can wear it. The Cruel Barbara is excellent for level 19. That was a quest item. Mighty Hammer is also good. Let's see what I can sell. I'm using the Raxor's Hammer, which is going to do more damage, so I can sell pretty much everything else, including selling some shoes that I could, in theory, wear. However, I'm not going to wear them because they don't increase my damage. If they increase my damage, I would wear them. They don't, so I'm not. Let me just sell all this stuff first of all. Don't care about your pie. Dwarven Hatchet of Power. That's way too less. Let's put all of the quest items down there. The book stays, obviously. The bread can go down there too. Right, what was the... Oh, I can't even do the quest. Yeah, you're already on that quest. My bad. Anything to hand in? No. Right. Let's get ready for another Deadmines run. But let's go and have a 5-minute break first. Did you need those livers? No, I've already handed in those bits. Train your 200 mace skill. Oh yeah, good point, because we have to go and actually hit some stuff, otherwise I just won't be able to hit anything. How about this? 5-minute break, come back, we train the mace skill, and then we do a Deadmines run, and we level up until we can do Shadowfang Keep, then we go and get that cool ring. For now, guys, we leave you with a DVD logo. I leave you with a timer for 5 minutes, because I know that you're all millennials and want that. And I'll see you in 5 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. I am sorry. No, I didn't get more McDonald's. You don't need a wellness check. We're all good. I didn't realize this, but I found that I had cheese strings in the back of the fridge. And that honestly just made me quite happy. So I ate a cheese string. And this is my second cheese string. Now, can you guys understand why I was late? Some of you say that this stream is just about rage bait. Some of you have said that I just do things to make you angry. For those of you in the chat who aren't sure, the millennials are now extremely unhappy. I don't appreciate, but I do understand that the Twitch username Hooked on a Feeding just says, "Seeing you eat is one of my few joys in life." I need to start charging more. What the hell even is a cheese string? It is a tube of cheese that, when peeled, comes off in long strands. And the strands are pretty great. I just realized I might be about to die to a level 15 gore tusk. Right, maybe I should go and kill some lower level stuff first. Right, bring me back to life. Let me go and fix my stuff. Then I'll go and fight. Ranger. Josh, what does propaganda mean? That's when a Yorkshireman has a look at something. Yeah. No, I didn't forget the weapon skills exist. I'm trying to train them. You. Fix me. I need to go and kill something low level. Why is he like this? Says Serene. Serene, you can't just... Sometimes people just are the way they are. Oh, hang on. Resurrection sickness. Forgot about that. You even have bread in your bar. Good point. Bait maxing and rage mogging. You can try Owen Forest. I probably could. But I've got like 5 minutes to get there. Right, Rat, you are uninvited. Which means we have a healer, a tank, a damage dealer. Any DPSs want to do DPS for Deadmines? Anyone want to come DPS a Deadmine? What's a Mog? It's a thing from... I'm going the wrong way. It's a thing from Final Fantasy. Would anyone like to DPS the old Deadmines for us? The old center call in the Union, thank you. Maybe tomorrow, still level 8, that's fine, Fen. Tomorrow you join us, believe it, I'll probably still be there. It's a misspelled OMG. Sushi said, level 13 here, still a bit short. You are indeed. Mogging has made its way into our language without context. Language is fluid. Language changes over time. People that go, actually, this word means, and then they give like an old English definition. Like, yeah, that word did mean that, but you have to understand that language evolves. Language changes over time. Words can have multiple meanings. And something in one language can mean something totally different in another language. Mogging is derived from the acronym AMOG, which means alpha male of group, and stands for dominating another person. The word originated in the pickup artist community, who advocated mogging other men as a way to attract women. I've spoken about this before. The pickup artist community are really, really weird. Because they seem to be the one community that really value the input of men based on what they think women will like. But they seem to be unable to just ask women this. It seems strange to me that if you want to work out what a woman likes, the first thing you would do is go to another man and say, what do women like? You could, just an idea, skip the middleman here and just go and ask a woman. Asking women will be beta behavior. Hanging out with women is beta behavior, guys. Absolute beta behavior. Why would you do it? You want to be an alpha to attract women? Only hang out with men. And Shep's like, I still don't know what mogging means. So, I explained this a few days ago. I'll explain it again now. Imagine that every single situation in your life you see through the lens of competition. Imagine that if you do something and somebody else does the same thing or a similar thing, or even just exists within the same general area that you exist in, you are comparing you and them. And the winner is the person who mogs the other. So let's imagine that you are standing at a nice shop counter and you're wearing a suit. And then let's imagine that I walk up to you and I'm wearing a better suit. I would be suit mogging you. Now, obviously there's no competition. You don't care. I don't care. Nobody else is looking around and caring. But for some reason, this community of very insecure guys see everything through the lens of who is winning the competition. So if you're at the gym and you lift a weight and I walk over and I lift a heavier weight, I'm gym mogging you. Is that not Riz? No, Riz is the shortened version of charisma. Riz is normally sometimes quite a nice thing that you can have because you're trying to be nice. It's... Are you saying that you people are... Yes, people are mogging. Absolutely, it gets meta. Lazy... No, you don't lazy mog, you're lazy maxing. Maxing is when you are trying to do something to the ultimate ability. So let's say that you put on a nice suit, then you are suit maxing. But when you stand next to someone in what people would consider a less nice suit, and in comparison you then have a better one, you're now suit mogging. Maxing is the process that you engage with to do something to the best of your ability. And mogging is the process that you then engage with when you are in contrast or comparison with somebody else who is also engaging with that. That's what it is. This is why the Horde fight the Alliance. This has caused wars. So, unfortunately, if you see a kid being like, oh my god, that guy was over there and I full-on dinner-mogged him, it might mean that you just walked up with some nicer food. But can you imagine how draining it must be to see so many interactions in your life through the element of who wins and who loses? Right, I'm going to fight this wolf, and I'm going to use my hammer. I'm hammer maxing my skill on that wolf. I'm damage maxing and combat. If there were another warrior around here hitting less, then I would also be combat mogging. However, apparently you don't get weapon skill from hitting something lower level. I just learned that. You need green enemies at least. Well, I guess we're going to the... We're going back then. Damn. Didn't realize you need at least green enemies. That's these guys over here. They just... I was not experience maxing. What I just experienced there was a major cortisol spike. If you see someone say that, it basically means they got stressed. So what you might see is, you might see the lingo, especially on TikTok, of Alpha experiences major cortisol spike when he gets looks mogged by somebody else. That's a thing. It's brain rot. It really is. You can, if you spend the long enough time, decode it. Vivi says, can we stop, please? I'm sorry, you just got conversation mogged. Right, my skill in 200 maces must increase by continuing to fight. How do I see when it does and doesn't increase? Right, 200 maces, 36 out of 80. Come on, you've got to increase more than this, man. Oh my god, aura. Aura and aura loss. That's another thing we have to get into as well. You get weapon skill from any level of monster. There's an equally low chance. Affected by intelligence. Well, that's going to be quite low. Oh, so I gained one just there. That was good. Oh, hang on. Chat wasn't scrolling because I forgot to scroll to the bottom. That may have been on me. Ignore me. We need the aura law. Aura is the way that you are perceived based on people thinking about whether you have a radiant energy around you that's good or bad. Aura loss is not having cheese. That is true, which is why I always bring a backup cheese string. Because I've read the old text and I'm aware that you may fascinate a woman by giving her a piece of cheese. Which means that I am never without cheese. Like my jokes. Cheesy. He might be Shio-Gorath. I mean, I've got a selection of things in front of me and to the side of me. Like, if you were to ask me to collect a random thing, I could probably go and get it. You've got to have the cheese order every now and again. The book says a piece of cheese. It does. I can provide a piece of cheese. Go and get a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I could get you a Duel Masters card, which is like the game that Yu-Gi-Oh originally was. I can get you the Duel Masters gift card that they send out at Christmas time. I could probably get... I've got Yu-Gi-Oh decks upstairs. Go and get a Burger King. You love Duel Masters. I've got some of the... So every Christmas, occasionally, Wizards of the Coast send out some special things to some creators who get involved with some of their stuff throughout the year. So I've got some of the strange Magic the Gathering cards they gave out, and some of the Duel Masters cards they gave out. If you're leveling weapon skill, I suggest using your rage for hamstring or rend. This causes... it counts as an attempt to hit. To be fair, we're nearly there anyway. Like, we're 56 out of 80. This is fine. Oh, you love things? Name all the things. So was I water breathe maxing or water breathe mogging before? Hentai. That depends on the context. By casting water breathing onto myself, onto others, and by having the water breathing spell on my bar, I was water breathe maxing. However, if I was next to someone in the water and I was water breathing and they were not, then by comparison, I would be doing better at the thing than they are, and that would be water breathe mogging. It very much relates to whether you are doing it to help yourself with something or whether somebody else is doing it. We have got a DPS for a Deadmines run. This is a nice G-string. This is a great G-string. Oh, want to join the Deadmines if available? Yeah, sure. Let's go. Am I stringing you along at this point? Yes, I am. What has more aura? Full rune armor or a dragon helmet? Volk, there is a very specific setup. You have to have aura. Right. If you want the aura, you have to have the dragon chain body, the granite plate legs, dragon boots, dragon medium helm, obsidian cape, gold trimmed rune kite shield, and a dragon longsword. Not a scimitar. Longsword. That's it. Right, Malcata, just so you're aware. Mal, you may be a tad too low DPS-wise. Okay. Mal, you may struggle with DPS. You okay with that? Like, I'm happy to take lower level people, no problem at all. Just checking. Excellent. Mal's happy? I'm happy. But I think people do underestimate the importance of aura. Am I not a fan of curved swords? Curved swords. The warriors from Hammerfell. No, it's Redguard, isn't it? Warriors from Redguard. Was that British passive aggressiveness toward Mal? Nope, just checking they're okay with that. As long as they know that they will struggle, I am happy to take anyone to a dungeon run that can get in. If they can get in, I'll be happy. It was the Redguard. Was it the Redguards from Hammerfell? See, most World of Warcraft players lose aura because they have weak auras. Whereas I gain it by not having that. Let me continue to attack this guy. Gain some experience with the mace. Paladin. That's a class with aura. That aura mogs everyone. Alright, let's see what we got. I'm nearly about to hit level 17, which will give me access to the belt. 17 gives me the belt. Am I not peeling the cheese string? Right, watch. Some of you are not happy with how I'm doing this. So pay attention. Do not misunderestimate me. Rage bait maxing and cheese bait mogging all of you. Josh, what does misunderestimate mean? It means that what you think I can do is actually less than what I think I can do. And you don't think that I can do that, but I can because I think I can do that. Recipe Rage Potion. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to give this to Rage. So, I believe we are almost all here. Mal, ready for a summon? Oh, hang on. Can we not summon Mel? Ah, too low. That's okay. We'll wait for you. Hey, you've made it. Mal, well done. Made it. Okay, in we go. Let's do this. Never under or overestimate me. Only estimate me. Pally, you ready to tank again? You should be. Is Jess around still? Jess is playing Catan. Can we all just pop over and watch the fact that Jess is currently playing Catan on her stream? And hang on. Jess, we need the tank. We need heals. Just watching her play Catan. This is good.
Hi. We need heals? Oh. 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 I do need more brick roads.
Well, she's back and she's focused now. She needs more brick roads. Okay, we'll get her more brick roads at some point. Goodness gracious me. Right, let's go. The dog objected. Right, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. We're all good. We're all... Follow. Come in here. Oh, yeah, woof. God, it's warm. Sorry, there was a package. Follow. Come in here. Yeah, good boy.
There we go. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. We're good. You didn't have the DVD logo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I left you. I'm back. No one panic. This is a travesty. No dance, no DVD logo. Good lord. Did I leave you all alone for a while? It might have been some Warhammer figurines. You can't prove that it wasn't. It was. So let me tuck my shirt in so it looks all nice for you guys. No DVD logo because I don't care about you. It's true. I was hoping to not have to reveal, but it is in fact true. Right. No, I fell down. You guys can... There we go. You beauties. Mal, do you know? Do you iron the shirts? Of course I iron the shirts, but I've been sat here in a lovely warm jumper for the last 4 hours. It's going to get a little bit, you know, a little bit creased, isn't it? Fine, I'll even do this. See? How's that? Is that better for you? You guys like that? Is that what you're into? God, I know it's what you're into. I'm here for you. I'm here for all of you. Maybe Dark Josh should return. Maybe I've all been too nice to you for too long. Too nice for too long. Maybe I need to reset this dungeon. So, hang on. When does a dungeon reset naturally? Hang on. Out for reset. I'm going to reset it. Cool Josh is here. Reset. And done. Now we're back in. I don't appreciate you all pointing out my creased shirt. The creases have been because obviously there's been a bit of sweat while I've been wearing the jumper, and then I've been pressing the jumper against the skin, and that happens. Right, we're all ready. Tiny bit more experience, and I can equip that belt, which increases my attack power. Level 18, I get the hammer. 19, I get the sword, which is great. You could actually you could double fist the Cruel Barbara, which I think is a powerful thing to be able to do. Josh, did you know you can't pull out your tongue while looking up? That's true. You also, if you lean your head back and pretend to shake salt onto your tongue, you will taste salt. Some of you just tried that. You can have that as a little gag, a little joke. You can bring that out at a party whenever you need it. Inju, you just gave it a go, didn't you? You just gave it a go. Oh, brilliant. I'm glad that we're able to gently troll people. No, Josh, please, I'm so tired. Be honest, who else tried it? If you lean your head back, hold your hand above your face and pretend to shake salt onto your tongue, you will taste salt. Bard's gloves of the monkey. Hunting pants. They're not as good. The gloves are actually good for me. They're agility and stamina. I'm going to need them. And I'm going to equip them. And now I'm going to do more damage. Hells yeah. Women cannot touch their elbows behind their backs. Dancing Dot, I also cannot touch women's elbows behind their backs without their consent. So I think that's a totally equal and fair thing to do. Why is the warrior wearing clothes? Because people cannot listen and have the comprehension of a child. It was literally never about not wearing clothes. It was about maximizing DPS. Hey, I can wear the belt now as well. Cool. Right. Currently, we are belt mogging and DPS maxing. That's what we're doing now. Right, DPS 87 to 111. This is great. You have your gamer subs. Are you enjoying it? Come back here, you. Alright. You know what? I'm actually doing a decent amount of damage with this hammer. Ah, Smite's hammer's one level away yet. I'm foot callus mogging, that's what I'm doing. We are hitting a decent amount of damage now. Is there anything from this run that I now need? I don't think there is. I think we're good, actually. I think I am 100% good with what I do and don't need. I'm also happy that I'm doing some decent damage now. The only thing I don't like is the hammer. And I say that because I'm not a big fan of the vibe of hammers. Vol, thank you very much for the 5 gifted ad blockers to the community. That is very kind of you. It is, as Red Sky would describe, king shit. So, thank you very much for supporting the continuation of my addiction. That is a lovely, lovely thing that you are doing. Red Sky also says to Inju, "Hi Inju, are you okay today?" And Inju has replied, "I'm never okay." Inju, do we need to call someone? Possibly an old priest and a young priest. Oh, that's just... You can manage 2 men of the cloth. Okay. Inju, what you do in your free time is up to you. Right. Let's kill this thing first. What is my highest level character? The Thief, which is level 40. The Rogue, should I say. Just full on 69, that Defias Watchman. That's just who I am now. That's what I do. And we are hitting for over 100 every now and again, which is beautiful. You caught me live! You did indeed! Welcome to the stream. As I continue to use this hammer to smack around what enemies I can. The Rogue is 39. Okay, gotcha. The Rogue is 39. Oh, God, this guy dodges so much of my attacks because I'm not yet level 19. I'm using his own hammer against him, though. Right now, we are hammer clashing, and I think I just hammer mogged him. I damage maxed and hammer mogged. That's what happened there. The return of Brother Hammerbane, potentially, but I don't like the class fantasy of just using big hammers. I like the class fantasy of using swords. Do I still call my viewers the Joshers? No, I tend to just call them parasocial. That, I think, is the easiest description that we've got for all the viewers together. Alright, come on, Defias Overseer. I can definitely kill you. Back in the mines. Back in the mines, indeed. It's who we are, that's what we're doing. Sheb or Sure? I'm trying to work out what you're trying to make me say with that. Let me try and read that in my own head. Because you're trying to make me say something out loud. Oh, do you mean Malkata? I can ask if they are Romanian. They're probably in the chat. We'll have a check in a minute. Have I done WC? Wailing Caverns. I don't like Wailing Caverns. Stonemason Cloak. Not for me. Doesn't increase damage. Wish you a good run and good time streaming. Thank you very much. That is very kind of you. Sorry, I thought you were trying to make me say something weird by saying those exact words. Yeah, the Wailing Caverns is too big. I don't like it. There's too many dinosaurs. And Mal says, no, I'm from Portugal. So, no Romanian, entirely Portuguese. You are dead. Let's just get the old shout going on. Kill you next. Wailing Caverns is the slowest NPC ever at the end. Yeah, that you have to walk all the way around, and it can help you with the fights, but like, oh god, the time it takes. Thoughts on the RuneScape membership price increase? It sucks that prices have to go up. They always will do, because that's capitalism. But what I do think is, I think if Jagex is going to make RuneScape any more expensive, you should be able to have multiple accounts under one Jagex account. I don't like the fact that World of Warcraft will give you 50 characters. You very much... If Jagex is going to increase the cost of stuff, that's totally fine, but it's got to be worth it for the consumer. So, at the minute, if you want to play a main and an Iron Man, you have to pay a membership sub for them both, which I think is too much, because almost every other major MMORPG gives you access to multiple characters. Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1, Elder Scrolls Online, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV. Yes, you pay for it, but you can have like 10 different things that you do. RuneScape, I know that people are going to say, oh, but you can do everything on one character. Yeah, you can, but when you compare it to the value proposition you're getting from another game, I really do think Jagex need to start... Hey, the Rogue got the thing. They need to start looking at it from a value proposition point of view and letting people have multiple characters per paid account. Because consider the fact that even if they do raise the price and then they lose people, you've got to raise the price again to make up for the lost people, which means you lose more people. So you raise the price again. It's a downward spiral. It's got to be a value proposition. I mean, Jagex wanted you to download the Jagex launcher for a reason, and I think the Jagex launcher is fine. But if you're going to make a Jagex account, just let them pay for one account. Flying Bunny says, I tried RuneScape, Josh. I dislike how they treat free-to-play players, so I quit. That's understandable. Why is it that Warframe, Palia, and Path of Exile can offer the whole game for free, but MMOs always want to nickel and dime you at every passing second? It depends what you do and don't want to pay for. It also depends what you do and don't consider valuable and important. Obviously, I think Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1 are both phenomenally good value games. MMORPGs having a subscription service has always been a thing that has brought in consistent money for them, allowing them to, create consistent and stable updates. RuneScape has an expansive free trial. Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial. It's the subscription model that allows them to keep going. I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing, but I'm saying I understand it. Plus, if you make a game free, you can find ways to allow people to pay a lot more money for it in the future. If everyone is limited to paying $15, then you'll make $15 per person. If the game is free but it's unlimited, you only need one person to spend $15,000, and suddenly you've effectively paid for 1,000 people. So while I think that it's great to have a free game that allows you to enjoy it, from a business point of view, free can sometimes be the most expensive. If a game has no cap on how much money you can spend on it, it could, even if it costs nothing to play, be the most expensive game you ever end up playing. Neverwinter is free. I've spent thousands on it. Probably going into about 2,000 or 3,000 now. I'm not paying for it anymore, but if a game has no limit on the amount of money you can give it, someone with way more money than you will give it that much. If a game has a limit on the amount of money you can give it, everyone is giving it the same, and so the game is incentivized to be the best game it can possibly be for as many people as possible. If a game is making money off a couple of people, it is often incentivized to serve those people. I spoke to a friend of mine who worked on a mobile game. I won't say which one. But it was one of those build your kingdom PvP style games. You know, the ones that... It wasn't Clash of Clans, but it was similar to Clash of Clans. And he told me that every end of month, the vast majority of their income came from about 8 to 9 players. Not 89, 8 or 9. Now, the game had tens of thousands, but it was 8 or 9 people that were spending the most money. And so what they would often do is they would look at updates that would serve some of those people and harm some of them, and they would push them out in that order. So if player A was winning and player B was second place, they would push out an update that actually helped whatever strategy player B was going for. Only slightly, which would encourage player B to spend money to help the strategy work, and player A would then fall into second place, and then they would be encouraged to spend more money to get back into the first place. And then next patch, it would be like, hey, we've rebalanced this and this and this. And the rebalancing was actually to make sure that the players at the very top 8 or 9 were actually cycling through who was in first place consistently, because they knew that the person in first place was going to be the one that spent the most money to stay there. Why do they do that at this point? They can just hire devs to make a game. I mean, exactly, but it's not about winning. It's about others losing. That's the most important thing. People forget that. It doesn't matter that they win. Others must lose. They were profit maxing. I mean, if you had a business and your business was just a video game. Hello? There you are. And you had like a couple of people that were spending the most money, it's very important that people get to see that you are spending the most money and doing well. The buzzer blade, we do not need. This guy has like a 20% chance of dropping a really good axe that we might be able to get. But remember that every game does this. Every business does this. You want to incentivize people. And I saw this happening years ago. So Magic the Gathering used to do these things called buy a box promos. Now, buy a box promos were normally a special alternate art version of a card that already existed. And the very important thing about this, these buy a box promos, buy a box means like a whole booster box, like 36 booster packs. And if you buy a box, you get, for example, I think Innistrad had the Grave Crawler. If you bought a box of Innistrad, you got it. No, Dark Ascension had the Grave Crawler, Innistrad had something else. But the important thing was they were not mechanically unique. So even if you didn't get the buy a box promo, which was just for visually showing off, you could still go and get the actual card mechanically from somewhere else. But there was a specific promo I remember called, was it Sun Song? It was either Sun Song was one of the first to do it, and then there was a blue card that ended up being a time warp style effect. You guys in the chat, you'll have to work out the blue card for me. There was a blue card, it gave a take an extra turn style effect. Nexus of Fate, that was the one. Nexus of Fate. The only way to get Nexus of Fate was by doing the promo. There was another Minotaur one that was it was a creature, but it wasn't very good. People didn't really care about the Sunspeaker Minotaur because it was crap. But as soon as I saw the Minotaur one, the Sunspeaker, come out as the first mechanically unique buy a box promo, I thought, right, cat's out the bag here. Now this has become a problem. When Nexus of Fate, which is a good card, became almost a meta needed card, we suddenly realized that Magic the Gathering had at that point gone full pay to win. Which I think is a shame. It's a real shame. So when you say, why do people design stuff like this? The thing is that it makes money. Imagine that you are working on a business. The biggest fear of some rich people is being in a situation where their money does not give them an advantage. That's very true. That is very, very true. Some people see the money they make as something that should have an advantage in their lives. Now, if you did not have a lot of money and you come into a lot of money, you normally have a slightly more grounded understanding that not every situation in life will be solved by throwing money at it. But if you've been brought up in a situation or a kind of a family life where every problem you face you can just throw money at and it will solve itself because you can hire people to do it, you can hire contractors, you can get the materials, then why shouldn't that exist in games you play as well? I'm not saying I agree, but do you see why it would be difficult for them to change around their opinion of that? But what kind of logic is it to make free-to-play players feel like livestock? Because, Cat, if you're going to have whales, you need krill. A whale only cares if they are beating people that can see the fact they are being beaten. In order to attract a whale, you need to have an ecosystem built around it. Meat on the bones of free-to-play players. Yeah, they absolutely are. The game slowly withers and implodes, and the devs aren't surprised at all. Because for them, it was never a super long-term thing. It was quarterly profit, quarterly profit, quarterly profit. Sometimes the reason that games are given out for free, and you said yourself earlier that you like playing the free-to-play games. How are there so many games that are free? Because the games that are free will give the whales the opportunity to give them more money. But the whales need something to hunt. The whales need a populace to be better than. And if you are not giving the game your money, then you need to be supporting the game in some way. And the way you are supporting it is by being that populace. That's what it is. If you are not supporting them financially, you are supporting the game socially by giving the whales an incentive to support them financially. Why are they called whales? Because they spend a huge amount of money, and whales are just very, very big creatures. If you imagine the ecosystem of an MMORPG as an ocean, you will have a lot of very small fish and a couple of massive fish. And a whale will spend more money than hundreds, some cases thousands of other players put together. There is even a great video on YouTube called Whale Hunting, or Hunting the Whale, which is about mobile games trying to target rich people. So normal players are really krill. They really are, genuinely. Like if there was an open world PvP game that allowed you to spend real money to have an advantage, it would only work if lots of people didn't. And a few people did in order to get the advantage and stay winning. And whenever people pop into this stream and say, hey, I've thought of a game that allows you to spend real money in it, all you're basically saying is, I want to hunt the whales. People that don't spend the real money, they are the product that the whales go and hunt. Darth Microtransaction does some great videos on that. Yeah, great content creator. If you're not paying for the game, you are part of the experience for somebody else. And people always say, oh, but the game's going to die. Yes, they don't care about the length of the game. They care about the profit of the game. Now, if the game will make the most profit over what they consider to be a fair amount of time, then yeah, they'll keep the game alive. But let's say to someone, hey, if you can make enough money over the next 5 years to retire and feed your entire family forever, would you do it? Most people would say yes. And if they say, okay, the way you do that is by creating a video game and selling power in that game over the next 5 years. It doesn't matter if it lasts more than 5 years. 5 years, you cash out, you're done. That's what they want. A lot of people that fund games at the top see the games as the product, not necessarily as a culture to maintain. Now, people are going to immediately push back with, oh, but that's not how this game works, or that game works, or the other game works. Businesses have lifespans. And it's totally okay to work out the lifespan of a business and say, right, it's going to make the most money by doing this, 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 and this. I don't like it, but I am aware that's how it works. Look at Ashes of Creation. They got that bag. Now, sometimes the product survives, and sometimes it doesn't. So I'm there to fill a virtual world with life so somebody pays and enjoys it more. Yes. If you aren't paying, then yes. If you are not giving the company that are making that virtual world your money, then the company are spending money on you. The company are spending money on keeping the servers up for you. They're spending money on you accessing that. It's not free for them to provide that. But your presence there will be a net gain for them because someone, somewhere, is spending money. You are a bit player in the main story of somebody richer, if that's what you want to look at an MMORPG as. So one of the reasons that I don't mind games with a subscription cost and very little else is the fact that everyone suddenly then becomes the focus. Now, I'm not saying that Ashes of Creation was or wasn't mishandled or a scam or anything like that. I think there were many different layers and many different elements that did not work together with that entire product. But I think what's important to remember, and this is a discussion I've had on cash shops before, you will design a business to focus on the customers that give you the most money. If you don't, you're a fool. Now, if those customers are millions of people paying $1 a month, cool, you're going to focus on keeping them doing that. If you are going to focus on one person giving you $1 million a month, yeah, you're going to focus on that one person. Ultimately, as a business, you will look at where your income comes from and say, right, that's our focus. Now consider this. Imagine that your boss tells you to put a cash shop in the game and sell a health potion. If that health potion in the cash shop is completely irrelevant, like it restores basically no health, you can get a better one in the game super easy, super quick, all that jazz, then no one's going to buy it. Therefore, it might be in the cash shop, but yeah, no one's going to buy it. Going to make no money. If anything, you've wasted time putting it there, designing it there, holding it there, doing the back-end code for it. So in order for something to be in a cash shop, you have to, on at least some level, incentivize someone to buy it. Now there's two ways... Apollo! There's two ways you can incentivize somebody to buy something from a cash shop. First way... Okay. The first way is you make the thing in the cash shop better than anything else currently in the game. The second way is you start to make the game worse. If you have a health potion in a cash shop, the point of that health potion is to be purchased. How do you make someone buy it? Well, you make it better than any other health potion in the game. You make it heal more health, you make it heal faster, you give it effects that don't exist. You make everything reduce your HP. You start to include mechanics in the game that actually can't really work unless someone has that health potion. You start to design for that health potion to be a thing that you expect a player to have. You make the mobs hit harder. What that means is you are then changing the design of your game to favor the people that have spent money on it over the people that haven't. And at some point you get to a point where you can kind of just brute force your way through the game by having those items. So in Neverwinter Online, there was an item called a Scroll of Resurrection, where if you died, you could just get back up. And then there was an item in the cash shop called the Scroll of Mass Resurrection, which means if your team died, one person could use one Scroll of Mass Resurrection and your entire team got back up. That does mean that there were some bosses that we beat by just having 7 or 8 Scrolls of Mass Resurrection and brute forcing the boss to be able to get the items the boss dropped, to gear better, to be able to go back and kill the stuff. But the Scroll of Mass Resurrection cost about $3 or $4. So, do you think they designed bosses to wipe the entire team pretty easily to incentivize the purchasing of Scrolls of Mass Resurrection? Yes, of course they did. They absolutely did, because most of the endgame bosses had mechanics that, if not done perfectly, would wipe the entire team. And then one person on that team could be a hero by resurrecting everyone. And it only cost $3 or $4 and you got to be a hero. Which means suddenly not only are you making the game harder to play, you are then allowing people who spend money to be a goddamn hero. That's what it is. So when people say they don't like playing games you have to pay for, they prefer free games. Free games have to make money somewhere. And sometimes the way they make money is just cosmetics. I like how Path of Exile does this. I think Path of Exile 1 and 2 have very fair cash shops because they are just cosmetic things. I think that Guild Wars 2 starts to skirt the line slightly and gets into the bit where actually you are at that point just selling advantages. I think Elder Scrolls Online, having the subscription which gives you the pocket, the crafting bag that allows you to carry way more stuff, that's how that works. I noticed, and when you start noticing that games are doing these things in order to make you spend more money, we call it a dark pattern. Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games has a great video on his YouTube about this. A dark pattern is any decision that has been made to prioritize taking your money through the game instead of making the game better. Because let's imagine that a designer designs an incredible boss in a game, but that boss does not have a party wipe mechanic. Well, I mean, at that point, maybe it should have a party wipe mechanic, because we need to incentivize people to buy Scrolls of Mass Resurrection. Right. I'm going to take a super quick 5-minute break to go and grab myself a cup of tea, because my tea is empty and my cup does not runneth over. Ladies and gents, here's the DVD logo. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. I will see you, beautiful people, in 5 minutes' time. Okay. Are we ready? Has Josh experienced gnome oregano? Yes, I have. I am a full-time experienced gnomer. Right, I'll give you guys a few more DVD bounces. Made myself a drink. Got myself a little protein bar. We're going to wait for a bit. What if MMOs were forced by law to have only one type of monetization, like either a sub or a cash shop, but not both? Would all of them go for sub only? No, they would probably all go for a cash shop. Cash shop makes more money than subs, for a couple of people. Also, when you say forced by law, the first thing that someone would do when they hear that is work out how to get around that. Oh, hang on. Enemies. Okay, so, Bunny, let me... You're not wrong wanting this, by the way. You're not wrong. The question is, let me ask you this. Because this is a really interesting question. Genuinely interesting question. Flying Bunny Cat. Flying Bunny Cat, how much money do you pay into MMORPGs per month? Roughly. You haven't got to tell me everything, obviously. But give me a ballpark figure. Give me a rough ballpark, if you're comfortable doing that. If you're not comfortable doing that, just say, I'm not comfortable doing that. And that's totally fine. I'll respect that. Depends if they release skins or pets. Okay? So you are happy to give your money to a game. Which means that you are encouraging cash shop behavior. Okay, so Warlock, do not fear. Because Warlocks... Did someone fear? Was there a Warlock fear? There we go, it was Malkata. It randomly scatters people around. Okay, some people are giving numbers in general. Okay. Can be $100 for plat refill in Warframe, can be $200 for ship in Star Citizen. Okay, Kat, so you've said that you will not play a game that charges you a monthly sub, but you will happily play $100 to Warframe or $200 to Star Citizen. So you've already spent a year's worth of subscription in a game. And you don't get the full game of that because then that game that you are playing will bring out more stuff that you have to buy. Meaning if you kept up with the amount of the full game, you would have to keep paying everything. Whereas if you were to play a subscription game that just have everything, you would have paid less money for more complete experiences. Now, I don't necessarily think that subscription is better than every other type of monetization. I think that buying something and having it is one of the best types, like Guild Wars 1. Like, to a degree, Elder Scrolls Online. Microtransactions will end up costing you far more than anything else you could just buy. It's also nice to know that with a subscription, if something else comes out in that game, chances are you're going to be able to get it. I mean, there are games that I'm happy to support through their cash shop, but I like it when they have a cash shop that I don't need to use. Like, I will happily support Path of Exile 2. You've never seen me live. Sanfries, welcome to the stream. You've demoted me to the 3rd monitor. That is totally fine. You've been watching A Touch of Cloth. That's absolutely fine. I haven't laughed since my wife died. Why did you laugh when your wife died? It's just still one of the best ever written lines. ESO is moving to a free-to-play model with an optional sub and battle pass, because that's how you make a lot of money. But see, when I had the WoW sub, I was under constant type of dread when I was playing anything but WoW. I felt like I was paid monthly for this and I must pay something else, while that $200 ship stays there permanently. Okay, so you spent 200 quid and you've got access to that ship for as long as you want, as long as the game exists. That's the important thing. So what you care about is object permanence within the games you are playing. But it's still a game. If you play the game for 1 hour, you've effectively then spent $200 on a single hour. If you play for 2 hours, then you've paid $100 for an hour worth of fun. You play for 4, you've played $50 for an hour worth of fun. The more you play, then the better the money investment effectively becomes. If you pay, $15 or $20 or whatever Warcraft is a month. Is it $15 currently? I think it's about $15. If you pay $15, I'm going to use it because it's a nice round number, for World of Warcraft, and you play 10 hours a month. That's not a huge amount of time. I think it's probably doable. $15. You play 10 hours a month, you pay $1.50 per hour. Okay. $1.50 per hour is, I think, a pretty decent deal for entertainment. Very few entertainment mediums will give you more than, an hour of entertainment for $1.50. Compare that to going to watch a film at the cinema. You're paying way, way, way more for the cinema. How much would you have to play the games until your $200 or your $100 became $1.50 worth of it? And of course, obviously, the more you then keep buying, the more expensive that becomes. If you are looking at it on a time basis point of view, let's say that you spend $100 a month on, Warframe. Eventually, what's going to happen is you will have spent more per hour on that than you would have on something else. If that's what you want to do, if your enjoyment of a game comes down to, am I getting the most efficient use of stuff for my money? Are you enjoying the game or are you enjoying the efficiency that it brings? You're not wrong for this, by the way. You spend your money however the hell you want to spend your money. But what this would be is, if I were creating a game, I would love you as a customer. Like, you are the ideal customer. Someone who is going to want to justify their purchase. Someone who is going to want to make it feel like they're not just paying for game time that they feel indebted to play, but feel that they're investing in something as well. That's fine. I would love that as a customer. And maybe you do have an element of FOMO. Maybe there is an element of fear of missing out. But do you think the games that you're playing on don't have that? Let's say that you said you used Star Citizen as an example of a thing that you were happy to spend money on. Now, my opinions on Star Citizen are irrelevant because I don't know enough about it. But do Star Citizen have limited time ships? Do they have limited time ships that you can purchase in the shop that will go away if you don't purchase them in time or once they sell out? Someone that knows more about it than I do will have to let me know. They have limited quantity, which means even though it's a digital good, it's a limited quantity thing. Limited quantity a couple of times a year. Okay, gotcha. But they go on sale every year. Right. But there is still an element of FOMO to it. There is still a case of if you don't buy this ship right now, you will lose it until the next chance you get to buy it. Okay. So you said that you didn't like, and I'm not having a go at you for this. This is a really good discussion. You said that you don't like feeling pressure to play a game if the game has a monthly sub. And that pressure is, of course, annoying. They become available after a few patches for in-game money. Okay. But you also must understand that the game that you are talking about supporting because you feel that you have it also engages in those practices. It's engaging in the practice of this is a limited time ship that if you want right now, you have to spend real money right now. The game that you are supporting is engaging in a FOMO limited time, encourage people to spend money right now practice. That just is happening. Which means that when you spend money on the game by buying the ships like that, you are encouraging them to continue doing that because that's what makes them the money. FOMO can exist in anything. It exists in World of Warcraft. Exactly. I love Warframe as well. I think Warframe is a great game. However, it does, of course, itself engage in FOMO. So when you say that you wish there was one type of monetization, that would just be whatever makes the company the most money, not necessarily whatever serves the player base the best. Because when those two things align, great. When they don't, that's when you get the bad stuff going on. If your thought of, I spend money on this and I have access to it forever, that sounds great. That's what Stop Killing Games is kind of about. Just watch your video where you addressed a fellow who wanted to make an MMO for real-world money. Love what you had to say. Oh, thank you very much. They think I'm a dick because I question their ideas. The next time, just send them the video. If you bring real-world money into an MMORPG, you're effectively saying, can we make a game where you can just pay more money to be better at it? Which sucks. But if I play a free-to-play game that's pay-to-win and I meet someone that's spent, 10 million quid in that game, which is honestly not that unlikely, then I'm going to say, hey, thanks for keeping this game free for me. Appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Also, once a game goes offline, you don't have access to your ship anymore. I don't think it's healthy to see a digital good that you do not have complete legal, lawful ownership over as something that's going to last forever. It will last as long as the people who pay for the servers keep the servers up. I mean, the entire point of the Stop Killing Games initiative is to say, hey, when these go down, can we please have a way to continue accessing them? Do I think targeting whales is exploitative? Depends how you target them. I think that people have a human nature and a human need to want to be seen as elite, to want to excel, to want to show status. If you were to say, hey, this MMORPG game is going to feature a special pirate ship that is fully made of gold and only 10 people in the world will be able to have it and it costs, £100,000, but it doesn't function mechanically differently to any other ship, then you are giving people the chance to spend money to show off, which I kind of think I'm okay with. if they say, hey, this pirate ship is also going to have twice the armor, twice the damage, twice this, twice that, and will be almost impossible to beat for anyone that doesn't have it, then you're offering the chance for people to pay money to win, mechanically, which is different. I do not mind people spending money on cosmetics. I'm not a fan of games that lock the coolest looking stuff behind money, but I get why they do it. And this also comes back to the idea earlier. You know when I said if a game has a potion in the cash shop, they have to build the game around incentivizing people to buy the potion? Well, if the game has the coolest looking stuff in the cash shop, then by definition, the stuff you can get by just playing the game is not the coolest stuff. Which means that then the designers and the cosmetic designers are incentivized to keep the coolest stuff away from the regular players. So do I think it's okay to exploit people? In this case, whales within the gaming industry? I think a business is going to tap into any element of income that it can find. And if you're going to tap into elements of income that you can find, then at least doing it in a non-mechanical way is the kinder of these ways to do it, in my idea. Yeah, even if you don't pay for it, you're paying for it, in a way. First time listener, long time listener, first time caller, bona fide yapper. What's my favorite video game genre and why? RPG. RPG or real-time strategy, because I grew up on them and they taught me the complexity of games. Are you barefooted or am I just blind? Haven't found shoes that give me strength yet. Until I do, no point having them. This is more of a podcast than a stream, and that's a good thing. I think this stream is very much, it's got podcast vibes to it, hasn't it? It then just feels like I'm getting the best content behind paywalls. Yeah, absolutely. If someone wants to say, hey, I'm going to spend more on this thing because it's permanent, as opposed to I'm going to spend less on this thing but it's less permanent, then consider this. Let's imagine that you knew exactly how long you were going to live. Let's imagine that you knew that you were going to live for X amount of months, and a subscription to a sub-based MMORPG for those many months would cost X amount of money. If you knew what that X amount was, and you spent it all in one go, would you then feel less pressure to continue? Hey, strength boots! Fantastic! We got boots with strength on them. This is amazing. We've finally got strength boots. Hell yes. Ooh, a shield with strength. Don't care. We're not free on the feet. Yeah, but let's imagine if you knew what that money, that amount was going to be. Would you then feel less pressure to play? So let's say this. Let's say that you could buy a lifetime pass to an MMORPG for £10,000. It's a lot of money, but let's say that you could do it. £10,000, lifetime pass to any MMO you want. All content ever will be yours. Then let's say that another game brought out a single purchase that cost £1,000. And then next year another purchase that cost £1,000. And next year another purchase that cost £1,000. After 10 years, if the game that has the single purchases has stayed online, you will end up spending more money on that other game. Raider's Belt of the Bear, stamina and strength. Not as good as my current belt. You like monthly subs? Cancel it whenever you stop playing. Absolutely. Suddenly half the chat disappeared. Now people can't comment on me being barefoot. Cowards. And later they removed it because it was too good of a deal. Absolutely. But another thing to consider, I mean, Bunnycat, you've been excellent at talking about this, by the way. I don't want you to think you're being, belittled or not, respected and listened to, because the way you choose to spend your money is your money. You're not wrong for having those opinions and thoughts. But consider this, guys. $15 a month is a different amount of money to different people in relation to how much money they actually have. Let's say that you don't want to spend $15 a month on something because you then feel pressured to play it. Whereas some people could spend $15 a month and not even notice it's gone. And if they jump on for an hour or two, yeah, cool, great. They enjoy it for an hour or two. That's it. That's good. That's all they needed it for. And some people would play $100 to $200 for a pixel spaceship because they have $100 to $200 spare. If you don't have a huge amount of money spare, you're going to want to feel that the money you are spending is being invested in something long-term, not something that is, short-term and could potentially go away. But if you have tens or even hundreds of thousands of pounds or dollars in your bank account, spare, you've got your mortgage paid off, your rent paid for, $15 a month, you're not going to care about. So you have to work out what you do and don't care about, the amount of money that you have got. All resources are, relative. So when you say that you don't want to play a sub MMO because you feel pressured to play it, I'm sure some people probably look at their bank statement at the end of the year and see a year's sub for a game they haven't even played. Which to them they might go, oh, I should cancel that. Or they go, you know what, that game was fun. I'll just leave it. I can afford to spend 150 quid a year just keeping that option available. That's the difference in people's lifestyles. If you have an ongoing subscription for WoW, you've spent just shy of $4,000. That's cool. That's Josh with OSRS, and we all know it. Yeah, it is. I've kept an active old school RuneScape subscription online the whole time, just in case I need to log on and get footage. Also, why are you spending the money if you don't want to play it? Because you might want to play it, but you might also have stuff come up in your everyday life that takes your attention away, but it's also not the amount of money that you want to stop going out. The amount of money that you do and don't spend or consider worth spending or worth, retrieving is based on how much you do or don't have. Would a sub of 30 days, but it being in-game days, not negate the FOMO? No, Hayne. What that would do, great idea by the way, what that would do is incentivize only the most efficient possible gameplay. If you knew that your sub was ticking down as you were playing the game, then very few people would want to play for fun. Very few people would want to be silly with those games. And if you failed a dungeon run because of somebody else messing up, that would be incredibly toxic toward that person. Because then you've got all of those people hating the fact that their in-game time has been wasted by someone failing, making a wrong mechanic. I know that the time in game here is effectively costing and ticking down. But because I've paid for my month in here, I also don't particularly care. You're going to have the people who want to min-max everything because then they're incentivized to do so. And that is the danger of that. And whether that's right or wrong is based on your own personal circumstance. Seeing a clock ticking down will only go up if money is thrown at it, even if the sub is around €5. Perhaps it's hard to explain, you're a bit of a nut. Bunny, you spend your money how you want to spend your money. You've given a game $200 of your own money for a virtual ship in a game that isn't fully released yet, might not fully release, and other people can buy a better ship than you by spending more money. So they can give themselves a bigger advantage over you by just dropping more money on it and beating you and making your ship effectively irrelevant. Someone cannot spend more money on Classic WoW and immediately be better at it than me. I mean, they can buy a boost, but until I get to that point, we're not going to be on the same kind of level. Now, I don't particularly like games that allow people to throw more money at them and be better. I think that kind of sucks. You have a question for people that play retail. If you buy the newest expansion with playtime, do you get all the content up to the expansion? Yes, you do, Hayne. Ads first indeed on this. Wasn't there a guy who spent so much money on Diablo Immortal his gear was so good the game couldn't find anyone to pair him against? I have heard of that, yes. I have heard of that. People spend their money on what makes them feel good. What makes them feel safe and supported. And with some people, that is a video game that they want to keep forever because they see that money as an investment in that game's future. Whereas I see oh, close. I'm going to switch onto these guys. Doing good, guys. You're doing very good. A little bit of de facto sheeping. Have that guard right there. Focus this black guard down, then we focus VanCleef. Good job, tank. Very good adapting. I switched the focus to the ads there because the DPS wasn't quite able to deal with the blackguards surviving for too long. An important way to look at a video game timing is you've already spent the money. Cape of the Brotherhood, agility and stamina. That is good for me. I am going to need this. That's a damage cape right there. Need if you need. Agility and stamina is good for me. I do not mind who gets it. It's a good tank cape as well. Hey, thank you. Woo indeed. Closing in on the next level. Josh, you've started using Uwu again, and it's my fault. Good! Welcome back to the Millennials. Once cookie passes, we jump. Or we jump on cookie and attack them first. Let's try and do this. It comes down to habit and incentive. It does. It really does. But Bunny mentioned the fact that they have purchased ships in Star Citizen, which means that surely now Star Citizen is incentivized to keep selling bigger ships. That's a problem. Right. Let's go with the Squall Shaper first, because this is the one that's going to keep freezing us. Keep Jessabless alive if possible. Squall Shaper first. The more melee damage we can do to this guy, the better. Then we jump on the shipbuilder. Changing around the focus. And we get this one. Okay, that was good. Switch the focus as we go. Not a problem. Cookie's tenderizer. It's not good for me. That was good. That was very good. Good run, all. Well done. Anyone for Black Feather Deeps in the chat? Need heal and tank. I'm a DPS. Do we have a greed? Nope. I either need it or it's somebody else's. Do I think there was ever, say, a set margin in a game where it was like, if we sell a 20,000 of potions this month, we keep them in the shop, and the result was over one over it? I think that you have to also remember that they're not actually selling potions. It doesn't matter. You don't need to sell $20,000 of potions. You just need to make money. You are selling a digital good, which by its very nature is not finite. It is infinite. You are just giving someone access to a number of ones and zeros. The only reason that there are a limited amount of anything digital is to create a level of FOMO, fear of missing out. You can have a limitation on physical things because you have to actually make them. But when they say, oh, there are only 100 of these digital things, why? It's because you need someone to give you money, and the idea of feeling exclusive means that people give you money. So when you say they need to sell $20,000 of potions, once it's in the shop, as long as the amount of potions being sold is greater than the amount of electricity that it costs to simply keep the shop alive, everything is profit. It is straight up pure profit. That's all it is. Even sales in a cash shop are FOMO. Things like, buy this premium currency, get 50% off. That's FOMO. That's actually another dark pattern. So, have you guys ever seen that you normally cannot purchase stuff from an in-game shop directly? What you have to do is buy actual premium currency, proprietary currency, and then you buy stuff from the shop. So you buy $10, $20, $50 worth of special magical currency, and then you use that currency. This is another part of the dark pattern. It's a level of what we call obfuscation, which is the ability to hide the real value of something. There is also a legal reason it's done, because then nothing in the shop has any actual real-world value. Now consider this. Let's imagine that you spent 50 quid for an in-game item, and then someone killed you and they got the in-game item. You would feel a little bit bad. You might even feel like they'd stolen it from you. You might think, oh, wow, I've spent 50 quid, I've got this in-game item, someone killed me, they've got it, I've lost that, I'm going to sue this company. They've stolen that from me. That item had value. And some courts may agree. But let's do this. Let's add a layer of obfuscation between this. That did happen, by the way. That happened in RuneScape. Let's add a layer of obfuscation. Let's say that you have to purchase 50 quid worth of premium currency. And then, in the game, you can spend the premium currency on items. But here's the kicker. You cannot lose the premium currency. You cannot be killed and have someone take the premium currency off you. Because what you are buying is not the item. You are buying the premium currency. That is on your account. That's yours. No one can then take that from you. Even if they kill you, you don't drop it. Then you use the premium currency to purchase an item. Then they kill you and they get the item drop. It's very important that because of that layer of obfuscation, you have not actually lost anything of real-world value. Because even though the item itself was purchased using a currency that has real-world value, the item itself did not. Because the item can change the in-game value as and when it wishes. It has a value of 0. That is the kicker for it. Now, what you can also do, so first of all, what you've done is you've put a layer of obfuscation between the actual purchased item and the in-game item. Are you saying this has happened? Yeah, why do you think in games you have to buy stuff like gems or gold currency or diamonds, and then you spend those on the in-game things? Because what that means is you are not spending real money directly on things. You are spending real money on a proprietary premium currency like Mickey Mouse Fun Bucks, which can then only be spent in a certain place. This is why when you see games having sales and they're like 50% off premium currency if you buy now, it doesn't matter. The premium currency costs them nothing. The items cost them nothing to make. It's a digital good. They just say that you do or don't have it. Those things have no value. You're just giving them that and they're giving you that. And now let's make it even worse. the more distance you make between real cash and premium currency, the more layers of obfuscation you add. Let's say that you can spend $50 to get 45 crystals, and then you exchange 45 crystals for 13 star shards, and then you can exchange 10 star shards for 1 prime gem, and then you can take 1 prime gem and break that down into 3 different, I don't know, super duper crystals. How much money is a super duper crystal worth? You could probably reverse engineer it and find out, but you're not going to know off the top of your head. And that's by design. You're like, okay, now I don't know how much this is worth. And then you spend 2 super duper crystals to get a special item. But notice how I said 2 and not 3. How many super duper crystals did you get? You got 3, didn't you? And then you're spending 2 to get an item, which means you've got 1 left over. But nothing in the shop costs 1. So what do you need to do? Because if you leave that 1 crystal on your account, you know what you've done? You've wasted money. That's going to sit there, staring at you. Hey, you bought me. You spent real world money on me. You can't do anything with me. May as well get some more. That is a specific thing that is designed. Because what you then see... What you then see is premium currency is not only sold to obfuscate the real world value, not only then converted to several different layers of premium currency to obfuscate value, it is then taken off you in non-balanced amounts to leave some in your wallet. Because by seeing some premium currency left in your wallet, you are reminded that you have some value. It's almost like a gift card with a single cent on it. May as well use it. And if you don't, you have wasted it. Darren, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You think you've left something on the table. You've wasted it. So what you then do is you get people to buy more. Let's say that you can buy special premium currency in packs of 1,000 or 2,000. And let's say that something costs 2,900. You're going to buy the 2,000 pack, and then you're thinking, well, if I buy the 1,000 pack, I'm going to have enough. I'll have 3,000. That's 2,900. But then, hang on, I'll have 100 left over, and the next thing in the shop costs 110. Which means you're actually now incentivized to buy 2,000 packs, which will give you 4,000. However, there's a really cool item that costs 4,001. Which means there's actually a 10,000 pack that is better value, so you may as well go and buy that. Here's the trick. They never wanted you to buy the 1,000 and 2,000 packs. I used to do this in marketing all the time whenever I worked in retail. Those things are called price anchoring. What we want to do is anchor your expectation to something lower, then give you something that looks like great value. Let's imagine this. Let's imagine that I'm selling 3 different products. Product 1, 2, and 3. 1 is a very small version of the product that costs £10. 2 is a slightly bigger version of the product that costs £11. And 3 is a really big version of the product that costs £500. The vast majority of people are going to buy the middle product because they're going to say, well, I can spend £10 to get the small product, but it's only £1 more to get the middle one. And that seems like a really good value. And the top one is way too expensive. I don't need that. So I'll buy the middle one. Here's the trick. The £500 one only existed to get you to buy the middle one, to make it look cheap by comparison. And the small one only exists to incentivize you to spend the extra pound to buy the middle one. There will be 10,000% more of the middle one that are made than the small one and the big one, because that's the one we want you to buy. But if we only put that one out, you won't buy it because you've got nothing to compare it to. We've not anchored your price to anything else. How has this become a business marketing meeting? Because you need to know. You need to understand exactly what they're doing. So when you go to a premium currency of a shop, you sometimes in mobile games see that even they actually have plastered when you're in the shop, it says most popular, most common one to buy, best value, best deal, here it is, which makes you go through all the maths and think, you know what, that is the best value, I'm going to go with that one instead. If you know the tricks, it's harder to be tricked. I want to try and explain to you what these systems are that are kind of getting their hooks into you I mean, the Diablo Immoral video that I made, remember that whole 800% value thing? Compared to what? 800% value against nothing. It's just a number they put on there. Forewarned is forearmed, and there is nothing scarier than a forearmed man. Except there isn't an option to not be tricked. There are no businesses that do not do this anymore. I just hit 40 on your chamois. Congratulations, well done. You felt poor when you went to train your dual spec. You went out and bought 5 apples. Because you'll never afford the dual spec. Yeah, anything that says popular choice or best deal is always that. Josh, you're not my dad. You can't prove this, Manuel. Marketing is a fascinating thing that I do a hell of a lot of. And because I've worked in so many things that needed so much marketing, you end up learning all the tricks. I could do an entire lecture on dark patterns. In fact, I might even do my entire TED talk on that. I might just sit up and go, right, listen, this is 15 minutes about how you're being nickel and dimed in games. This is a full-on dark pattern lecture. Let's go. Chris Wilson knows way more about this as well. He put a great video out on YouTube that you guys should go and watch. You love the discussion, been getting into this stuff more than in the past, and it changed your whole attitude. Absolutely. It's important to know what you should and should not support. I'll tell you one thing that irritates me about this all the bloody time. So many people say to me, well, why don't businesses just do this? As if it's the simplest thing in the world. Businesses do what makes them the most money over the longest period of time with the least risk. Now, sometimes the way to make the most money is by taking a huge risk. Sometimes it isn't. If you end up maining warrior, I'll sub forever. I'm enjoying it so far. I've lived 30 years. How have I done so much in such a short time? I've asked a lot of people a lot of questions, and I've been very lucky to do a lot of things. I went paintballing when I was a kid. My mum taught me paintballing. And after the paintballing session, I simply walked up to the manager there and said, hey man, this is really fun. You guys got any jobs going? And he went, yeah, actually, we do need a paintball marshal. Come back in a few days' time. We'll do a trial run. And we did, and it was great. I had a good time. And then the same thing happened. I'm like go-karting, and I'm like, hey man, you got any jobs going? He's like, yeah, just come back. We'll see what you're good at. And I learned how to be a mechanic, and then I was doing the drama teaching, and I was teaching the martial arts stuff, and I said to my instructor, hey, you've been teaching me for a while. Maybe I can teach like a kid's lesson. And I learned to teach kids martial arts, which is actually much harder than teaching adults martial arts. And then that evolved into working with the Navy, and then that got me the connections with the educational system. Honestly, it is literally just me doing a lot of stuff and saying to people, hey, can I get involved in this? Knight says, Josh, what's my dream? Last night I dreamed, it was a few nights ago, I dreamed that I was bog snorkeling down a local canal, and whenever I brought my head up out of the mud, Batman was running down alongside me, cheering me on. So that was a weird dream that I had. I'd never been bog snorkeling, and I wasn't particularly thinking about Batman, but my brain was deciding to make that happen. How many jobs would I say I've had? Go-kart mechanic, martial arts instructor, paintball weapons guy. Which way are we going? Hang on. Which way gets me to... I need to go that way. I want to go this way. Martial arts, go-kart, paintball, Toys R Us, Mankind, drama teaching, naval self-defense, acting consultant, YouTuber, Twitch streamer. Like 15-ish? How many of these are still in business? When I'm done, none of them. It was fun. I've done lots of stuff. So far, the paintball was really good. I really liked working for the paintball. I work for a company in the UK called Delta Force. And Delta Force Paintball, you know what? I've got a lot of good things to say about those guys. I'll tell you one thing, they took safety extremely seriously. Like anything unsafe happened in those things, you immediately got pulled up. Like those guys were on it in terms of really taking it seriously. The go-kart thing was fun as well. I was a trampoline party host for a bit. Did they let you eat the paint or no? They didn't, but the paintballs are in fact non-toxic. Don't do it, but they are non-toxic. There's actually a lot of stuff in any kind of system that has to be non-toxic because you have to account for idiots. If you make something idiot-proof, nature will make a better idiot. Most of them were water-based, which was also, random fact, most paintballs are water-based, at least the ones that we used were, because we used a paintball gun called the Inferno Mark II. The Inferno Mark II is like one of the most reliable, easiest to fix paintball guns. It's not flashy, it's a big piece of steel with just like 7 moving parts. It is very, very simple to take care of. But whenever I was fixing the Inferno Mark IIs, I loved the fact that you could bury them, dig them up, and they would work. But the reason that we use water-based paintball is, first of all, someone's going to have to try and eat them. Someone's going to do it. You know some lads are going to get, dared by their mates to eat a paintball. You have to plan for that. The other one that you have to look into is you will get people that pick up paintballs off the floor, try to load them into the gun, and then try to shoot them. And the paintball will pop because it will absorb moisture from the floor, and it will gunk up the inside of the gun, which means that you need to be able to run it through with something that is slightly heavier than water to be able to dissolve it and flush it through. So you can clean it with oil. Did I ever have any of those psychopaths in ghillie suits that turned up with the $1,000 paintballs? So, yes. They were people that played paintball that turned up in any kind of suit were either the most fun people we ever gamed with or super duper serious. And it was very rare that you got anything in between. There was one where I think it was a very, very rich Saudi family that turned up. And, you're talking Land Rovers with blacked out windows, and these guys all got out. I think it was like some kind of bachelor party for one of them, and they all had brand new equipment, never used before, super expensive paintball guns, super expensive equipment, just crazy nice looking team shirts. And they played for about half a day, left all their equipment, and then just left. They had fun. They did half the day, fired all the paintballs, and I said, you guys want to, carry on? They went, nah, man, we're done. Just left all their equipment and then left. And I kind of looked at my manager and I'm like, this is thousands of pounds worth of paintball equipment. What do we do? And they're like, we just put this in a locker. We let our business know that we have this, and they work out where it goes. And I think we ended up using it for some underprivileged kids' days, when you had kids from either the lower income areas that would come down supported by some local charity stuff, and we're like, do you guys want to use some of the best paintball guns ever? They were like, oh my god, yes. So we got all these crazy good guns, and they got them fire like hundreds of paintballs a minute. It was great. I enjoyed doing that. Right, which way are we going? I think I want to go this way. Yeah, we had a really good time. I've got a lot of good things to say about these guys. How do I get to Shadowfang Keep? But what was the other thing? I've got some more stories about that. Oh, the stories about the ghillie guys. Some guys turned up in full ghillie suits for paintballs. Now, paintballs are not as accurate as airsoft-style BBs. Paintballs are only accurate for... You have to go north from Hillsbrad. Where's Hillsbrad? I want to say that... Well, Hillsbrad, it's north there, isn't it? So I want to be going this way. Okay, I think I know where I'm going now. Yeah, this way and then around. So paintballs are not as accurate over a long distance as airsoft BBs are. Depending on the gun that you've got and depending on the firing method that you are using, normally it's compressed gas, whether it's CO2, whether it's oxygen, whether it's nitrogen, whatever you're using to fire the paintball will have an effect on it. The inner of the barrel, how warm or how cold it is will also affect. The colder it is on a day of paintball, and if you've ever done paintballing in the winter, you'll know this. Oh, by the way, guys, if any of this bores you, just stop me, because I love the jobs that I've done. I'm so privileged to have done them, and I really enjoyed them, and I work with some amazing people. But I love talking about all the stuff that I have done because I like sharing that passion for it. Paintballs don't freeze because they do have a level of paint in them, but the colder they are, they don't pop. So if you go paintballing in the summer and shoot someone with a paintball, chances are it will pop and they will get covered in a small splat of paint. If you go paintballing in the winter and shoot them, especially if it's out of a cold gun, chances are you'll just get hit and it kind of feels like a golf ball. They may not pop, which actually makes them hurt more. So if you've ever seen a friend come up and go, I got a crazy powerful bruise from paintball and it's like this big pink bruise, that's because the paintball did not pop and it hurts. Now, you cannot be accurate with a paintball over a long distance, so your main thing is just shooting lots of them. So whenever I got these guys that come up in the ghillie suits, you'd always see them sitting at the very back of the arena taking like 1 or 2 pot shots. Now, airsoft, this works, because you can watch things like Kick and Mule who do incredible airsoft videos, and you can just see how, you know, phenomenally accurate they can be. Kicking Mustang, sorry. But with paintball, you very much want to just focus on volume of fire. Now, if you look at a professional paintball gun, you'll see that the trigger is long. And the reason the trigger is long is because you're actually designed to have 3 or 4 fingers on it, drumming it like that constantly. That is how you increase the rate of fire. You don't just keep pulling a single trigger, you drum your fingers up and down it to fire as many as you can. That is effectively covering fire for an entire area. It's area denial version of a fire. So you get these guys in ghillie suits sitting at the back, just firing like 1 or 2 paintballs really slowly, and they're not going to hit anything because they cannot be accurate. The fun guys were the ones that used to just come in like bright army uniforms and just run into the open firing as many as they can. That was great. Because we also wanted people to fire more paintballs because then you sold more paintballs. The paintball meta, that's what it is. You can be accurate with the paintball up to like 10 meters. Anything beyond that, don't bother. I think the favorite thing we did, and you know, the loudest I ever shouted was at the CEO of the company at the time. And I did not know that they were the CEO of the company. It was drilled into me that safety is the priority. Oh, Bill, thank you, man. So safety was the #1 priority for all this paintball stuff. Doesn't matter what happens, safety is the priority. And if you do not have your helmet on, you do not go into the live fire area. No, actually, good thing. The CEO was really proud of what I did. I didn't know it was the CEO at the time. If you don't have your helmet on, you don't go into a live fire area. You do not take a gun out of the live fire area. You do not go in without a helmet. Because if a paintball hits you in the eye, it will blind you. If it hits you in the mouth, it will knock a tooth out. Hit you in the throat, could possibly kill you. You do not do anything without a helmet. I hate these TV shows, especially American ones, that show paintball episodes where people are just wearing goggles. No. Nose, mouth, teeth. That will do major damage to you. You do not do that. So I was standing there in the live fire area talking about how the guns are going to work and how we're going to do this. And my boss did not tell me that every single person in front of me was actually a member of the Delta Force crew, if you will. These guys were the team. There we go. Because this was a training day. They were seeing how I was doing. And halfway through my explanation about all of the safety stuff, one of the guys standing in front of me, and everyone else, remember, had a live paintball gun, took his helmet off and started cleaning the goggles. So I shouted as loud as I possibly could, "Put your helmet on," at the guy. And everyone kind of froze and turned and stared at him. And he's looked back at me and then put his helmet on. And then I carried on. And at the end of the day, I was pulled aside by my boss and the guy, and he said, "I just want you to know that I was the one that you told to put your helmet on, and I own this company. And if anyone ever takes their helmet off, I want you to be the guy that shouts at them." Because he knew he did something wrong, and he knew that I did the right thing. And that absolutely reinforced in my mind that I was working for a good company. I was like, yep, this guy gets it. A lot of respect for those guys. Good boss, really good boss. Good time with those guys. Yeah, I've got a lot of good stories from people that I have worked with. A couple that I haven't worked with that I'm not going to, drag over the internet. It's one of those weird undercover boss stories, but like he totally understood why I did what I did. Because the guys, they have a great safety record. They want to keep it. Now, they were a good company to work for. Spill the tea about bad companies. Just, it's not necessarily bad companies. It's companies do this thing I started to realize where they will give you KPIs to hit that you cannot, key performance indicators, that you cannot possibly hit without breaking some kind of rule. And if you don't hit the KPIs, they will punish you. And if you break the rule to hit the KPIs, then they will love you up until something bad happens where they will just pull up the fact that you broke the rule as a way to punish you. Trust me, guys, if a team or a company ever says, we're a family here, leave. We're a family here. All right, cool. I'm just going to go and do nothing then for the next hour because that's what my parents would expect. How'd that happen when you work as a salesperson? Yeah, you can't be doing this, but you do need to do that to hit the numbers. HR is not your friend. HR protects the company. Human resources protects the company. They don't protect you. Yeah, it's like a family, but, we'll be more exploitative. I like a family here. Oh, that's great. Can you lend me a couple of £100? Like a dysfunctional family. I've even said to people that I've worked with, we're not like a family here, we're like a professional organization. This is what I expect, this is what you'll do, this is what I'll do. Everyone have a good day. I have genuinely ended some team meetings with, and I want you all to remember, I will do the bare minimum required of me, and I expect you to do the bare minimum required of you, and we will all go home to our families. That's it. That was genuinely a meeting I did once. I got pulled aside once by a manager for a company that I worked with because I did something that I thought was important that they thought wasn't. I used to work for a company, I will not say who, and the daily meeting, we did these like Walmart-style daily meetings. It wasn't Walmart because that's not big in the UK. But the daily team meetings started with all of the workers at this place being updated with the amount of money the company had made. Like, it literally started with, I would have 50 or 60 people in front of me, and my boss would be behind me, and I would be delivering the meetings, and the first thing I would have to say is, okay, good morning, team. The numbers from yesterday's were, this site has made this much money, this site has made this much, the company is up or down this amount, and the profit margin is looking like this. Now, the people that I was briefing were not C-suite level execs. They were shop floor workers. They do not care how much money the company made. If anything, it's a slap in the face to sit people in front and say, hey, just so you guys know, the company you work for has made a couple of $1 million yesterday. Well done. That's excellent. Good job, guys. Good job, team. Keep going, and the CEO can get another yacht. Are you going to see any of that? No, of course you aren't. You have no bonuses. You are minimum wage workers. Most of you, 0-hour contracts. This means literally nothing to you. But I think it's important that you all know how wealthy the people you work for are. And so, at some point, I just stopped doing it. I was just like, I'm not going to do this. Is insulting. I am not reading out company profit sheets to people who are on 0-hour contracts or people who are on minimum wage or even slightly above minimum wage. This is straight up insulting. They don't need to know this. This is not motivating. This is just corporate bullshit. And I got pulled aside by like my boss's boss being like, Josh, this is part of the company policy to do this. I'm like, what is this doing? Who is this serving? This is serving the egos of some C-suite level exec who isn't here, who will come down and see the company maybe once, who doesn't care about any of the people here. Why are you doing this? It's been a record-breaking year, but remember, guys, if we don't hit KPIs, someone is being fired. It sucks. I'm not doing that anymore. Anyway, I got pulled aside by that, and they had a go at me. And then what I started doing was, oh God, sorry, you reminded me of a memory. I did this once to prove a point. I brought a party popper with me, one single party popper. And when I was being watched the next day after I'd been warned, I was like, and just so we know, Our site has made the most money. Pop. Somebody will have to clean that up. Right, the plan today is to do this. And then I just went through that. And everyone laughed and everyone had a good time and morale was great. I was fired a few days later. They did not appreciate that. I thought it was quite funny. Oh, I was going to say I had a good time there. I did not. My favorite one was when my boss asked if I would come in on my day off to work on something, and I said no. And they were like, Josh, you're not a very team player. I'm like, well, you're not a very team payer. And then there was another one where I used to take my break away from my desk, as you are legally allowed to do because I read all the rules. And they were like, Josh, when you take your break, can you just be in the office so you can answer the phone? I'm like, doesn't sound that much of a break to me. That's the opposite of a break. You were asking me to just continue working. And they said, well, you know, you've got to be a team player. I'm like, no. No, I don't. I'm allowed to take my break away from my desk. Which I did. It wasn't even a desk job. It just had an office. It was retail. And then, yeah, the general cattiness and bitchiness kind of continued. You wish you were capable of standing up for yourself. Well, the thing is, I've been in a very fortunate position where I've been able to get jobs relatively quickly, and I've been able to save money up and know that I've been okay for a couple of months to support myself. There are many people who aren't in my position, who can't sass their boss, who can't, you know, be a bit arrogant like that. And I'm not saying that you should do this. I'm saying that you need to make the decisions that work for you at the time. The party poppers was the fun thing, though. Oh. Did that once, and yet here we are on Twitch. Here we are on Twitch. I occasionally do see people that I used to work with who used to have this incredible, arrogant, bossy, boastful attitude of, you know, oh, they were the king of a very small kingdom. The team player stuff is just, oh god, yeah. Work culture sucks, man. Not everyone can sass their boss. That's very true. That's why I was very lucky when I had people that I used to work with. When I used to work at Toys R Us, I worked for a brilliant manager, and I got the job by playing Magic the Gathering against him in the interview. That was really good fun. So I'm not going to say the guy's name. I can remember him, and he was a good lad. And he was actually a massive World of Warcraft nerd as well. So, in fact, toward the end of my Toys R Us run, I'm about to be killed by a crocodile unless somebody behind me helps me. No, we're okay. Toward the end of my Toys R Us run, my boss actually came up to me and said, hey man, just so you know, I'm getting recommended your videos now. So that was like a quite nice moment to know that he was seeing the stuff that I was putting out on YouTube. But yeah, I walked in, I asked for a job, and he said, yeah, we'll have a chat. We sat down, we had a chat. I talked about Magic for a bit. He talked about Magic. He took 2 decks out of his box and then said, all right, you know what, fine. If you can beat me, you've got the job. So I went, all right, cool, bet. And then I lost the game. And he went, well, guess I've got to give you a job now because you're clearly not going to make it as a pro Magic player. Which I appreciated. Was it awkward knowing he'd seen my videos? No, we had a long conversation about it. We had some chats about it. He was very supportive. He was very supportive, actually. He just wanted to troll. Yeah, he was a very kind guy. How strong am I? Mentally or physically? Physically, enough. Mentally, can always get better. Now, the fact that he beat me at Magic, I think at that point in the interview, like, he knew he was going to hire me. You know, at that point, it was just a formality, and he wanted to have a bit of a joke. He just wanted to show how good he was at Magic, and I respected it. Now, I think I'd probably beat him. I think I'm better now than I was then. But he knew. How strong am I spiritually? That depends what I'm trying to resist at any given time. Like, I'm pretty much a monk unless you put a goth girl in front of me. Then, you know, that's not a problem. I'll hammer Jesus up myself at that point. And that thing's all holds are off. Right, we've got the new thing from this person. Where is Shadow Fang Keep? If I was Shadow Fang Keep, where would I be? Oh god, I'm so far away. I completely forgot that you had to walk this far to get to Shadow Fang. Yeah, my willpower goes down massively depending on the amount of emo currently in front of me. Just swim there. No. How are you doing, Josh? How's stream going? I've been talking about my past jobs while walking all the way to, I think, Menethil Harbour, and then we're going to walk north all the way to get to Shadowfang Keep because there's a ring in the keep that I might need in the future. This is the most inefficient use of time ever. But I'm having a good time. You guys having fun? Oh. What are my thoughts on apprenticeships? Because I don't think it's right. They don't pay for free labour, and they can lay you off anyway. Quotas, work experience. Apprenticeship used to be about gaining knowledge. Apprenticeships used to be about the equal exchange of knowledge and time. I also think the educational system needs to be massively rejigged to allow more apprenticeships to count for more stuff. Because I would much rather whoever my plumber be have learned under a good plumber. So, apprenticeships were pretty much, this person is a skilled master, you are going to follow them around, they are going to teach you. We will pay you a small amount to make sure that you can survive, but we will not pay you as much as they are earning because you are not yet skilled. Once you are skilled, we will potentially pay you more. All right, cool, great. Now it's become, we're going to take this person, stick them in an office, make them make tea, and then at the end of the 5 weeks of not paying them, say yes, they've passed, they've qualified. Yeah. You were paid very well during your degree, not to gloat. Companies do pay you. Absolutely. Companies can find the right people. If companies can find the right people, if you can find the right companies, you can absolutely be paid well. When you say the word work experience, I did my work experience for my high school in the charity shop Oxfam in the UK. And the reason I did that is because my school kept using it as a threat. And I thought, honestly, it was a little bit insulting to the idea of that. So in the UK, back in high school, we used to have work experience week, where the sixth form or college, it was a sixth form attached to my school, would have to go and spend 2 weeks in a real work environment. So you'd have to reach out to local companies and be like, hey, I'm a college student / sixth former. Can I come and be at your work environment for 2 to 3 weeks and, just learn? And most companies would be like, nope, I'd rather not do that because that's going to be a legal liability and we aren't going to teach you anything. So what I got told when I was doing the whole sixth form thing, can I fight you? You're level 21. Can I win this? Can I beat a level 21 crocodile? I have nothing on me, so no. Okay, this is going to go badly. I want to run sideways, because running sideways is slightly better than running behind. God damn it! Oh, hang on. Forgot I've got you. Lesser healing potion. Oh, that worked. Help me, Gnome Warlock. God damn you, Gnome Warlock. This is why... this is why we hate gnomes. Hamstring, then run away. Good point. Could just do that, couldn't I? Where's Hamstring? Where is Hamstring? There it is. Let's put you on there, just in case. Oh, it's gone. It's fine. Those gnomes just made an enemy for life. Not even close. Totally fine. Anyway, the school kept saying to me, if you don't organise your work experience, you'll end up doing it in a charity shop. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I just thought, what's wrong with that? There are people that work there, there are people that volunteer there. And I just didn't bother doing anything. And then the week came before work experience, and they're like, Josh, where are you working? I'm like, nowhere. You said you put me in a charity shop, let's do it. And I did my work experience 2 weeks at Oxfam. I was a volunteer. So I ended up pricing up records in the back room, I learned how to use the till, and I made some lovely old ladies some cups of tea. Great. Had a good time. Shop's still going. That was when I learned that every old person thinks they have the rarest Elvis record, and nobody does. But to link this back to apprenticeships, I think apprenticeships should be able to pay people a minimum wage to be able to actually live while they do it, and then if they are good at the things they are learning, they should be able to then go and earn a better wage by doing the good thing. I don't think that free labour is necessarily good at any point, except Twitch and Discord mods. Inju and Red Sky, you guys are doing a great job. Keep going. You once talked about the movies should only get sequels if there's something new to explore. I would like to know your stance on the different expansions of the Star Wars universe. Star Wars started off as an excellent allegory for the Vietnam War and ended up being a whole franchise about Star Wars. And ultimately that ended up being... Sometimes a Star Wars product is coasting by on the fact that it's called Star Wars. Do you guys ever sometimes look at something and be like, this wouldn't be successful if it didn't have the Star Wars name attached to it? Andor's quite good, though. I mean, there are some good explorations of good versus evil. There are some great explorations of, you know, human sacrifice, consequence, inevitability. There's lots of cool exploring within things. All art exists for a reason. Sometimes the reason is they want to sell it. They want to make money from it. And that's okay. If you want to make art to sell, as is your right, go for it. But I do sometimes think that it's a bit of a weak excuse that we're going to make a couple of successful things that say things, and then we're going to ingratiate ourselves into the cultural zeitgeist, and now we're going to start milking this. I really enjoyed the game The Force Unleashed. I thought The Force Unleashed was great. He will never reach level 40. I might do. Were we all supposed to be going to Fang Keep? Yes. Do you want to? I mean, do you want to do Fang Keep? 19 and 22? You probably can. Like, if you guys want to do Fang Keep, yeah, get involved. I'm just running all the way there. Grabbing the flight paths as I go. Have I heard of a game called Knights of the Old Republic? I have indeed. I haven't played it. People keep going on about it, but I will play it at one point. I have no clue. I know nothing of this game, remember. Dungeon, bit harder than Deadmines, but gives a lot of mage stuff. Oh yeah, you're in the chat. CD, Fang Keep is a dungeon on the other side of the world, which I am running to. I don't know if I'll be able to summon you. I think I probably can. Yep, 17. That should be fine. Fang Keep gives a huge amount of caster gear. So, armor, weapons. And it's just started raining. And can we just take a moment? My goodness. I love this. This is so nice. Holy hell. I don't want to get too close to the edge in case I fall in, but... What's the audio on? Hang on. Where's the audio? Everything's on. Everything's good. Ambience up. Dialogue I'm not as bothered about. Effects are fine. Music's good, but I want ambience louder. Got a bit of rain going on. Sorry, it's just the British in me coming out. The fact that it started raining and I'm like, oh, lads, we're home. just nice. Games. Someone get this man some unseasoned food. Just to get the full British experience going on. This is the English summer. Okay, sorry. Console Sky Cloud LOD 2. I'll look into that later. But yeah, Mage. So, Mage, we can summon you to Shadowfang Keep by having 2 people use the summoning stone. But I've got to run there myself to pick up the flight paths as we go. Can you smell the petrichor? The smell of the earth after rain. Good word. This is a good run. You know what's amazing about this game? Is I remembered where Shadowfang Keep is. And because you guys have taken me on this run several times, I remembered the run. I really like that. I love the fact that I remembered you've got to go to Ironforge, go east to Dunmoreau, then go north through the Highlands, cross the big bridge, and then use the actual signs to work out that we are going to get the... We're going to the flight path first. I've actually started caring about the world, which is lovely. Chat's very proud of you. Thanks. Refuge point. This way. Refuge point defender. That is such lovely environmental storytelling already. So we run through. Someone knows the world despite living in the dungeons. It's because you guys have taken me around the place. Maybe I should start leveling through the world. But I like the dungeons with you. Deadmines is the only one you've done. CD, I would say that Shadowfang Keep is harder, but I don't think it's going to be impossible for you. I think you could probably do it.
Hey there.
Right. Let's go this way. Let's continue. So we want to go to Hillsbrad. And then all the way through Hillsbrad to Silverpine. And yeah, Silverpine is where that is. God damn, this is a huge run to get all the way to Shadowfang Keep. If I suck, you can replace me. Nope. If you suck, we can teach you. What's the highest level dungeon I've done so far? In Classic, Ulderman. I played retail for a... Oh, hang on, dinosaur. I played retail for a little bit when Battle for Azeroth came out. And I did some of the endgame stuff. Check your PMs. Hey Josh, need a teleport. I'm enjoying the run, to be honest. Is a tank... I want to go SFK. Is a tank have a healer if you need it? We have one tank. We can take... a healer. Would be good. Pally, you're tanking, aren't you? You know what? Yeah, come with us. Who cares about team composition?
They can't join our group.
Yeah, sure. Sure. What level for both? We'll take one more DPS as well. I'm not going to start getting meta. And you can DPS. Sweet. Get involved. God damn it, there's a thing. Right, you are a skull level. Which means that I am simply never going to be able to kill you. But can I just run away? Yes, I can. 23. Yeah, sure. Get invited. There we go. Who cares about the... Who cares about the team composition? This'll work. Any chance you can join the guild? Absolutely. Drop me a PM. Having to run all the way through the Highlands to get to Shadowfang Keep. What's up, Heckle? Warriors don't have a fast run thing, do they? Valtech, I'm not the healer. Right. Feltank, do you need to heal? I do need you to heal. Hang on. Are you able to use your healer? Because we have Pally tanking. In fact, hang on. Sirida Pally, can you heal? Let's just chat in party. If you can, then we'll just make this work. Because a 24 tank could be great. You've not got any int gear with you. Ah, right. That's a problem. Let me try and avoid these dinosaurs. If I can't get there on foot, I will just get summoned. That's a problem. God damn it. I'm trying to hamstrung. He hamstrung me. Well, we died. That's fine. In that case, I will accept a summon. I will accept a summon to Shadow Fang Keep. If two of you are there, currently. Right. Pally's there, but nobody else is. Right, how else do we get there? I'm on my way, says Felty. Thank you. Oh, right, 7 minutes of resurrection sickness. That's fine. That's fine. Thal, are you able to hop on your healer? Walk to the dungeon. I don't want to die again. I'm going to sit here nice and safe. I'm going to be in a safe... It's a safe space. That's... Well, everything's looking up. Oh, everything's coming up Millhouse. Your healer is Healy Saren. Who is my love? Can you level appropriate? Level range match SFK? I'm gonna go and fix my stuff. Same as me. Oh god damn it! Oh god damn it! Why are there so many dinosaurs? You know what? Death runs. New plan. Right, I'm just gonna death hop closer and closer. Josh, you should consider trying how to try. Right. Hang on. I'm just going to death hop closer and closer to the specific place I need to be. Okay. We're getting closer. I'm going to run as a ghost. Hang on. Run as a ghost to South Shore and then just resurrect there. Can you resurrect at any graveyard? You can't, can you? What I could do is just... I don't care that my gear's breaking. The whole point is to go and fix it. Can I fall down there and still resurrect? Well, that's a problem. God damn it. Right, now we have to run back around to be able to resurrect. Hang on. Bear with me, chaps. There's got to be a thing down here that does fixing. Take the road that has the least enemy density. Let's invite. Cool. I'm Faltank's healer. Thank you, Healy Saren. Oh, I thought you were the same player. I see. Oh, look, there's some guys here. This is great. You guys can protect me. Is there a healer down here? Not a healer, sorry, a thing. A fix my armor thing. There is a patrol of knights that go from Refuge Point to Ahari. You could wait and travel with them. I'm going to repair, then I'm going to be ready. Right. You can very quickly tell who the repair person is, because they have an anvil. Well, that cost a lot. That cost far too much. And a couple of you guys are actually on your way. Josh, I'm catching up with you flying south, Joe. Thank you, Seren. That was priced. That was 14 silver. Ooh. Well, that's the price you pay for being a warrior. Is there a flight point in South Shore? In Hillsbrad, sorry. There is. Maybe after we've done a couple of runs of Shadowfang Keep, I'll just run and get the flight point there. The warrior tax, that's what it is. Those repair costs get insane. It costs 3 gold to fully repair your gear now. Where can I buy strength potions that isn't the auction house? Is there anywhere that just sells strength potions?
How are you?
The potion seller. Right. I fear that their potions are too strong for me. You make them as an alchemist. Only other players. Okay, so I could do that. I fear the potion seller's potions are too strong for me. That's why I wouldn't want to do them. Right, Veltri is flying. Yep, that's definitely a flight path. Yeah, you're moving quickly enough. That's fine. Use streamer privilege. Nope, I refuse to. I will play normally. That's fine. Veltri, take time. We're in no rush. No rush at all. The only plan is to continue playing, do a run of Shadowfang Keep, see what happens. Okay, Mage. Shadowfang Keep has a lot of werewolves. The problem with Shadowfang Keep is... Right, first of all, I'm level 17, so I'm going to have a higher aggro radius, which means I'm going to have to stand quite far back from the group, which as a melee damage dealer is going to be a bit of a challenge. So you guys are going to have to pull the enemies back to me. There are a couple of werewolves that will have an anti-magic shield, which means that the mages aren't going to do much damage, and I'm not going to do much damage. So this is very much a rogue run. So Veltri, Paladin, and yeah, this is kind of on you guys. This is... I believe in you. I think you can do this. Oh, Pip UK, disaster. You made a tuna sandwich and the tuna water got on your hoodie. Oh, first world problems. Yeah, the pressure's on. Veltri, this is all on you. There was one room in Shadowfang Keep where you can accidentally pull all of the mobs. Oh, I know. I know that one. Oh, we've been there. We've done that a few times, which was a problem. So we're going to go very slowly, and we're going to pull the enemies as and when we can. It's going to be a very, very slow, very focused run. But in only a few experience bars time, I do get Smite's Mighty Hammer with more strength and more agility. I'm going to lose stamina though, but who cares about stamina? So the pressure's kind of on. It's been a long day for you, Fiery Egon. You're about to fall asleep while listening to me yap. I'm glad. Stick me on in the background. The ring from Silverline is best in slot. That's what we're doing it for. That is the plan. I will not use streamer privilege. This one is pretty much on you guys. I'm not using streamer privilege. If anything, I'm making the team worse. So These guys are my friends. They're all my friends. The parasocial relationship has congealed into friendship. And that I am allowed. Okay, I don't want to exploit streamer privilege, but I can exploit friendships. That's fine. You deal physical damage. Anti-magic shield doesn't matter. That is very true. The thing is, I'm probably not going to hit them anyway. Oh, there's a shop over here I can sell some stuff to be fair. A superior tradesman.
Hello.
Oh, you do sell some nice stuff. Right, let me sell some stuff to you, my friend. Let me sell all these things to you that I do not. Revisit some games. Eventually, Jubmania, I'm going to have to, because I'm going to run out of MMORPGs. I just don't want to feel like I'm making a video purely on a game just to make a video on the game. Like, I would like to be able to have something to say about it. So, I'd like to revisit Warframe. I'd like to revisit Guild Wars 1. I'd like to revisit other stuff. You didn't want streamer privilege, Josh, and I'm not live. Mage, we can do this. We can do this. I can't... Okay, look. I don't want to know that I'm getting streamer privilege, but I want to get it. I will make a video on Dofus and Wakfu and all that jazz. Okay. Pull packs to me. Thank you very much for the elixir of Lion's Strength. I will do what I can. to make sure that I'm doing my damage. Right, time for big deeps, guys. Lock in. Lock in for the big deeps. Look at how much damage I'm doing. All of dodge. 99, though, is not bad. Medicine Staff of the Bear. Music here is amazing, by the way. I'm going to turn it down slightly, but music here kicks ass. Love this music. Is it reused again somewhere? Is dodge better than resist? I don't know. Dodge is the enemy dodged out the way. Resist is my damage, or my skill isn't high enough to do any damage to them, like when they resist the spells. It's common battle music. Okay. It's good music. How will I know if someone gets cursed? I can heal it. Purple square under the... You're in the stream. I don't know why I keep typing at you. When they get cursed, you will see a purple square underneath their portrait on the left-hand side. If they dodge, you can punish it with overpower. Yeah! Have I bought that? Oh yeah, there we go. You know what? That can be put on number 4 instead. So if the enemy dodge, we immediately overpower. I kind of want them to dodge now. I've never used overpower. Sunder armor might help as well. Oh, it's on 8 already. Oh yeah, I'll take that off then. Sunder armor may help. Do I have Sunder armor? Strength and stamina over agility and stamina. That is a straight up upgrade for me. Burnished braces. That helps. Right, where's Sunder? There it is. Okay. Let's put you there. Problem with Sunder armor is I'm pretty sure it generates a lot of threat. Strength and stamina. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. Right. So. Top floor first. Well, we tried, chat. What are you guys on about? Why'd you remove overpower? I don't need that yet. I'll just find... I'll put overpower back on the thing. Hang on. Right. Overpower is on... I don't need 5. Overpower is now on 5. So we Sunder armor, and we overpower as and when we need to. How are those DPS meters? They would... If I installed them now, they would show numbers too high. Do you need auto attack on 1? Yeah, how else do I start auto attacking? Causes a high amount of threat. I don't want to cut... Okay, right click. I'm holding right click to move the camera. Right click is not currently an available button. Well, we've pulled the boss, so good luck, everyone. Well, we're stacking the Sunder up. And after stacking up Sunder, we go with the Wargs. That was fine. Hasn't this guy played MMOs for like 40 years? Yes, and I'm still not good at them. At least we're not keyboard turning. Is that where you play with the keyboard in a different position? I could probably put Heroic Strike onto something. That is true. Thank you, Egon. I am doing great. You're meant to be asleep. Right, the Barbed Club of Stamina, not good. Rugged Spaulders, +8 agility. I actually do need those, but they're also a rogue item, so need them if you need them. Let's see who gets it. Agility increases damage. Let's find out. Need them if you need them. Hey, streamer client. Which means my critical hit chance is now 12.61. This is great. Right. This guy opens the door. You'll get them next time. Yes, you will. Best in slot shoulders for me currently. Now, this is a big, full courtyard. So we pull slowly. You miss me being naked in game. I'm sure it'll come back at some point, don't worry. I'm sure it'll come back. I get the better hammer as soon as... Oh, so is Sunder like an immediate thing that you can cast? Oh, it's an instant cast. Okay, cool. Reducing up by 90 and causes a high amount of threat. Gotcha. So Sunder is... It's not an interrupt, but it can be played at instant speed. So Sunder does no damage. Okay, you know what? Pally is doing incredibly so far. Are you ideologically opposed to buying a 58 boost? No, Andy Who. I'm opposed to not being able to play the game that I've not played before. What would buying a 58 boost get me? Level 58. And it would skip all the content. I've not played the content. I want to play the content. It's a nice addition for threat and debuff. Okay, cool. So I can use it to debuff, but I'm not pulling threat. Right, time to do some DP. Yes. If you want to pay money to skip to the part of the game that you want to play, fine. Your money. I don't pay your sub. Play it however you want. Personally, I enjoy playing the game. From the very start up to the very end. What does the skull mean next to the enemy? So, you can place... I'm actually putting it there. You can place multiple symbols next to enemies. If you right-click on an enemy's portrait and click raid icon, you see all these different choices? Skull, the X, the square, the moon. The reason that I'm putting that there manually is because that is a message to my team to say, DPS, attack this. Valdi, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in everyone from Valdi's stream. If you've never joined this stream before, my name is Josh. We are playing World of Warcraft Classic, the Burning Crusade, Anniversary Edition, Thunderstrike EU server, PvE, Shadowfang Keep. That's what we're doing currently. I've never played WoW before. I've played it for about 400 hours over the last month. It's pretty good. I'm very much enjoying it, and I'm learning as I go. We're slowly getting better. We're taking some new players through some new stuff. So one of the reasons that we put the skull symbol above is because you're telling your team, throw all the DPS onto this. What's the difference with the Anniversary Edition? So, you've got a couple of versions of WoW. You've got WoW Retail, which has currently just seen the release of Midnight. You've got WoW Classic Vanilla, which is the classic game that never changes. You've got WoW Classic Progression Server, which is the classic game that has all of the expansions added to it slowly, currently up to Mist of Pandaria. You have WoW Classic Anniversary, the Burning Crusade, which is this one, which may or may not have the Wrath of the Lich King added to it. You've got Season of Discovery, which is a different version that has different changes to it. And you've got hardcore versions where when you die, your character gets removed from hardcore and placed onto a regular server. Are we all up to speed with how many versions of WoW there are? And now the tank has sorted most of this area out. Good job, tank. Very good job. That's a lot of WoWs. It's some would say too many versions. Some would say whelming, some would say overwhelming. I would say overwhelming. I think they should release a new progression classic for when I start in 17 days. Valdi, is that what you would like? Would you like them to wait specifically for you to be able to release a new classic server just for you? Can you do the Owen Wilson? Wow. Yes, I can. Come here, Moonwalker. Stupid wolf. Hey, leveled up. That means a new hammer. Oh, yeah. All right, we've got a new hammer coming in. Let's see how it does. It hits all of 84. Oh, okay, spec in for 229. That's not bad. That is an A-OK amount of damage to be doing on a crit. You guys were like, I bet this is going to suck, and then it turns out actually kicks ass. Starts off with a crit. I've also got a new talent. Fury. Let's do generate additional rage. Sounds good to me. Oh, hang on, I've got 2 talents, I forgot. Let's do that again. Running around with a talent point, totally forgot about it. Meta. Let's not drag the enemies over there too much. I think the hammer that I've got currently is actually a tad slower. Yeah, it's slower, which means a miss is a problem. I think maybe wolves first. Then horses. Just so we don't accidentally pull the horses. Want to kill the horse, dancer bag? Yes. Wolves first, then horses. I'd say we're doing okay. This is going remarkably smoothly. Dangerously smoothly. And the tank and the healer are doing a beautiful dance between them. Right. Horses. Mage, the reason... Sorry, CD. The reason that we kill the horses is there is a very small chance that one of them will drop a decent 10... Is it 10 or 12? Bag. It's 12 slot bag. Brilliant. Let's try and get the saddlebags. Give me your saddlebag, Mr. Horse. But what if they don't drop it? Then we all just collectively cry. Scouting boots of the whale. I don't need those. No damage on them. Don't need it. Eerie stable lantern. Okay. 6.2% chance. Increases damage and healing done by magical spells and effects by up to 5. That is a rarer item than I think the bag. That's pretty good though. The Eerie Stable Lantern. What does it look like? That's kind of cool. You know what? I don't need it. Got the bag, should we roll for it? It's all yours. Heal, it's yours. Don't you worry. I'm not going to be super annoyed at like rolling for or being meta with leveling upgrades. Because when we get to the super high level 60 to 70 raids and dungeons, that's when the arguments can start. Like we can start to be at each other's throats then. Let's be friends for now and enemies later. How about that? Like, if someone else outrolls me on the war glaives, then I'm going to crash out. That's what's going to happen. Like, if I don't get Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker, then I'm going to make it everyone else's problem. Josh, I passed on your level 15 items where I get the glaives, right? You get both of them. If MZ gets the glaives as a hunter, I might cry. I might just straight up cry. just to put that into perspective, there are two glaives, the main hand war glaive and the offhand war glaive. Each of them have a 5% chance to drop from a dungeon or a raid that you can do once a week. Meaning, if you do this every single week super efficiently, let's say that you miss one or two because of like Christmas and family events, you have roughly 50 attempts every year to get them. And if you don't get them, you just straight up don't get them at all. That's it. They're gone. Just make 12 rogues and do it every week. That's my plan. My plan might be, because you can do it every week on each character, can't you? So we're just going to have to make a load of different characters and have everyone else level up a load of different characters. And then force all of you guys to keep constantly doing a load of them. It's a 50-50 chance they either drop or they don't. Is that what you guys call a split? What have we got? Oh, okay. Don't need. Don't need. Right, the Bloody Apron is way more armor. Now, how it's less armor? That's cloth. Who needs that? Streamer privilege is forcing your guild to raid constantly for legendary items. I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. I'm just saying that I will be disappointed and think less of them if they don't, because clearly you don't love me. Now, I'm not saying that we need to have a level of parasocial connection here, but if there were... We're like a family here. Could argue manipulation is worse. I'm not manipulating you. Nobody's being manipulated. Who said manipulation? There's no manipulation going on here at all. I just think it's funny that you'll say that you'll support me, and then everyone's like, oh, Josh, we'll support you, whatever you do. And then when I ask someone to give up their life and family and raid with me for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, they're like, Josh, this is too much. All right. Guess your love is conditional. Didn't expect that. I'm joking. We're not going to raid for 8 hours. We will need to push for at least 9 to 10. Because I'm streaming for 8 hours a day anyway. This stream is currently 6.5 hours long. And we aren't even finished with this. You're the only one who gets paid for all of it. Well, if you really loved it, you'd do it for the exposure. Don't make me use my marketing background for evil. Of course, yeah, I could just pay people to do that, but then think about it. Who's really getting the items? Someone who cares more about the money than the items. I raid with you, you raid with me, and I know that you're there for pure reasons. I know you're there for the right reasons. You know you're there for the right reasons. Do you want those glaive drops potentially going to someone who I'm just paying? Where's the passion? Where's the care? Sounds pretty corporate to me. I will use my power. We want you to be passionate about this job, but not the money the job pays, because that's truly shit. That's like shockingly low. Right, okay. We have got the chance, I think it's a 20% chance this guy drops a ring. The ring is best in slot for me. If it drops, I'm going to need it. If somebody else needs it and they get it, so be it. Let the chips fall where they may. But in due, if that does happen, make a note of their name. Some people say goodbye is the hardest thing to say, when in reality, it's Worcestershire. You're going to watch Return of the Jedi now before I manipulate you further. Yes, good. Let the hate flow through you. That's not the ring, that's the Baron's Scepter one-handed mace. That does less damage. Oh, poor show. Oh, good, we're not on the streamer client today. It's a nice mace, but I don't want it. It's a paladin mace, whereas a warrior mace is bigger. Straight up bigger. I guess we're going to have to run Shadow Fang Keep another few times. I guess we are. You know what might be nice is there is a super rare phantom armor drop from a rare spawn on the ramparts. I would quite like that if that drops. $212 crit with the hammer. And we're only level 18. 212 crit. That's pretty good. Right, what else we got? You know what? When we get to level 19, we've got a sword. And level 20. Guys, turn around. Level 20 gets me the Cape of the Brotherhood. The sword might do less damage, but it is technically a one-handed weapon, so I can start dual wielding at that point. When I get to level 20, I will unlock dual wielding. Is it a good idea to go straight into dual wielding? Because surely I would then actually miss a load of my attacks with having a lower hit chance. Oh, I love that. Small said no and Cramp said yes. How am I liking the best class in the game? Cell, I've not yet played Druid, so I don't know. And now CD, hang back slightly because these guys can silence you. They have a silencing wail. It's an AoE kind of thing. So hang back slightly. There we go. That's twice the weapons you can roll on hit with. That's true. Am I going to get Titan's Grip? What is Titan's Grip? Is Titan's Grip the you can have a two-handed weapon in each hand thing? I don't know if that's in this expansion. That's a Wrath of the Lich King thing. Okay, gotcha. You know what? We're hitting hundreds and tens now. We're consistently hitting in the hundreds, which to me is great. I'm happy this is happening. Dual wield is off your weapon skills. Yes. It will be around here somewhere. And, well, it's a weapon skill thing that you pay for, but also I can use Fury to increase the offhand damage. This is lovely. Reduce the chance for your attacks to be dodged. Cool. So just full on DPS. You're only one empty action bar slot away from being able to talk about extra action bars. Am I excited? So excited. What I'll probably do is take auto attack off the bar at some point. What dungeon is this? This is Shadow Fang Keep. One of my favorite dungeons. I like Shadow Fang Keep. It's well paced. It's got good rewards. Decent experience. Go fast. Let's kill this guy first, then kill the commander. Oh, 255 as a spec. Oh, this is lovely. All right. Let's see how much damage we can do when we are fully buffed up. Healers are doing good today, guys. Healers are doing very good. Hey, no way! No way! The Arced War Axe. That's what I needed. Less agility, less stamina, more strength. No, one more. No, less strength. But I think it does more damage. 57 to 86. That is huge for the warriors. And can I... level 20, that's going to go straight up there. Big drop for the DPS. That is a big upgrade. As soon as I get 2 more levels, I'll be happy. That's not a hunter weapon, and I'm glad that MZ wasn't here, because she would have taken it. Got the Arced War Axe. Dang, the axe dropped. Hell yeah. This isn't amateur hour. We're not messing around. Praise be to the streamer client. Right, I need to take a real quick 2-minute bathroom break, so give me 2 minutes. Here's a DVD logo, and I'll run an ad break for everyone else. Don't go anywhere, or do. I'm not your dad. Okay, I'm back, everyone. Don't worry, we're here. You're like a cat. Just sprinting around the room. Ah, okay. Mage, CD, you're doing great. CD is doing so damn well. Okay, you guys ready? You should be. Out of breath. I've been sprinting up the stairs while eating crisps. Quickly. And then the alarm's going off. Oh, God. I try to make sure that you aren't waiting for too long, so I go downstairs, speed piss, grab some multi-grain bites, get a drink, run back upstairs. I don't want to, you know, make you guys wait more than 5 minutes for me. The speed piss didn't even sit down. Straight up didn't even sit down. Alright, I didn't want to keep you waiting. Alright, I can't do stuff while silenced, but you know what I can do? Slap you with a massive hammer. Did I grab the crisps and drink in the bathroom? You know what, I didn't, but that might be a meta way of setting this up. Maybe I can just set it so there's a bowl of crisps right in front of the toilet. That'll work. Oh, there's no way that could go wrong. I think we've found the meta. Some of you are cringing and recoiling. Oh, hang on. 3 strength, 3 intellect, and 3 strength. Is 1 strength better than 2 agility? Someone let me know. For a warrior, is 1 strength better than 2 agility? I think it might be. And I think I might just be equipping those. Lovely. Let's just double check. Hang on. DPS 123, 121. Yep, DPS is higher. I'm not counting the critical potential. I'm just counting kind of what we've got damage-wise. I'd rather be consistent than critical. I'd rather be 1 strength is 2 attack power. You need like 15 agility for 1 crit. Okay, cool. So just stack in strength. How can I do more DPS in real life? Sorry for the caps. First of all, never apologize. One of the ways you can do more DPS is just using all caps all the time for everything. That's one of the most important things you could possibly do. Always shout. A, B, C. Always be capitalizing. The girdle of the blind watcher. I do not need this. For it does not increase my DPS. Now, we have not seen the super rare drop, which is a shame. Damn it, there's a rare dude sometimes spawns around here. Intellect is for nerds. Exactly. Intellect does not help swing a hammer. If I was smarter, I would know that it does. But I'm not, so it doesn't. The real irony about the intellect stat is if you max it out, you're smart enough to know you shouldn't have done it. And the thing about the strength stat is that if you max it out, you're so strong, you can solve all problems by just being strong. fine. Curse me as much as you need. Decurse me, please. Thank you. You hear crunching sounds. Sorry, I was eating crisps. This is a room where people die. Absolutely. There are roughly 1 billion wolves in this room. So we pull them very slowly. It's wild to me that I got Smite's hammer and then immediately the axe to replace it with, within 10 minutes. Inside you are 2 billion wolves. It has been the most intense day at the furry convention. Axes are cooler than hammers. I agree. So, CD, if we need to run, what we will do is run back, jump onto the roof, and then drop down to the entrance of the dungeon. You can follow us if you need to. But then you leave the dungeon, wait for all the enemies to reset, then we go back in. Do you prefer no game sound or is it off for the stream? It's on, it's just quiet. No way! Raiders leg guards of the bear, stamina and strength. That's 1 more strength. Guys, this is a stacked run. There we go. Now it's quieter. This has been an amazing run. This is hilarious. We're doing it 1 by 1. Oh, hang on. Do what now? If we need to run, we will jump onto the roof of the building. Don't you worry, we'll show you. Those legs are 1 stronger than the other legs. The other legs have 3 strong. These have 4 strong. Evening, Josh. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. For those of you who are unaware, I will also be playing in the live Dungeons & Dragons game, DM'd by Daniel Rustage later on today. Bandit Boots of the Falcon. Agility and intellect. Not as good as my strength. Josh, you seem extremely whelmed at the moment. Today has been a whelming day. I think we can slowly start to creep inside. Just don't go too far. Too far down anywhere. Seeing the enemies. Oh, hang on there. There's one. Oh, hang on. There's a few more. There's quite a lot of them. We've got this. We can do this. I believe in us. I believe in all of us. I've gotten to the point where strong no longer looks like a word. Is it one of those things where I've kept saying it repeatedly and you're like, that's not real anymore? I am really liking the warrior. I know it's a basic bitch class, but maybe I just have to accept that that's who I am. Should be mostly okay now. I mean, still wait here. This is the worst room. We are shadow fanging today. CD, normally what happens is the team wait here, and the tank pulls the enemies to here. And then the mage will use something like Blizzard to hit everything in the one go. Why not a Goth Mummy Warrior? We can do that in the future. There they come. The risk that you have with this room is you end up pulling everything at the same time. I'm a low level, so if I go in there, I'm going to grab everyone's. I kind of like the fact the enemy died without me, but I also dislike the fact that they died without me. Here we go. We've got it. My moral support mattered. I very much morally supported that fight. Can I preview the axe? You know what? I can, actually. That's a pretty cool looking axe right there, to be fair. I'm looking forward to getting that as a weapon. Who marked me with the star? I mean, thanks. That's very kind of you. Is it because I am a star? I appreciate all of you. Yes. Thanks. It's the star of morale boosting. Full on morale pilled. I'm the emotional support warrior. Without me, you wouldn't know what to do. Totes emotion support. That's what I'm here for. Alright, we actually cleared that room remarkably. That was the most dangerous room, I would say. And that was a beautiful way of looking at it. I'm support pilled and morale maxing. That's what I'm doing. Chest under the stairs. Yep. Large solid chest. Somebody grab that large solid chest. That's what she said. None of those are for me. Is there any room in either of the guilds? There's always room in the alt guild. There's probably room in the main guild, to be fair. Just waiting for the guys. Waiting for the girls. And then... yeah. I'm liking hitting 100. This is excellent. I am very excited about getting 2 one-handed weapons. Mini-boss, which spawns after death 4 adds. Nothing too complex. I was promised mage drops. Okay, CD, if you are lucky, this has just straight up the best mage armor that you could get at this level. And that is the final boss. Like, if you're lucky, we will get you the best mage drop. Agility and stamina. That is good for me. And if I get it, I will equip it. But it's also good for the rogue, so go for that too. Josh, do you actually have any one-handed weapons? Yeah, the Cruel Barbara is up there waiting and good to go. And then when we get the Cruel Barbara, I will simply equip more things like that. Oh no, we're going to get you mage drops, don't you worry. Hey, I got Fenris's hide, cool. That's a level 20. Okay, so At level 20, I can equip the Cape of the Brotherhood, which gives me 6 agility and 3 stamina. And then at level 20, I can equip Fenris's Hide, which gives me 6 agility and 5 stamina. So those two are the same thing, but one of them is just strictly better. Good to know I've got both of them, just in case. Stamina, the coward's strength. Yeah, but it comes with thing as well. It comes with agility. I'm going to take this star off me, because, my goodness, I'm not that much of a star. Okay, next mini-boss. Are you having fun? Yes, that's what matters. CD, you're doing really well. Like, really well. If one gets stuck in the door, you've got a spare cape, just in case. Right, next mini-boss. This is another place where we kind of hang out here. And we let the tank pull slowly to us. Is there any picture of the current character roster I have going? I will get you a picture at some point. You know what? Hitting for 166 white crit. That's pretty good. Let's not get you guys feared. This is going okay. We've got the shout going on. One more nice big hit. Come on. That'll do ya. We do be doing big crits. Alright, give me... This guy drops a cape as well, doesn't he? Wolfmaster Nando's. This lad's a bit cheeky. He's a little bit too cheeky sometimes. I'm nearly a third of the way to the next level as well. So we see how well that keeps going. Cheeky Wolfmaster. Hey, the Wolfmaster cape! Plus 5 agility, and it gives you dodge. Dodge is not for me. I'm not a dodgy kind of guy. Right, so if we're lucky, we will get the robes of Arugel for CD. Now, there's a mechanic here. We kill the ads, kill the lower enemies. CD, you're in here. Yeah, I'll just chat to you. Halfway through the fight, he will turn someone into a wolf. It is important that you, as the mage, turn that person into a sheep. Unless that person is you. In which case, we're just going to kind of wing it and burn him down and hope that you don't kill anyone. Inside you might actually be 2 wolves in a moment. Look at me explain the strat like a leader. I'm so good at this. It's also very important that if someone gets sheeped, they type BAA and say that in the party chat. Vital. Absolutely vital. That's probably the most important part of this entire strat. Yeah, you have to be a sheep. You can't just type it now. Am I still in a bad mood? No, I've never been in a bad mood before. So you guys wait until the boss Okay, we got this. So, right, full DPS until Wolf change, then sheep. I will one day lead a raid. And as long as everyone has fun, I will have led the raid correctly. And as long as I get all of the good drops, I will want to do it again. You should turn Deadmines into a raid just for me. I'm going to be kiting around the bottom of the stairs. He's on to mitigate damage. Alright. I'm going to be running at him.
Need more rage.
Stop stunning me. I know you are stunning.
Release your rage.
Okay, we're doing a lot of damage, to be fair. And excellent, well done. Hey, you got the belt. Belt is good for a mage. Belt for a mage. Intellect and spirit and increases damage. It's all yours. Huge belt. Hey, there you go. That's what we needed. You got the belt of Arugel. Big mage belt. Thank you. No, thank you. That was a lovely run. Right, where are you? Mage, follow. Follow for quick way out. Let me teach you. Follow me, and you shall learn. In learning, you shall teach. In teaching, you shall learn. The philosopher Collins said that within his treatise on humankind, subtitled Tarzan. Joshy boy, Tyrant, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? How have you been? I have been doing well. I have been consistently playing Warcraft for a while because I am a consistent player of Warcraft. Is it okay if this is the background while I model, or should I set my full focus on this stream? This stream is entirely designed to not need any attention whatsoever. And Mage, we're now going to jump across this way. Up here. And I'm going to fall down the roof to here. And then we're out. Good job, all. That was perfect. Brilliant. Hey! Oh, okay, hang on. Hey. I am very invested in whatever you are selling. 100% I would like to support, and I would like to offer any assistance I can in the future. And that, my friends, is how you play warrior optimally. Right, let's... How close am I to any kind of next level? I've got to go in about half an hour, so I don't think we can do Shadowfang Keep again. That's not a half-hour dungeon run. That's at least a 45-minute kind of run. But for now, guys, I will bid thee adieu, and I will see all of you, if you want to, on... In fact, hang on, is Rage streaming? Rage, you still streaming? I mean, she's not streaming. Oh, my goodness. Cowardly. Cowardly behavior. Who is? Because I will be streaming Dungeons and Dragons on Daniel Rustage's channel in roughly 30 minutes.
Reed didn't cry. He just stared. There's a kind of cold that set.
So if any of you guys do wish to join me on the Dungeons & Dragons stream. It's the stream I've just linked in chat. Apart from that, I will see all of you guys tomorrow at about midday for 8 more hours of Shadowfang Keep and gearing up the warrior. Take care, good night, and God bless.